Set and ready to go for racing action here from Cincinnati. Avinco Tires K100 Master on the circuit. Mario Barrios with the pole over Josh Sarche. Phil DeLeo and Christian Smith were both excluded from qualifying in post-race tech inspection for the washer on the weight bolts. So they'll go to the rear of the field behind Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo, Junaid Din, and John May. 7 drivers deep here for K Master to get the racing action started on the day. As they roll down the front straightaway now, we get our first run to the line. Ready to go for Avinco Tires K Masters Pre-Final here from Cincinnati as they work their way into the tram lanes. Barrios on the right in the blue and pink, Sarche on the left, and we're underway with a huge launch out of the box.
Looked to me like he moved as well to the inside of the racetrack. So away we go here with Mario Barrios jumping to the lead. Opening lap going to be, looks like a kind of a settle down one. No one getting super aggressive here in the opening runs through turns 1, 2, 3, or 4. Barrios out to the initial jump. Looks like, I believe, John May into the second spot. De La Garza Elizondo now into third. Sarche fourth. See what DeLeo can do as he goes to the very tail of the field to 7th. Settling in on the opening lap here. 7 drivers in the KA100 Master category. DeLeo comes in with the point lead here. 600 markers ahead of Bailey Murphy, who did not make the trek here.
And as we'll come around turns 13 and 14, put 1 lap in the books to the line. 9 laps to go. Mario Barrios, we'll see what the officials have to say about the start, but at least on the racetrack, it's all good. He'll lead lap number 1 and put us to 9 laps to go. And we'll go side by side down to Caleb here with more of the aftermath from Pro X30 qualifying. Caleb?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. I'm standing by here with Joe Turney. Joe, tell me about that qualifying session. You set the pole time, but it was tied with Paulie. He set it first. He gets the pole. Just tell me about that session.
Yeah, I guess it's fair. He kind of dragged me around to the time, so yeah, it would be good to go off the front row. It's not been the most straightforward week, and that was our highest position so far this week, so it was a good time to do it.
And again, you started the weekend on the standard gray Kart Republic, then Friday you were over on the FA Kart, then back to the traditional KR. What have you found with both of them? I know you've been kind of back and forth through them either in Tucson and here this weekend.
Yeah, we got 2 types of karts that we're trying, so yeah, different characteristics. They were both really evenly matched, and we sort of were running out of sessions to test everything we wanted, so we just went with the standard one a couple sessions before the quali, and it felt good, as did the other one, but I think we made a good choice with the kart we got, and yeah, let's see how we go today, and if it's not right, we can always think about something for Sunday.
And again, I got to remind you, it's been 3 years since you've been here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. What's kind of surprised you, or what has reminded you of this place? What have you had to kind of get used to this weekend?
Yeah, it's tough. Like, it's a different style racing around here and driving fast. Like, it feels like we're all driving it really hard to try and pull a time out of it, and it's a bit different to the other tracks where you can sort of roll around. Yeah, tight and twisty. We'll see what the racing's like. It feels a bit tough to follow. Really close, but hopefully it won't be too bad and we can stay close out there.
Well, thank you, Joe. Best luck later today.
Thank you.
Guys?
So we talked about development a little bit earlier, Rob, and there you have it. Yeah. Again, for Joe Turney, trying out a couple of different pieces of material here. Obviously, that one looked really good out on track in qualifying. 1/1000th better. Could have put him on the inside for the pole, and certainly that was an advantage for Mario Barrios here in this pre-final. I don't know if he needed to go as early as he did, and we could have another look back when we have a moment probably at that start to break it down for you viewers of why we're talking about it the way that we are. Right now, this is the battle for second, looming battle here. John May has gotten the better of Josh Sarche, and he has that spot there in the blue and yellow LN kart suit. His return to the seat. He had, I believe, 2 club races over the last couple of years, a former SKUSA Pro Tour competitor, former podium finisher in the, all the way going back to the last time we were at Tucson at the Winter Nationals over a decade ago. And after a decade essentially in and more so away, building his business back over in Charlotte, North Carolina, he, of course, has been one of the many success stories of karters that have taken the competitive edge and the, determination it takes to win and have a ton of success with his From the Ashes embroidery business back in Charlotte, North Carolina. He's having a lot of fun, I'm sure, here, and he's also recently announced he'll become a father here very soon, so we want to take a moment as well to say welcome back to the seat here, John, and congratulations to him equally, as he right now is hanging on strong here over Sarche, who obviously was the class of the field up there with DeLeo back in Tucson, and now we check in back with DeLeo trying to work his way up the field.
Yeah, it's interesting. You got to think there's a lot of racers who you saw run in the early, late teens, early 20s, a number of years ago on the SKUSA Pro Tour, and maybe think about, hey, I wouldn't mind trying to come back. Cool to see John May jump back behind the wheel. A late decision to come and join the race here this weekend, and finally a move there for the 477 to DeLeo, getting to the inside on Junaid Din. So he is through. Now he'll go to work on De La Garza Elizondo. See if he can't get another spot here. Not quite the dominance we saw out of DeLeo at Tucson, but knows that track much better. I would very much expect his first ever trip here to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. So taking all the track time from Thursday and Friday to figure things out, and we'll see how that plays out as he now works his way up to P5.
Yeah, he shouldn't have too much of a hard time here getting up to and potentially around Jose De La Garza Elizondo. It'll be a bit of a gap, obviously, to get back up to Sarche up the road, who runs just a couple of tenths away from May. But so far, so good in terms of rebounding here for Phil DeLeo. He's got a nice run coming up and over the hill on De La Garza. And he'll make that pass look textbook there down on the inside in turn number 12.
Yeah, that was very nice inside of 12, finishes at 13. And now he's got open racetrack. We'll start looking at some lap times here, but we are getting to the point where we're getting just a couple of laps still to go. You saw the lap time breakdown there for DeLeo, continuing to pick up more and more and more pace. Lost a little bit there on lap number 6. Did him, not surprising. That move to the inside of turn 12 is going to take a lot away from the corner speed you're going to be able to roll through that particular complex on the racetrack. So down a little bit there to a 60.210 leader, 59.925 last time by. Actually,
yeah,
that's 59.703 fast time for Barrios. Last time was a 60.821, so 6 tenths off the pace laid down by DeLeo.
Yeah, I don't know if Mario already was trying to back things down on by design or not, but he gave up nearly a full second to the cars behind. John May and Josh Sarche hit their personal best back last lap on lap number 6 and cut the gap down from 2.5 seconds down to 1.5. And as they roll out of the dogleg, we'll see if Barrios rebounds this lap or if that gap is indeed coming down. We're working to the end of lap number 6, and it'll even back out right there.
59.9 again for Barrios. May have dropped the wheel, may have just checked a little bit, as Xander said, but yeah, the gap's still there. 1.8 seconds, Barrios out front. But again, the issue is, unless I missed a rule change for the starts, Barrios came into the tram lines and moved to the middle of the racetrack outside the tram lines before even the green flag flew. So,
yeah, we'll see if we have the replay of that we can show to you guys here of that run and slow it down to explain a bit. Obviously, as Mario Barrios rolls out of 11, they're not going to have anything done while the race is running. If anything, he'd get dinged with a post-race penalty. And there's a number of them that are going to, of course, affect qualifying. Obviously, we mentioned in the grid lineup here for K-Master that it affected the likes of DeLeo and Christian Smith, that put them to the tail of the field. That's why DeLeo was charging forward, and we were taking a look at his times in comparison to what we're seeing out of the leaders. 2 to go now. Barrios across the line will put another one in. That'll be back down at a 59.77. The battle for second here between John May and Josh Sarche continues. 2.3 seconds now in the difference. Here's a look as we take a look at the Shop AKR replay. So the blue cones at the bottom of the screen is where you're supposed to accelerate as the pole sitter. Barrios is on the power before they even get into the tram lines. Watch this. He's already full throttle here about a good 100 feet before right there is the start box of anywhere inside the cones the pole man's allowed to accelerate. That's a little bit early for business here, Rob.
Are we not using the tram lines anymore because he came fully through to the tram lines as well?
That too. There'd be a tram line violation you could get dinged for equally.
Now the tram lines. I wasn't worried too much about the punch-off. More the tram line. He just moved to the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, the tram lines are allowed to break formation once that green flag waves. The waving happened before they got to the straight, but certainly he was out of the lines before the flag waved. So it might be a twofer here for the 411. and that would certainly put him back behind second and third, and by the looks of it, it'd also bump him all the way back behind DeLeo, who continues to run at a pretty consistent pace here, rolling average almost identical to his best lap, 60.03 for his average and a 60.01 for his best, which was last lap. He's continuing to hold pretty strong. Josh Sarche and John May equally were holding pretty even. Sarche has started to back things down here on this final lap now, and Barrios has been up and down, but outside of one kind of miscue and possibly a mistake that ultimately was the reason for it, about midway through at a 1:08, he's gotten back down to the consistent 59.7s. There you see how quickly DeLeo's already started to make headway towards second and third. He's going to come up just a couple of laps short here as we work through the final two hairpins, and Mario Barrios will take us out of 14.
Yeah, for Phil DeLeo, much different start, of course, for the main event. Here comes the checkered flag for Barrios. John May's going to hold on to second there, Sarche third, and his teammate Phil DeLeo will be fourth position. So we'll go from essentially the tail of the field, the outside of row 3 to the outside of row 2. It'll be a lot better of a start for DeLeo. He'll be in that battle with the top 4 drivers up front. So fast laps laid down, 59.856 for DeLeo, very close to the 59.703 of Barrios. Barrios had that quick lap there of the race, but again, very interesting, odd the start. I would expect some kind of penalties are going to come down for Barrios, so that jump, that tram line violation. Nonetheless, a 2.6 second lead and a win on John May. Barrios has the pace, just got to make sure you stay within the rules and the lines.
Certainly. Mario Barrios, provisionally your pre-final winner here in KA 100 Master. That puts one race in the books. We're going to continue to roll here as we've got a few more headed our way here before the lunch break. KA Masters done and dusted. We return. KA Juniors pre-final. We'll get underway.
Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Back at it and ready for pre-final action here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Let's run you through the starting grid here as we get things rolling for KA 100 Junior. Darren Kidd all by himself, able to go to the pole in qualifying alongside Tristan Murphy, Nico Orbezo, and Cameron Johnson, row 2. Santian and Woon on row 3.
Capping off your top 10 with Nathan Ramirez in 7th, Braden Wagner 8th, row 5, Nathan Golsas, and Hudson Hidalgo.
Marco Samet, Ben Gleverman on row 6, Vitor and Gutierrez back on row 7. Isaac Payne rounds the top 15 alongside Cruz Rodriguez.
Travis Pettit all the way back in 17th. Work to be done here in the pre-final if he wants to find himself on the podium. He'll start alongside Aaron Spears on row 9. Nico Katowski there as well, row number 10.
Here's a look back at the final bit of the field here. 15 rows and then a few more at the end of it. Colton Schniegenberg from pretty good in X30 Junior to way back in KA Junior. We're ready to go. Looking for green. TKGK Junior Pre-Final underway.
Strong start from the pole position for Darren Kidd, able to get through 1 and 2 cleanly. The rest of the field coming through 3. Over to turn number 4. Quick look over the shoulder for Kidd. Some open racetrack for the host driver development pilot. He'll lead him through 5, 6, and 7.
Good pass for Tristan Murphy. He'll get his way up and into third there with that move. It's Orbezo slotting into second, and a big diver down the inside was looked to be Ashton Woon on the move, and indeed it was. He's able to get his way into the top 5 just ahead of the GFC there, the 894, Braden Wagner. He's got Cameron Johnson in tow, a little 5-pack forming, but all good so far for Darren Kidd up front.
And we'll definitely have a look at where Travis Pettit ends the opening lap, all the way back in 17th for the start here. In this KA Junior category. Second place in points coming in behind Woon. So work to be done in the early running here. But Darren Kidd, as Xander had said, leveraging that fantastic run in qualifying. He holds the top spot. But Nico Orbezo locking on the rear bumper through 1 and 2. We'll have a battle potentially for the lead here, coming out of 2, 3, and over to turn number 4.
Monster start for Pettit as we pick him up there back in 12th, already up a number. And here's Kidd on defense as Tristan Murphy and Orbezo swap the second spot. Darren Kidd felt the pressure looming that you mentioned, Rob. He didn't want anything of it. He'll cover again in 6.
Yeah, a little help there from Tristan Murphy, as I think Orbezo may have been thinking about going by, but then you got to go start thinking about defense. That allowed Kidd to hold the spot. He is covered to the inside. We've seen a lot of that happen here before. You can run the low line here and hold people back, and he is already doing that now. So watch for 5th, 6th, and 7th to come in. Big move to the inside for Santian as well. He's going to take over the second spot, so move Holtz driver development to 1-2.
Good start here for the boys in lime green and white. The HDD machines will take them onto the front stretch. 2 down this time, 8 to go. Look how many have lined up behind him, though. Nathan Golseth looking for a move in 1. He'll get it away from Wagner. And Murphy trying to go back up to second. He'll get that job done in turn number 2.
Man, Xander, you can low line and cover around this racetrack. Run that defensive line, but when you do so, you're going to stack the rest of the field up behind you. You got to open up for fast laps in this particular track. When you cover the bottom, you lose so much of the corner speed and exit speed, and we'll see what kind of chaos that brings.
That was an awkward line there for Ashton Woon. I don't know if at the last second he wanted to pull the trigger on Valentino Santillan or defend, but either way he's going to go back and he's going to go off and around and into the front of the field. Oh my goodness, Ashton Woon, and 2 more will end up as casualties out of it. One of them looked to be the Iron Rock machine of Clayton Stiles, the other I think William Vitor, and up front it's hectic as well. New leader Nico Orbezo to the point.
Talk about being along for the ride. You can see Woon got shuffled off the outside of the racetrack, and as that thing was rolling backwards, you think about how, the kind of rain we've had over a little bit. He was on the brake, and he was just holding.
Oh, Darren Kidd out of 4th. Big spin, turn 1, drop the right rear off, and around he goes as well. Sorry, Rob.
I saw a couple of drivers do that yesterday. Both Formal and Wick had trouble coming out of 1, but you could see, going back to my point, Woon rolling back across the racetrack, kind of just holding his body, waiting for that first impact. Everybody else coming through, somehow able to get all the way over to the wall.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. That was a big pucker moment here. First, let's take a look at this. Darren Kidd trying to hang on and just follows behind. I mean, that little bit of losing your markers after being out by yourself in quali, and then here's the moment where Woon and Golseth kind of washed out up and over that curbing, and once the tire caught, and then there you see Ashton bracing for impact.
Wow.
And then rolls back and goes, oh, wow.
Well, listen, it was the 837 of Clayton Stiles that was able to kind of get through. He locked it up himself. Watch Stiles come through, see it, and get on the brake and spin it around.
I mean, a game of inches right there.
Did you see, once he hit the barriers, Woon gave a little clap of his hands, because that, as Xander, you said, could have been much, much worse.
So now Nathan Golseth, off the back of that a couple laps ago, has unfortunately, along with the rest of his group, lost a whole lot of ground to the leaders. You got Cameron Johnson behind him saying to point forward, but part of the worry they got to be focused on is the car that just lined up behind Cameron. Travis Pettit's now up and into the 7th spot. Or actually 6th. Mark him ahead now, Braden Wagner, who's gone from 4th all the way to the back of that train. And the top 3 have a little bit of breathing room. And we're just now going to get to the halfway mark here. It'll be 5 complete this time as Pettit goes now into the top 5.
And Xander, let's just add another little layer to that. Woon was the point leader coming in. So when you talk about kind of swings sometimes here in championship battles, Woon, is this going to be a drop race for him now? He's at the tail of the field. Not sure if he was able to get refired to work his way back forward at all. but he's going to have to be a monster in the main event, working his way back forward. Otherwise, this will be a drop race, and that's not what you want to have during the first half of the season.
No, not whatsoever, Rob. I mean, that is a tough break here for Ashton Moon to have that. You want to be able to roll into Newcastle in a month and a half time with a whole lot of cushion, knowing that you've got 4 good rounds in the bank. Big fast lap. While we've been talking a lot about Travis Pettit, how about Colton Schniegenberg? He is all the way back in 15th. Why is he that far back? He started in 30th. I mentioned again, he had to go from the back here. He had that wild moment at the end of qualifying in the turn 11 section. There's Ashton Moon on the other side of the fence. Unfortunately, watching this race without a helmet on and from the sidelines. But Colton Schniegenberg on a tear through the midfield here. He's now going to get another one as he pulls up to the back of Marco Samet. That's on one of the Bennett machines he was able to get the better of, and it looked to be Nathan Ramirez, who drops from 10th somewhere to the early teens. And the fighting continues here with 4 laps to go. But a great point as well, Rob, as you bring up about the championship, because, yes, this is a huge swing here, especially in just the pre-drop standings.
Look at that front bumper on Schniegenberg there as well.
Yeah, that's
looks like
might have gotten a little bit of use. I mean, when you're starting in the Hornets' nest, that's pretty high odds of having something like that happen to you for sure.
He's up 17, though. That's a fantastic run for him. Moses up 9 spots as well. So a number of drivers. Ruben Gutierrez up 7th. He split the difference, started 14th. He's up to 7th. And here's a big cover to the bottom there for Murphy. Does that work coming through turn number 12? Able to hold off that 891 of Santian there, coming through turn number 13 and 14. So front 3 drivers starting to battle a little bit here right now with Orbezo right there. They do have a bit of a gap back to that next group, so about 2.4 seconds. But you can see that Travis Pettit up 13. What a recovery for Pettit. He's used his own pace, some issues for other drivers. Pettit started 17th. He's into 4th. Massive recovery.
This is a huge run forward here for Hurricane Trav, and equally for Schniegenberg, even with a potential pushback. I mean, going up 18 spots now to the 12th position. And as we keep an eye on the top 3 here, we're working our way over to the S's, and we're headed actually right here to where Caleb Vieska is standing with Ashton Woon off the side of the racetrack. Murphy, your leader. On to you, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. I'm standing by here with Ashton Woon. Scared.
Well, I was kind of on the outside with the S's, and I kind of caught a bumper on Nate, and it kind of went off and then just flew through the corner, but I'm really glad that I'm all right because that was a very scary incident. I was bracing for impact the whole time, basically, because there's been a bunch of crashes today, and I didn't really want anybody to hit me. But I thank everybody for looking out, because if they hit me, and that could have been ending my career.
Talk to me about the championship here, Ashton. Again, this one you're starting from the back later on today in the main event. Just tell me about it.
I know we're pretty fast. I just got to push forward. I seen Schniegenberg. He's getting up there right now. He started dead last, so I feel like I can do it too. But this is going to hurt the championship a little bit, but, I just got to put my head down.
Most importantly, Ashton, good to see that you're all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great point there from Caleb. He's right there where they just went by, and now with a lap and a half to go, things are really heating up in the race. We'll wait on the championship because this championship could change a lot based on what happens in these next 5 drivers. Lap and a half. Pettit side by side with Orbezo. To the lead goes Tristan Murphy, Valentino Santillan in second, and somehow Nathan Golseth has followed Pettit to the promised land of the top 3. 1 to go.
Yeah, you wonder whether or not Pettit should be rolling the dice here. Started 17th, already has the success of moving forward, but they are having such an aggressive run up there right now. Santillan tries to go to the inside of Murphy. You can see that Pettit kind of there watching everything unfold right now, looking over the shoulder. This is some wild stuff as a couple more drivers, Nathan Goldseth and Ruben Gutierrez, Xander, into it as well. Make it 6 drivers. Add in maybe Nico Katowski coming in here as well. The battle firing up here. Final lap for KA100 Junior in their pre-final.
7 deep in the lead pack as they go to the S's. Tristan Murphy's held them off pretty well thus far. He's got just a couple major zones to get through as Golseth tries a very aggressive move right there. It did not work, and now they're going to go 3 wide, and they'll split him. Katowski by along with Gutierrez. Santillan looking, had a better thought about it there in 13. Orbezo on Pettit, back and forth. Orbezo to the outside, will end up in the grass. And back goes the 838. Here comes the whole pack. Tristan Murphy will score the pre-final win. It's going to be a scrum to the line for the top 5. And it goes the way of Gutierrez and Golseth. Tristan Murphy hangs on. a characteristic and par for the course wild one here in K Junior. There's Darren Kidd, by the way, punching the steering wheel, crossing the line. A frustrating race for him, no doubt about that. Having the pole in qualifying, spinning out of fourth, and only rebounding to down in the early 20s.
So much chaos on that final lap down in turns 12, 13, and 14. You saw that Orbezo trying to hold on the outside of Travis Pettit. That was not going to work, and found himself off the race. Like, he was not happy with those around him, but I think you're on the outside there. Your exit strategy at that point, you're going to be in trouble. Not much he could do. Travis Pettit had the inside and the apex coming out of that corner. Gutierrez and Goldseth leveraged that to be able to work their way in. And for Travis Pettit, like right in the middle of the chaos there, from 17th up into the top 5, the recovery was already done. He came inches from potentially losing it all, but a little bit lucky there, I think, to come out. But although he was on the inside, able to hold the spot, he'll end up P3. I think a massive recovery for him. Murphy and Santian, great runs to first and second, but plus 14 for Pettit. Trying to work his way in the championship standings, especially with the point leader Woon finishing at the very tail of the field in 36. An epic swing in KA 100 Junior still with the main event to come.
So Tristan Murphy ends up as the provisional winner of the pre-final in KA Junior, and there is a lot to digest from it. But how about it for Colton Schneegenberg? Woon made a great point there, and cool to hear Ashton being as upbeat as he was about the incident. For one, obviously happy that he's okay, and second, going, hey man, I'm watching Colton. He's driving from the back of the field, and he's gotten up pretty far. He knows that main event's going to be just about double the distance, double the time, and Schneegenberg able to go 30th all the way to 7th with the fast lap to boot.
Xander, just gives you and I something else to talk about, right? Not only are we going to talk about the battle up front and the group and who's going to be able to try to go for the race win. We already saw some hectic racing. Guys trying to cover the inside, some defensive running, some defensive lines. We're going to be able to have a good look at Ashton Woon coming from the tail of the field. Good stuff for him coming, I think, more this afternoon.
Let's go down to Caleb here for a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. And I'm down here at exactly turn number 11, a corner that, again, maybe our high up camera angle doesn't do it justice, but it is a very, very bumpy corner. There's a bump just right in the middle of it. I would say hardest corner on the national circuit to kind of get through. This is really a corner that can win or lose some people a couple races, as we just saw with Ashton Woon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we've seen drivers have trouble not just with the entry, but with the exit. You know, guys getting through that corner, dropping wheels. We saw Blake Nash with yesterday, a couple drivers in qualifying earlier today. One of the GFC drivers, I think it was Turner Brown, dropping a wheel there. There are a couple of corners here on this racetrack where if you do get outside of the racing surface, you're going to find yourself in trouble.
This one here, one of our adjustments from previous events, getting a little better look at it. And like Caleb said, I mean, we are up on an elevated platform here, about 8 feet off the ground with this angle and another couple of feet to the tripod. So really about 12 feet up from it. And yet we're at eye level almost to the entrance to the S's, how much it drops down. And again, that massive load, we've seen so many drivers jump over the curb, but even still the asphalt has certainly worn in and had some character right here. You're under load, you're turning the car, and then that bump, you hit it wrong. We've seen even the best of them get caught out by it over the last couple of days, and we've got some more of the All-Stars coming up here in our final 2 sessions before the lunch break on the day. The Micro Swifts currently gridded up and about to go green here any moment, pretty much as soon as the track gets cleared. And then after them, we'll get ready to go into heat racing action here for the pro shifters with what should be a very, very interesting heat race. Kyle Wick finally gets a pretty starting spot after all the runs he's had in Super Pole, the number of times where he has made it and then ultimately, like he said, not had the best performance, ending up in the bottom half of the 12. We'll get to start from the inside of the front row. But I think based on how dirty and how many off-track excursions we've seen, the dirtiness of the inside lane, could it catch him out? Could it give the advantage to Morgado starting on the right-hand side? We'll certainly not have to wait long to find out. They're coming up right after this one with the youngsters getting ready to do battle. Micro Swift led onto the circuit here by Jack Katowski.
Yeah, Dusty Strayer on the outside of road number 1, Shep Sullivan, and Tristan Francisco on road number 2, Trey Sanders and Liam Capatiello on road number 3.
Row number 4 is Cohen Scott and Bo Wyatt. Sebastian Kim and Carson Bishop will complete the top 10 starters here for Grupo Santana Vega Micro Swift. Then it's Andres Marcelo Pena and Wiley Lee on row 6. Kip Canals and Chase Zolman on row 7.
Benjamin Monroy will be starting 15th inside of row 8 alongside Baron Chen, Emmett Dalton, and J.J. DeShong, row 9. And then the rest of the field lining things up here as well. It's going to be some interesting racing here for the drivers here in the micro category. Tristan Francisco outside of row number 2, Xander. Point leader coming in over Trey Sanders, 35 points, separating first and second as we head here into round number 3.
So far, so good on the outlap in terms of having all 26 of them together, potentially only 25. Trying to look and make sure that we've got them all, as should be a full 13-row grid. Headed out of turn 14 and down our way once again to get things started. We're ready for action here for the 7 to 10-year-olds as they roll onto the front straightaway. Micro Swift pre-final, already a little bit out of sorts here early on the gas, and we are away, and it's a huge jump for Dusty Strayer.
Very messy mid-pack. We got a driver over in the back of the pack there coming into turn number 1. Contact. 3 or 4 drivers together. More contact here coming through turn number 2. So messy across the line at the green flag. Messy in 1 and messy in 2 as well. A rough start for the drivers here in micro in their pre-final.
Kip Canals, one of them down at turn number 2. It looked like it was around the early teens for the driver that went up and over at turn 1. The officials are quick to him, and they'll make a split-second decision if they need to bring the on-site medical team out and bring this race to a halt. But it was just a messy start into the lines for these young guns. I mean, they were out of order, it looked like, on the inside lane, and then ultimately kind of an early punch-off for the front row, and the outside lane getting the jump, and now Tristan Francisco going all the way from what was a 4th-place starting spot to the lead here by the end of this opening lap.
Yeah, Katowski getting up there as well. Dusty Strayer holding on to second. But Katowski working his way up into the 3rd spot. Shep Sullivan into 4th as well. It is a 3-driver breakaway right now. A 4-cart chase group kind of lining up here as well. They're going to go 2 wide. Sullivan finally tucks back in behind Bo Wyatt. But underway here now with, again, a 3-driver battle. And Xander, no red flag, so that bodes well for the driver over in turn number 1.
Yeah, that part certainly good. We'll wait for Caleb Viesca to give us a status update of who it was. It looks like only 2 drivers haven't crossed the line, Dylan Marchandini and Rodolfo Garza, 24 all continuing, and then a handful of the number of drivers that were involved in the early incidents. I think the other driver besides Knaus in turn 2 was Wiley Lee in the 268 Bennick. So he's down back in 22nd. Knaus down in 21st. And one off at the top of the hill. Bo Wyatt with a big miscue in 11. Right rear tire. He was able to hang on to it, dirt tracking it. And he spends about half of his racing pedigree in a dirt car. But that's not exactly what was supposed to be the plan this weekend, doing some extra lawn mowing for Sean Bailiff out of the S's.
Jack Katowski up into 2nd, was 3rd just that lap ago. He goes into the challenge spot. Trying to chase down Tristan Francisco, leads the way. Top 3 drivers doing a good job jetting away thus far. 1.8 seconds Strayer from Trey Sanders in 4th spot. We talked about that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th group. Shep Sullivan now up into the 5th position. Bo Wyatt 6th. Cohen Scott, Liam Compatiello in 8th. Sebastian Kim 9th, and Andres Pena 5th place in the points, coming in currently 10th spot. And it's Katowski to the lead now, as both he and the 221 of Dusty Strayer able to move Francisco back to 3rd.
They've got a pretty decent gap back to the field as well. I mean, up and over a second and a half. Even with that pass, it doesn't look like they've noticeably lost a ton of time. There is some movement going on back there. Looked like Shep Sullivan, Bo Wyatt, and Trey Sanders were trading spots. But here's Francisco already quickly to rebound with a move on Strayer in turn 13, marking back up to 2nd. And Jack Katowski will take us around to the front straightaway once again, this time with the lead in hand. 3 down, 7 to go. And as they roll through turn number 2 already, Francisco wants that spot right back.
Yeah, I like it. Every one of these drivers wants to be up front. Like to see the battle continuing on. Let's see if Strayer can stay with them.
Here's a look at Bo Wyatt. Full on opposite lock up the hill out of 11. He shrugged his hand there as if he got some help to that moment. Obviously, we were kind of keyed in on the leaders, so we only got the consequences of whatever transpired at the apex. But he seems to have rebounded pretty nicely. He's back up to 4th, and he set the fast lap of the session in the process. So back on the move is the 251 of Bo Wyatt.
I like it. Off the, feed the wheel into it, keep the throttle down, and able to continue on. So, yeah, great job there for Bo Wyatt, continuing to lead the way right now in terms of pace. P4 chasing that next group. And I'll tell you, Xander, they keep racing the way they are, 4th, 5th, and 6th, making a shot at this. It looked to me at a time, as we're just only going to get the crossed halfway flags this time by, that the top trio was going to be able to pull away, but all this back and forth action, that's breathed new life into Wyatt, Sanders, Sullivan, and Compatiello.
Yeah, it was not going to take a whole lot. I mean, they were not far away, and even with a move to change 4th as fast as Bo Wyatt is, that quickly was made up. And then up front here, we have done nothing but change positions just about every single lap. I don't think there's been a lap that's gone by where the top 3 have stayed the same on the pylon. Strayer now on the blue and chrome back up to 2nd. And that move right there might have just done it to connect the dots and get Bo Wyatt into drafting range.
And the way they had lined up and got out of the gate, the early lap chaos, I think if they would have just ran nose to tail for 4 or 5 laps, I think they would have been okay. But no, a ton of racing. I think all 3 of the drivers in the lead group have been out front at one point. But again, yeah, 4th, 5th, and 6th are here. Wyatt, Sanders, and Sullivan. Within striking distance here. It's not going to take much for them to get right back into it. So indeed, lap 5 going in the books here.
And as they roll down to 2, finally we have a bit of calmness. I think now they've realized how close the rest of the pack's gotten, because it's not just 4th, 5th, and 6th. Liam Compatiello now fastest on the racetrack, all the way back in 7th on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart, a 62.83. That's a 5/10 improvement compared to the race leader. He's in that red and yellow machine just at the corner of our frame right here coming into turn number 7, and he's latching onto the back of Shep Sullivan. So we might be 7 deep here in this lead group. We certainly will be if Bo Wyatt makes some noise, and he is marching up to the leaders right now. He just ate that gap up through the S's. It's down to a car length between himself and Katowski.
Yeah, Xander, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd last time by, all in the low 103s. Everybody behind them in the high 102s. They gained at least a couple of tenths of a second, and look at it. The trio that was all back is now locking and loaded down into very close to being a potential 7-car nose-to-tail battle. You see Compatiello back there in the 213. He's up on the wheel again. Here comes the cover, down to the bottom for Katowski to turn number 2. Book it, he's through.
A lap and 3/4 to go. There was multiple moments all transpiring right there from turn 1 to turn number 2. Somehow we've still kept them all together. Katowski's going to begin defense mode here up front as he's realized that they have a huge party on their hands here in the main group.
Xander, which driver from 4 to 7 is going to come away with the top 3 here, right? They're all racing back there. If they start racing each other, they're going to let the top 3 get away as well. But if they just kind of work with each other, I think they're going to be able to infiltrate it. Here we go. A big move to the inside for Strayer, but he's going to lose some on the exit.
Yeah, he just barely had the cart step out from underneath him, and now Bo Wyatt all the way to the lead here. Francisco into 2nd. Shep Sullivan up to 3rd there in the black and yellow.
Shep Sullivan into the 3rd spot. Here's a move to the inside as well. Oh, don't give it up too much coming on the outside there. That's a 231 to Trey Sanders getting in there as well.
2 and 3 wide as Liam Compatiello goes the long way around on Strayer. Just runs out of stream, but he gets Sullivan. Here comes more. Cohen Scott, Sebastian Kim, Andres Marcelo Pena a little bit further away, but Carson Bishop all the way into the top 10. And as they roll on this final lap, Bo Wyatt has already built a margin. This is going to be a fight to get into the top 3, Rob, because the leader is gone. The fight is on for 3rd as Sanders gets shuffled to the wayside.
Yeah, Bo Wyatt, the benefactor of this one. He's going to be able to run full-on racing line, no cover at all, or defensive lines for him. He's going to be able to run away here. Francisco, Sanders, Katowski, Strayer last time across the line, but it's Katowski back up into 2nd. Compatiello right there as well, climbing the curb and through 11. He'll try to come to the inside of the racetrack. Strayer's right there as well. Watch for Strayer to go to the inside of turn 12.
Dusty Strayer down the inside. Contact behind him. 2 together. Shep Sullivan goes for a wild ride in turn 12, and he's stuck in the grass. Up front, battling on for 3rd. Katowski trying to hang on. To the line, it'll be Bo Wyatt that will score this pre-final win. Tristan Francisco to 2nd. A drag race for 4th. Give it to Compatiello with the extra bit of effort there to get to the line over Dusty Strayer. Wow.
Yeah, Wyatt, Francisco, and Katowski, the top 3, as we had a lot of guys shaking things up Bo Wyatt, the big winner on that one. All that chaos allowed him to go and run away to a 0.6 of a second victory here in the pre-final for Micro. Capatiello was right there, as Xander had said. Strayer ends up in 5th. Sanders 6th. Sebastian Kim, Cohen Scott getting some spots there in the final circuit as well. Carson Bishop getting his way up into 9th, but the big loser on that one, tough one for Shep Sullivan as he got hammered and got moved to the inside of the racetrack. Xander out in turn number 12, was not able to complete the final circuit.
So that puts us with 3 pre-finals completed. This one looked pretty clean, at least for the front runners, so I don't think there'll be too much to say about it. If anything, Bo Wyatt's on-track session that would have put him backwards was really on his own accord with that big off-track moment in 11, and incredible speed for him to be able to drive back through the field. But it's time for the big dogs to eat here. The last session before we take a break and eat here for the lunch break. Pro Shifters opening heat race on the weekend. Getting ready to roll for the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. 34 of them. And Mateus Morgado 1 spot shy of the top qualifying effort from round number 1 on the outside of round number 2 here in Batavia, Ohio. We'll be right back, folks. Pro Shifter action. Heat number 1 coming up next.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back here, folks, to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Just about ready to let them loose for Pro Shifter Heat number 1, presented by PSL Karting. Just waiting on the 1-minute command as we're about set to roll. Kyle Wick and Mateus Morgado on the front row, and Caleb Vieska standing by for a last bit of intel. Caleb.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. And on that exact topic, while Kyle Wick did win the pole position, the outside here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati has been notorious for gifting some great starts. And that's exactly where the number 5 of Mateus Morgado is getting ready to start this race.
Indeed, it'll be a clean outside run into turn number 1, certainly for Mateus Morgado, as they get ready to fire off direct drives in terms of the way they'll launch, where all the other classes have the onboard starters, the mechanic to push these drivers away. They'll quickly get into gear and then begin warming up the engines and the brakes to try and get that start nice and tidy. Kyle Wick on the right there in the black and white GFC. Mateus Morgado in the black, white, and orange Velocity Racing Sodi. 34 drivers getting ready to take on this 16-turn, 95/10 of a mile circuit here at the MCC Kartplex. Here with our Kart class official track map. Taking a look at the circuit. Rob, we touched on it at the beginning of the broadcast here, and this place, a lot of places to pass, a lot of places to also get it wrong here is with the run down to turn number 1.
Yeah, it's good
for round number 2 of the championship as he tries to go for his 3rd Pro Tour title in just as many tries. But Lachlan Tomlinson, this one's going to be one to watch here. The youngest on the grid in the top 10. And that's saying something because Gage Korn is equally just as young as Lachlan. A couple of teenagers amongst a couple of guys that have raced Pro Shifter and won Pro Shifter national and world titles as long as these two kids have been alive.
Indeed, so Wick and Morgado on row 1, Kremers and Tomlinson row 2, Musgrave and Korn row 3, Irwin and Gulick row 4, Pickett and Valiente row 5, Myers and Boer row number 6. Those were the 12 drivers that made their way to Super Pole. Kyle Wick coming away with the 51.917. Drivers working their way into their grid positions. About time for that standing start.
Yeah, just about time here, folks, as we get set to go green, waiting on timing and scoring to kick it over to the full session. But you'll see your favorite driver lined up here on the tram lines as we ride with the Superkarts USA officials, quickly hustling to get the entirety of the field into the boxes. And once we get it, that last box, that last cart, the all-clear signal is given. Pro Shifter, heat number 1. We go up to the starting station and look for the green flag or the lights to go out in this case. And here we go.
Oh, big effort to the inside. Wick did not want to give up at all, but look at Tomlinson getting a run to the inside as well. Wick around the outside of turn number 2. It'll be the 94 Kremers, I think, leading out of 3.
Marin Kremers with a huge heads-up play through turn number 2. Wick to second, Morgado third, Musgrave fourth, Tomlinson fifth, and it's Jacob Gulick hanging on with a number of them all over his heels into turn number 7 as they bottle into the corner. Look at Vincenzo Saraceno, first one on the high side, trying to make up some ground along A.J. Myers as Wick goes to work. And it is no different of the story from Tucson. Maureen Kremers this time doing it from row 2, getting the lead early.
Yeah, I love the way that Wick was able to make the move to the inside. Really, he wanted to force the issue, did not want to give it up. He knew he wasn't going to have the great grip on the inside as well. That pushed him wide coming on the exit. It's just a fantastic run to the inside for Kremers to take the lead.
3 of them together, Ethan Boer, Jay Irwin. Weird moment in turn 12, back at the end of the top 10. They're way down the order now. Something happened there, but up front, challenge for the lead already, and Kremers knows that he's going on protection mode.
A 2-driver breakaway. Let's see if Kremers gives himself an opportunity to stretch away. Is to the inside. Yeah, that's half a car width to the inside at turn number 4 there. That's going to allow Morgado to potentially close back. He's getting pressured big time here, though, by Billy Musgrave, the factory car driver, all up on the Velocity Racing Sody Kart driver for P3. Still Kremers with the Maranello out front.
Billy Musgrave, like you said, all over Morgado, who has not always been the fastest out of the gate, but has been one of the best on the long run. And Billy trying to take advantage of maybe a short run advantage on him. Equally, Jacob Gulick on the back of Lachlan Tomlinson. How about Danny Formal making quick work of that unfortunate effort in qualifying that saw him miss out on the transfer to Super Pole, having to start outside the top 12. He's already up to 7th. Massimo Valiente currently riding in the 8th spot. And Jay Irwin down the board. Andrew Boydeshow down the board. Ethan Boer involved and into the scale line along with Boydeshow.
Tough one for Ethan Boer, who comes back, as we said, gets to get himself into the Super Pole, but can't translate that into a solid finish here in the opening heat race.
Andrew Boydeshow there shrugging the scales as well. And like you said, heartbreak for Boer, one of the rookie standouts over the years, and now returning as the battles are on. Musgrave on Morgado further back, Formal and Valiente and Tomlinson duking it out. 3rd and 5th up for grabs.
Little move there to the inside for Morgado as Musgrave took a little look, and a little cover to the inside for Morgado to try to hold that spot. That's going to allow these leaders to stretch away. Kremers and Wick pulling a bit more of a gap right now. It seems like Morgado in the early run of a 12-lap heat race here, having to battle to hold back Billy Musgrave in the factory cart.
Kyle Wick sets the fast time. Initially, the lap before it was Massimo Valiente, as now we check in with the end of the top 10. A.J. Myers in the number 2 plate trying to go forward. A rough go in quali, especially in the Super Pole, but really ultimately just not the best start to the weekend. Mirroring what he had at the Winter Nationals, the speed seemed to not come as easily for him over the last 2 days. He's riding with Gage Korn and Gavin Bailiff back there, is up front, checking in there just for a moment with the lead, and why we're showing you the battles inside the top 10 is Marin Kremers has started to open that gap up over Kyle Wick. Jacob Gulick, Wick's teammate, also fading back a bit towards Formal. So coming to the end of lap number 4 now, still with plenty of life left in this session, but Kremers starting to look good here in the 94 machine.
So remember, Formal as well coming in 3rd place in the points, not the qualifying effort he wanted. Now starting to put the pressure on his teammate Jacob Gulick. How aggressive is Formal in trying to go by a fellow GFC driver? Does he settle it and see if Gulick has anything to close up on the Morgado-Musgrave battle, or does Formal Xander get aggressive, work his way up into P5?
Here's a look at Jay Irwin trying to rebound here. He has gotten by a couple of his fellow Birol Art machines. That's Kyle Drysdale in the 29, along with the 69 of Anthony Freeze as well in the West Coast Motorsports entry. But Irwin under pressure from Drysdale, who, to Kyle Drysdale's credit, he was almost able to transfer into Super Pole. Now gets one over on the number 6 plate, as we'll go now 5 laps in the books here. Kyle Wick all the way on the edge there at 1, Rob. He was hanging it loose through turn 1 trying to keep up with Kremers.
And he had an issue earlier in the week here, dropping a wheel and looping it around there as well. So dancing on the razor's edge a bit there for Kyle Wick. But again, watch the kind of gap separate between everybody right now. You can see the cushion that Kremers has, a little bit of breathing room. Same goes for that battle we saw between Morgado and Musgrave. That stretched out a little bit. Musgrave was putting a lot of pressure on the number 5 Sodi Kart there for a number of the early laps, but things have kind of settled in here as we go through the midway laps of a 12-lap contest.
Right now, Mateus Morgado is charging here. He hit the fastest lap of the race last time by the number 5 plate at the halfway mark, starting to really hit his stride. Here we go, down to turn number 1. Another purple lap time out of the former Pro Tour champ, Mateus Morgado. He had to go heavy on protection back from Billy Musgrave, but now he is certainly closing up the margin to Kyle Wick and Marin Kremers, and Wick is closing back up to Kremers ever so slightly. The last lap kind of stabilized at that 2.5 marker, but Morgado really beginning to reel in the number 4 plate, especially he's got a great launch out of turn 7 into the S's here, and Wick really missed the right-hand curve there in turn number 10, and that's going to cost him, and he takes a look back and sees that black and orange machine getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, the biggest friend right now for Kremers is going to be Morgado, putting the pressure now on the 4 of Wick. Kremers, of course, worried early as Wick was right there, but indeed, first and foremost, Morgado able to clear Musgrave, not have to worry about that challenge. Now he's going to work here on Kyle Wick. Morgado, the fastest driver on the racetrack. Front 4 drivers on screen right there. Behind them, a couple of GFCs and Gulick and Formal. Tomlinson runs in 7th. Valiente 8th. Myers up into 9th. And Bailiff now up into the 10th position. +3 for Gavin Bailiff. Did not make the transfer. Was just on the outside looking in, but +3 in heat race number 1 to work his way forward.
That graphic right there said it all, from 4.5 tenths up down to 2 tenths flat between Morgado and Kyle Wick. Wick a little better in the S's this time as he tries to mount a charge back again towards Kremers, but the leader's tightening as further back. Danny Formal's got company. Lachlan Tomlinson has started to find some speed, and Massimo Valiente just hit the fast lap of the race to pit Morgado for it. He is, along with Tomlinson, putting a lot of heat on the 4-time Supernats champ, and a big bobble for Lachlan as Jay Irwin is out in turn 4 at the same time. Huge championship implications for the points leader.
Xander, I just looked at where he was on track. He actually lost a spot to Anthony Freeze as well. You wonder whether there's some kind of a mechanical or an issue that put him back there in the first place. Look what we got going on here right now, though, as we've got to move. Wick has lost a spot and moved Morgado up into 2nd. That's brought Musgrave in here as well.
Mateus Morgado pulling the trigger. It didn't even look like he was hardly close enough to Kyle Wick that time coming by the loop at all. And now, as they roll their way now through and around the back section of the racetrack, Marin Kremers, your leader, to Mateus Morgado.
Before we saw the issue for Jay Irwin, we were having a look at the fast times, and both Tomlinson and Valiente laid down some smoking laps down to low 52 fours rather, and those were being used to work their way up on Danny Formal. Dropped a little bit back to 53 flats, but up front 52.5 for Kremers as he continues to lead the way. 53.1 for Morgado, so still over 2nd gap for Kremers up front.
Danny Formal, Lachlan Tomlinson, Massimo Valiente, A.J. Myers out of the mess of it has gotten his way upwards into the top 10. Josh Conkers rebounded nicely from that penalty he had to endure in qualifying. He's up 5 and on the move a bit. And for Massimo Valiente with the fast lap of the race a lap ago, I mean, the pressure is still on Lachlan Tomlinson, but equally on Formal as Marin Kremers continues to lead, and he'll be coming around to put 10 laps on the board. 2 laps to go this time by when we get back to the timing loop.
Kremers, Morgado, Wick, Musgrave, Gulick, top 5. Formal, Tomlinson, Valiante, Myers, and Gavin Bailiff, your top 10 right now. The fight for second not done. Oh, issue there for Morgado. He almost drops a wheel. He'll cover to the inside of 2.
Huge mistake out of Mateus. A rare one out of him as Hunter Pickett is off in 12. But Mateus Morgado, heavy fire now coming his way. Kremers should be clear and good to the end. Kyle Wick down to the inside, big time send, and he'll park it and get by, and around goes Jacob Gulick in front of the field.
Gulick got over the back of the number 1 of Musgrave and looped that machine around. An aggressive move for Wick to the inside of that corner to take that spot away over in 6 and 7. Beautiful pass. Fight continuing here further back. Big slider to the inside there for the 68 of Valiente as the fight continuing here over the last couple laps.
Lachlan Tomlinson, Massimo Valiente, and Danny Formal have continued to just stay glued together this entire heat race. 1 lap to go. Wick back up to second after giving up that spot to Morgado early on. And now with a whole lot of breathing room backwards to Morgado and Musgrave, they'll probably stay in station here to the end.
Xander, does this not have a feeling of a main event as opposed to heat number 1?
Talk about some wild championship implications here, especially, right, with Jay Irwin going out. That's a huge hurt in what was already a very close points battle in here. Formal hanging on over Valiente for valuable points in this heat race.
We picked up quickly there David Carmendi out, I believe, as well, in the Carbo's Maranello number 22.
So David Carmendi out, and all the while, Marian Kremers had a bit of pressure early on, and he has simply released the throttle. There is problems for Kyle Wick. The number 4 is out in the grass. Where is that? That is coming on the hill, I think, halfway through the last lap. Kremers with the heat win. Mateus Morgado up to second. Musgrave will get third. And Kyle Wick, what happened to the number 4 machine?
Man, he had just taken back second place from Morgado with a very strong move in turn number 7. Only a lap later, he finds himself off in the grass, sitting on the top of the seat, head hung in disappointment. Such a tough one there for Wick. He's going to fall to the tail of the field. He and Irwin, 2 drivers we would have expected rolling in here for race wins. Trouble here in the opening heat race of the day. Unbelievable stuff for Kyle Wick as he is out. Kremers with the win, dominant by 1.3. Morgado second, Musgrave. Formal ends up going up to P4 with Valiente in 5th. Yeah, so Formal, there had to have been contact. Formal, Valiente, and Tomlinson all able to get by. I wonder if there was some contact potentially with Wick there on that last lap. I don't see damage on the race car, though.
With what he was looking at over at the motor, I mean, he was ahead of Morgado and Musgrave. Formal and them, they were 5th, 6th, 7th, and back to Myers. But for Kyle Wick to go out the way he did, I mean, there was no one else around him on this last lap here. And I think ultimately what burned him was just in the run coming out of 7 and into the S's, starting at turn number 8, looking at where he went off. Oh, no, you're right. That is contact. No, the engine. A full C's right at turn 10.
100%.
Great angle, great catch by our camera operator all the way down by turn number 1. Look at this one more time, folks. Sideways, getting ready to go down through the shifts. And I wonder again if it just over-revved for a minute, because, I mean, that is a very quick section where you're banging down the gears. Kyle Wick, a gut punch on the final lap. Marian Kremers, by the way, with all that behind him, dominant performance.
Yeah.
Leads from turn 2 of lap 1 all the way to the checkers on lap number 12.
All that experience for Marian Kremers. Obviously placed the kart perfectly. That start, of course, saw Kyle Wick really force the issue on Morgado. They went a bit wide and won. Kremers able to come back down the inside, took the lead in turn number 2, and from there, really, although pressured early by Wick for a couple of laps, able to stretch away to get that race win. Morgado second and Musgrave in third. Now, I'll tell you, Kremers, again, super impressive there, heat race number 1.
Very impressive stuff for Marian Kremers. Carblos Racing Engines in Maranello, USA. Let's hear from him. Your Heat 1 winner, standing by with Caleb.
Thanks, Xander. And yeah, Marian, shades of Tucson with us starts, right? As soon as the lights go out, you're ready to pounce, take the lead, and you don't look back after that. Just tell me about that race.
Yeah, I don't know. Not much to say. That was great. Exactly how I wanted it to happen. Carl had a good start. Mate's a little bit better from the clean side, but Carl stayed in there. And that was enough for me to over-under them both on the exit. And
Yeah, good first lap. Had to defend for a little bit, but it was all right. And then started chipping away and getting a little bit of a lead going, and yeah, controlling it from there. So so far so good. The Maranello package is working good. Carlos has great engines like always, and yeah, we're feeling confident, more confident than we were in Tucson for sure.
And again, a little bit of shortness of breath. You're sweating. This place is one of the harder ones to kind of get around. Just tell me about the progression throughout the weekend at this track. Right, you still have another race today, the Superheat tomorrow, all on the same tire.
Yeah, that's the biggest unknown, is how the tire is going to last for multiple sessions. I think everybody's in the same boat. We all have been putting new tires on because we all want to start up front. So qualifying was going to be important. So nobody really knows how long the tire is going to last, I think. I haven't really looked at my tires, but they felt good for this session. And luckily I had a big enough gap towards the end of the session that I could manage it a little bit more and do a couple of slow laps towards the end, or slower laps, I should say. Physically, this track is very difficult. The 25 laps are going to be brutal. It's not as hot as it was in Tucson, luckily, but hitting all these curves in the S section is brutal on the body and it hurts. So, but like I said, everybody's in the same boat, just like with the tires, so it should be a lot of fun.
There you go, Martin. Well, best of luck later on today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, Martin Kremers, Heat 1 race winner.
Wow. I was impressed. Like, again, you start on the inside of row number 2 like he did. You've got to kind of plan out the scenarios that could happen, right? You knew the clean side of the track from Morgado. You knew the Wick didn't want to leverage, not be able to leverage and optimize the pole. So it happened kind of how he scripted it out, was able to over-under and get into turn number 2 with the lead. And I like maybe a little, forecasting of what we're going to see tomorrow, Xander. 25 laps around a very physical racetrack where you're pounding curbs. These guys are going to be feeling it on Monday morning for sure. But again, the racing I think is going to be fantastic. Still a long way to go in the pro shifter category.
Yeah, we went through the results, and again, there's just so much to take away from this heat race. Equally, what it does to the unofficial standings as well. Martin Kremers on top here for heat number 1. Mateus Morgado second. Look at the drivers further back though, right? Jacob Gulick with the spin. He rebounds to P20. Charlie Steins, the 9 plate, trying to recover a bit this weekend. And then Kyle Wick with the DNF out in the 4 plate. Hunter Pickett out. Jay Irwin out. Andrew Boydishow, Ethan Boer. That was a rough go for almost all of the black and white machines besides Formal, essentially. To start the weekend, where they seem to me to have the best overall team contingent in terms of speed of anyone on the weekend. And then in terms of the standings here for the pro shifters, the nice part about the pro shifter category is the fact that there are no drops here in their championship. It is a straight up all 3-rounder, everything counts. And so off the back of heat number 1 and qualifying, we get our first read of that as well. Mateus Morgado will inherit the points lead here coming out the end of heat number 1. Jay Irwin drops down the board to second. Kyle Wick was tracking for a big leap forward in the standings. He's still very much in the hunt, but he drops down the board to P6 off the back of heat number 1. 83 out of the lead there. Musgrave 5th. Kremers leaps up to 4th, and Formal, he was thinking championship. He hangs on to it with a great recovery in Heat 1. Much better to have a better Heat 1 than a quali issue. He's 3rd.
I think compared to where he was in the interview we had with him after qualifying to where he literally ended up finishing in the 4th spot, a night and day difference. And I'm sure he's shaking his head, maybe laughing a little bit. Most definitely a change of fortune here over the couple hours to start off the day here on a Saturday in Ohio.
So that brings us to the break in the action here with the top 10 in the championship standings provisionally all together, but there's so much to take away from that race. Of course, A.J. Myers, a quiet run to get to 7th. Conker ends up 8th. Yeah. Gavin Bailiff up to 9th. And then, we were getting ready to take a break from the activity. We're going to head back here in the countdown to green when we get back going in a little bit of time with more pre-finals and, of course, the second heat for Pro Shifter. But for now, that takes a break in our coverage, so we'll see you all then with the Perico countdown to green getting started here in a few moments. Lunch break. The time for us to gather our thoughts as well, Rob, with an action-packed morning.
me down again.
check real quick. Can I bring it back up to 90 bit?
couple of moments away from getting our coverage back going here for the MCC Kartplex for the afternoon batch of sessions. Now, we had a bit of a look at the point standings after the heat race as it unofficially concluded. However, we do have an update for you folks. Danny Formal was assessed a 15-second passing under yellow penalty in that heat race. He was going to end up third in the standings after the heat race concluded with a P4. He ends up dropping all the way down to 20th with that massive blow in heat number 1. And, of course, a number of things going down. Rob, you have a bit of insight as well of what happened to Kyle Wick in those closing laps.
Yeah, I spoke to Kyle's father. A failure with the spark plug on their engine changed the timing on the engine, and at that point, stick going through that final corner we talked about. Same goes for Jay Irwin, a mechanical failure with the power plant there as well. So two of the drivers up front with issues with the engine packages, and again, they'll get back, get things dialed in, and head back out on track for heat number 2.
So two big moments there. Jay Irwin, Kyle Wick, championship contenders there. Still very much in the mix. It's only 50 points to pay out in the heat race standings. However, that's a fair hurt for two drivers that were set up, in Jay's case, to continue his points march, or in Wick's case, a march towards the top. But it's now Mateus Morgado atop of the leaderboard in Pro Shifter at 22.5 markers over Irwin. Marin Kremers off the back of Heat 1 and starting good for Heat number 2, only 34 out of the lead. Formal and Musgrave, the provisional top 5 as they sit. To Wick, to Renadin, who sadly will start to drop as he's unable to be behind the wheel this weekend. Massimo Valiente into the Circle of Champs in 8th. Hunter Pickett, Vincenzo Saraceno, and Justin White in 11th. KA100 Senior now getting set to roll down on the grid for their pre-final. And a tale of two when it comes to Brandon Jarchakrak Racing's top guns in KA100 Senior. Paulie Massimino with a massive lap in qualifying that put him on the pole by nearly 2/10. But his teammate James Overbeck, fuel we saw was the confirmed liquid that was draining out of the airbox. They tried everything they could to get him underway and ultimately could not. He's rolling from the back of the field here for KA100 Seniors pre-final, along with a number of others that also had some issues in that session. Ruben Moya, another notable, a round 2 winner, going from the tail end of the field. And there'll be certainly a lot of action, if anything, from earlier today has taught us, Rob, because KA Junior, wild. Micro Swift, equally wild. And Pro Shifter, even when we thought things were starting to calm down, there was all kinds of action around the racetrack. Good battles, a couple of mechanical issues, and one moment that we didn't even get to bring to the viewers amongst everything. Lachlan Tomlinson had a full 360 and continue at turn 1, dropped the right rear off the racetrack, looped it around, popped it back into the right gear, and only lost about 2 seconds in one spot in the whole exchange. Heck of a day in the works here for the New Zealander, but the veteran up front, Paulie Massimino, getting ready to lead our KA Senior field to green here in a matter of moments.
Yeah, 3 straight pole positions here in the 2026 Pro Tour, and KA Senior for Paulie Massimino added another X30 Pro pole as well for the day. So things are going well with the Brandon Jarchakrak Lando Norris cars as they'll pull away. But I think, Xander, to surmise what you said, there are a number of drivers up front that we know are going to battle for the race wins. But here in this particular category, in this pre-final, 2 to watch from the back, James Overbeck and Ruben Moya. What we saw in the heat races we've seen so far, the pre-finals, you are able to move forward. The number of drivers have made big moves forward. Opening couple laps will be key. Taking advantage, placing your cart right for any chaos, and then getting aggressive for the remainder of the run. We've seen some good recovery drives already.
We definitely have. We've seen a number of drivers make up spots. Colton Schneegerberg, I think, has the most on the day. We'll see if that record gets topped. He was up 23 from 30th to 7th unofficially in that KA Junior Pre-Final. Here's how they'll line up for KA Senior, with Massimino and Ramos up front, Halfin in hand on row number 2, Eli Warren and Caleb Gaffera and all Holtz row 3.
Yeah, Jackson Gibson was right there as well on row number 4. Jackson, one of the drivers we've seen very impressive coming out of the gate in his rookie season. Again, working your way through the grid here, pre-final 7, 8, 9, 10 rows. You'll see guys like local favorite Finnegan Bailiff, Colin Lloyd, Caden McQueen. Just some issues potentially with the power plant for Caden McQueen. They're going to dial things in. I talked to Chris Knifick from Velocity Racing at lunch. They're hoping to get that thing dialed in again. There you go, folks. Road number 14, Overbeck on the outside. Moya on the inside.
The national number 3 plate and the most recent KA Senior main event winner on the SKUSA Pro Tour, Ruben Moya, 27th and 28th. They're not alone, having to work their way from the back. Joseph Hewitt, Spencer Smith, Ibrahim Dean, Daniel Quintero, Nicholas Mercer. 35 drivers strong here for KA100 Senior, presented by Kart ZRG USA. 10 laps. Put it on the board, into the tram lines. Massimino on the right in the blue, white, and yellow. Diego Ramos in that PSL karting, red and white barrel art. We're ready to get the action back underway from Batavia, Ohio. It's the SKUSA Spring Nats. KA Senior Pre-Final is green.
Underway as they went through that box from the start, denoted by the blue cones. Talked to Justin Bloxham, one of the race directors in the program, about that. That's where they have to punch off from. As soon as that green flag comes out, they can leave those tram lines. That's why Mario Barrios will get that penalty from the KA100 Master start. But Massimino quickly into the lead, and a great start for Chase Hansander. He'll go to P2.
Solid jump off the line for the black and white GFC crew to bring their spirits up after a heartbreaking end of the sessions after or heading into the lunch break. Now Massimino quickly on defense here in 11. Hand couldn't quite cross him up because he had everybody else lined up as well. And they'll race to the white line as they crest the hill and go down to turn number 12. All single file. Ramos is third. Caleb Gaffera turned 18 years old yesterday. He's going to go to the high side in turn 13. Nowhere to go with that run, and it looks like we've got just about everybody still rolling here at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, that opening circuit when things get pretty crazy, especially when I get a leader like Massimino doing a little bit of a defensive run into most of the corners here now, keeps everybody stacked up. Now that we've got single file, now we've got some separation within a number of the groups here, then you're allowed to pull away a little bit. That's one of the things the young drivers need to remember is you got to get through the first couple of laps. Then the separation happens. You don't need to drive as crazy. At that point, you're only racing against a handful of drivers normally, not the full crew. And that's why up front, Xander, we see a nice little breakaway. 3 drivers getting things done early. Halford in the 930-6 having to battle it out here as well. The scrap from 4th on back's a good one. Top 3 taking advantage of it right now. Massimino, Hand, and Ramos.
Halfin sandwiched between the teammates of Eli Warren here in the 907, and then Caleb Gaffero, who's under fire from one of the BJR machines. That was Jackson Gibson, in the 924 with a big move to the inside. Edgar Rodriguez, and now Chris Harrower going on by. Malcutt there in the mix. Lloyd is there. Caden McQueen trying to march his way up the board, who led the most laps back at round 2, but the top 3 seem to be pretty calm and happy to build a gap over the pack, already up and over a second as Diego Ramos clocks the fast lap.
Xander, let's check in on the guy starting at the tail of the field. How about plus 10 already for Ruben Moya? He goes from 27th up to 17th. Overbeck not with a good jump. Plus 4 for Overbeck. They may get a couple with a couple of drivers off here early on. But yeah, a couple of good moves forward. Moya plus 10.
And a change for the lead there as we checked in on that carnage down at turn number 2, and then a change right back. Paulie Massimino and Chase Hand trading the top spot. That'll bring the rest of this grouping here a little bit closer as Jose Halfin tries to connect the dots once again. While further back, the fighting continues all the way around the mid-teens there. Matt Cagle under pressure, it looked like, along with the likes of Leslie and Arthur Barb as Ramos goes up to second. And Ramos now, a little drop of the tire off the corner, but gets the spot and holds it down the front straightaway. We'll see if he can get back up to Paulie. But that last move by Diego is going to bring Halfin into the drafting window. He'll be close enough to be able to get a bit of a tow off the back of Hand.
Halfin with a bit of help there as well. Eli Warren and Caleb Gaffera, the 2 Hoach driver development pilots, right there, currently sitting 5th and 6th. Warren right on Halfin. Gaffera having some more trouble battling it out with Rodriguez and Harrower. So more of a fight. You can see now finally Gaffera able to gap that a little bit. He runs P6. He and Warren now ready to line up to see if they can't go to work here on Jose Halfin. Early running though here. 4 laps in or 3 laps in, working lap number 4. Paulie Massimino continues to lead the way.
Ruben Moya with his teammate Spencer Smith kind of acting as his wingman. Those two have clawed all the way up to 14th and 15th now. Smith up 17, Moya up 13. Overbeck is up a number into the 19th spot, but he had the outside lane, which is a tough place to start from here at Cincinnati. First a 90 to the left and then a 180 to the left.
Plus 9 now for Overbeck, working his way forward. Took a little, maybe some less chances on the opening lap. As Xander said, not the best starting spot on the outside of the opening couple of corners. Got himself into where he needs to be, stayed out of trouble. 5 positions on that last lap. A couple, I think, for the contact, but likely made a couple of spots as well. Overbeck now up to 17th. These 2 recovery drives for Overbeck and Moya. Impressive thus far.
New fast lap holders, Finnegan Bailiff in the 11th spot, and that's because he's at the tail end of the lead group. There's a look at Overbeck, now with some breathing room out back and out front, having gotten around Matthew Cagle in the 948, so move him up to 16th. But Ruben Moya is already up to 13th. He's almost gotten up to this main group with how close they all are and how connected the front of the field is. And it might split up with this. Jose Halfin now on Chase Hand for third. Hand's going to fight back in 14. He'll bring Eli Warren with him and drop the 936 back another one.
Yeah, tough opportunity to make a pass in the inside of turn 13. You're not going to get lost over in 14. Got hung out to dry on the outside. Eli Ward put the machine down to the bottom. Well done for Ward. He takes the spot. Gaffera trying to go after Halford as well. Look who's right there. Rodriguez, Harrower, Malkit, Lloyd, all lining up. We may not be stacking and packing him up front, but Gaffera to the inside as well on Halford. He'll bring Rodriguez with him.
Yeah, Rodriguez able to go, Harrower able to go, but all of this kind of backed up from Chase Hand. He made a mistake down at turn 1, got a little bit out of shape on the exit curve, and then covered off the inside in turn 2, and that's what backed everyone up away from the top two. Harrower and Rodriguez now on Gaffera as Gaffera drops a tire on the outside of 11 and is going to come under pressure from Colin Lloyd and Finnegan Bailiff. And back goes the 904. Here comes more company in the likes of his teammate, or one of the teammates of the BJR crew, trying to go past him. The 924 of Gibson, and now all of that ends up with Moya in the mix.
You can see that Gaffera let a couple go. A couple guys got to the inside. Instead of diving right back down to the inside, left the lane to the bottom, rolled the outside at turn number 13, of course, giving him the inside of 14, and every one of those drivers that tried to take advantage on the outside lost there. You just can't make the move to the outside of 14 and not expect to have someone else challenge it from the inside. There's Malkit getting by Rodriguez as well. Good stuff here for Isaac Malkit as he gets a couple spots forward.
Yeah, he was able to get by Rodriguez and then Harrower, and now Harrower slots in line behind Colin Lloyd, who is quietly going forward. Not as loud for sure as Ruben Moya, who has already gotten himself up and into the top 10 or on the door of it. With a little bit of dust kicked up, probably out of that lead group, so something further up the road might have transpired there. But Moya now on the back bumper of Caleb Gaffera. Look in. Gaffera doesn't want to give it to him in 13, and he'll back out for a moment. But Ruben Moya has made quick work of the field here. Behind him, there's James Overbeck in the bright blue suit trying to keep up with him.
Xander, that turn 13 left-hander is so tough because not only is it tight and leading over to 14 where you're kind of wanting to stay to the right side of the racetrack, it's also super bumpy on the entry. Moya finally getting the job done on Gaffera to the inside. Book it in turn 2. Move Moya into the top 10.
Ruben Moya continuing to hunt forward here. This is an incredible comeback drive, and again, he needs it, right? Qualifying on the pole or anywhere else is just a 10-point swing, but having to miss out on round 1 due to getting into it with Dean Peterson on the practice day back at Tucson means he is without room for error to contend for this championship in K100 Senior and in Pro X30 as well. He was excluded from both classes the entirety of the day, and then he came back and won in K Senior at round 2. Now he gets into the top 10 here. He takes away a number of points from the pre-final and gives himself a good shot to fight in the main. He's got a couple more laps to get there as Halfin goes on Gaffera. That'll give him some space out back. We're coming to 2 laps to go, and Ruben Moya has cracked the top 10 as a change for third happens there in turn 1. Hand going by on Eli Warren, and Ramos and Massimino out for another Saturday afternoon cruise here. These two work so well together. They have raced each other for so long at this point. I'm wondering when the field is going to start to realize that if those two are together, they got to split them up. It takes you back to a podcast that Dale Jr. and Tony Stewart talking about how it took the NASCAR field about 3 times before they realized those two worked together good and they would try to split them apart. Something's going to happen to split these two up in the main.
We saw one of the junior races, or it might have been the mini race, where 3 guys were lined up ready to go and they just kept battling and bringing everybody back into the fight. Veteran drivers, experienced guys like Massimino and Ramos know, hey, listen, we'll just work together here for the first 8 laps. Then we'll battle it out over the last couple to see who comes away with the win. When you do that, you don't bring everybody else back into the fight. It stays a one-on-one scrap.
Well, the fight continues here for James Overbeck. He's going to be in the middle of the fray for this entire final lap. Your top 2 headed through turns 1 and 2. Little bit of a gap between them. Paulie started to pull it out a bit, but I think Diego's in no rush, honestly, to even bring the fight to him because the one downside of waiting to the final 2 laps here and then knowing that you're going to probably be around this guy for the main event win later is you're doing a play out of your book that you probably can't pull off again. Now Diego's going to try one here to the outside at turn 7, and he almost gets it and ends up off in the dirt. Little shrug there from Paulie. Sorry about that. But at the end of the day, they're going for the checkered flag and all the points in the world right now, and that should split them up enough to the finish. We'll see if it gets any closer here, Rob. Final time to turn 12.
Yeah, Ramos was on the outside there, and indeed there's both side by side coming out of 7. There's some potential to drop a wheel there for sure. I don't think anything's happened from this way. No, it's going to be a run for the pole to the checker. Great drive for Massimino, a veteran, and relaxed drive as well for Ramos. He comes home in second. The rest of the battle behind. Chase Hand topping that battle with Eli Warren. Malkin, a great job, +4 to get to 5th. Colin Lloyd 6th. Andrew Rodriguez 7th. Finnegan Bailiff in 8th. Ruben Moya 9th. And Chris Harrow rounds out the top 10. +18 for Moya. 27th. Sander to 9th. Overbeck goes +15th. 28 up to 13.
Here's a look at that final lap move. I think, again, Ramos probably held on to it based on how good the middle of the corner looked when he first pulled out to make this. I mean, he's a nose and ahead. And then once he got about center through and Paulie started to pick up the throttle, Paulie nose back ahead, and I think he thought Diego was going to give up on it. He didn't.
And Paulie's car was planted on the bottom. It's not like he had any kind of understeer, oversteer. It just got in there, like you said, roll back on the throttle, and it just shot out of the corner. And they were essentially almost up to the side of him. So, indeed, good running for both of those drivers. Ramos expertly kept it on the racetrack after the contact, 4/10 at the line. And again, as we said, Chase Hand and Eli Warren, a spirited battle throughout the entire 10-lapper. Hand comes away with it. Warren still a strong run to 4th.
Malka, though, a quiet run up 4 spots. He'll be one to watch come the main event. He gets to start on the inside of row 3 if it holds. Colin Lloyd up to 6th. Rodriguez, Bailiff, Moya, of course, and then Chris Harrower.
One more, a little deeper in the field, +12 for Joseph Hewitt as well. Started back at 31st, into the top 20, into 19th. You can start moving your way forward from 19th. So Joseph Hewitt, solid run, a 58, what was his fast lap? 58.695. A couple of tenths of a second, 4/10 off that of Massimino. Good run for Joseph Hewitt.
Good news is James Overbeck's kart's definitely fast. He also, by the way, got the fast lap of the race, a 58.068 back there in 13th as he crossed the line. So Diego Ramos, P2, and a good valiant effort. And again, he tried that move. I'm curious if he will try something similar if given the exact same scenario in the main event, or if he's going to go to something different, because now, again, he got to try it. Didn't pay off that time. Do you adjust, or do you anticipate the fact Paulie might adjust even further and anticipate it and make that impossible for you to get by in the main? It's, again, the questions that'll probably ring around their head. Maybe more so when they're on the grid for it in the main event, because they're going to see each other here in a little bit of time for that Pro X30 Pre-Final too.
Longer run in the main events as well. How's the car going to set up for that? Do you pull away? Again, can you work together? Can we do what we just did and do it all over again? Because in the end, you can run around together for the entire time for 18 laps. Last 2 laps are going to battle it out. That's when it happens. The one-on-one battle at the very end. Diego Ramos actually standing by on pit lane right now with Caleb Viesca.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Diego, we spoke earlier on in the week, and you said that the BJR Len karts just had a little bit more than you did. It seemed like you had something for Paulie there. Just walk me through that race.
Yeah, we did some changes for the race, and I think we are in the right way. They still a bit quicker in my opinion, but we're gonna change a bit more for the final. And yeah, it's always good to race with Paulie. I mean, I went off there, but I think it was a far racing. You know, like he didn't expect me to be there, but we'll see. Expecting the same for the final.
Again, conditions are only getting hotter here in Cincinnati, right? It's humid. How do you guys prepare for a very long main event later on today?
Yeah, you know, maybe change a little bit the car. The car felt good, to be honest. It's just a bit like the last sector, you know, like to get off the rubber over there. But yeah, I think we're definitely better than the practice quali. We find that lap, but I didn't feel that quick. But now with the pace ahead, I'm pretty happy.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you.
Pretty much what you said. I'll tell you one thing. I've always said that one thing to be nervous about if you're battling somebody, if they made a change going into a race and it was in the right direction and the results are what they were looking for, it means that they keep going that direction. Maybe they've got a handle on it. I wouldn't be surprised we see a little more out of Diego Ramos. PSL Karting definitely knows what they're doing over there.
And again, they get to use a lot of that, albeit on a different tire compound, but a really good read with the way today's schedule lines up, because all those race sessions are basically about an hour apart. KA Senior right here just wrapped up on the circuit. And the conditions, of course, are going to be vastly different right now compared to what they were before we went away to the lunch break. The temps obviously outside are starting to pick up. The sun is out. We actually had a bit of fog and cloud cover in the morning to start today. It was a cool morning. It's definitely heating up now, and it's getting ready to heat up some more. Maybe a hurricane in store with Travis Pettit getting ready to lead the X30 Juniors here to green. But how about the rest of the field that have shaken up the leaderboard a little bit in terms of the lineup? Mateo Calderon with a very, very impressive qualifying effort to join Travis on that front row. Colton Schneegenberg's got a lot easier road ahead of him here in the X30 Junior class compared to K.A. Junior, and he still holds the day's record so far at 23 spots gained of where he was able to go in that K.A. Junior Pre-Final. He's only got to go 2 up to end up at the top of the pylon here in X30 Junior rolling for P3.
And that means he's done a lot of racing already as well. A lot of times you'll get a driver out front who hasn't had a chance to race yet. They've just driven around. Paulie Massimino's not done a lot of racing yet, right? He's been able to drive and lead out front. Schneegenberg's, he's been on the inside, he's been on the outside, he's probably passed in multiple corners. That may play well when we go racing here today. Temperature continues to rise its way up. Xander, it's going to be somewhere in the low 80s, I think, today at the high heat of the day. So bottom line is that sun is still out there. That cloud they talked about coming in, I haven't seen that yet. Very warm out there at lunchtime. And again, we'll see how that plays out as the mercury continues to rise.
Well, here's a look at the full top 10 with Pettit, Calderon, Schneegenberg, and then Ruben Gutierrez with a career-best qualifying effort. But one of the RPGs is that Gutierrez was laid off the grid there with a problem. Not sure who. It was certainly one of the boys in blue and purple. And it was indeed Gutierrez. But it was not an engine issue. He clipped the wall, leaving the grid. So Ruben Gutierrez, they had to flip the go-kart around, and that was in front of the – I don't know if that – wow.
A number of drivers getting caught up behind. Listen, we've seen that before. It's one of the things the drivers have to watch for when you are getting your way out of pit lane. Make sure you take it easy, take your time. Here's another look at the grid. Travis Pettit starting on the pole alongside Mateo Calderon. Xander talked about a fantastic qualifying run for that Speed Concepts driver. Colton Schneegenberg on the inside of road number 2 alongside Ruben Gutierrez. Ashton Woon trying to bounce back from that issue in the KA 100 race that saw him finish the tail of the field. He'll start P5 alongside Nico Katowski. A rough one for him as well after contact at the end of the run.
So Gutierrez all good. It was Jack Cushman that was the driver involved. Here we are ready to go green for X30 Juniors Pre-Final underway down at turn number 1.
Nice start through 1, but can they all get cleanly through turn number 2? We've seen a lot of contact there. Drivers dropping wheels at the exit. Out of turn number 3, great shot as they emerge from 3 over to turn number 4 to the inside. A bit of a block to the inside for Gutierrez. Gutierrez P3 covers down the bottom. That's going to allow the 2 front runners to stretch away just a little bit here right now. Great start from the outside of the front row. Xander Mateo Calderon taking the early lead.
Yeah, great jump here in the black helmet for Speed Concepts Racing. His teammate Ashton Woon able to make it through 11 here. The corner that unfortunately saw his K Junior Pre-Final end early. Now he's under fire, though, coming out of it. Marco Samet wants that 5th spot away into 12. And Woon, unfortunately, he fought it hard, and then he gave way. And I don't know if Samet was going to really force it, but Ashton got up and into the marbles, and back he goes. Marking back about 6 spots or so. We'll see when they hit the line.
Talk about trying to hold on the outside there. You can see there's no grip. You carried so much speed into the corner, had that little bit of initial understeer, but then the car started to get loose on the outside. Able to pedal it. A good job done by him. He lost a bunch of spots, so was running P3 or P4, I think. Wouldn't be surprised if he's to the tail end of the top 10 indeed. Yeah, 10th position for Woon across the line.
So Ashton Woon drops back a bit, and now Travis Pettit trying to take command of this championship. He had a good run in Tucson. It was really the 2 of them neck and neck all weekend long. And, of course, right now, as they run here, Travis Pettit, that's 100 points on the table here if he can pull off this pre-final win. But he's got, of course, company. Ruben Gutierrez is really dropping the hammer here on lap number 2, Rob. He has already closed that gap up to Calderon, and he's pulled well away from Colton Schneegenberg. He's got a little gap to Wyatt, and then there's the rest of the cavalry further on.
Yeah, 3-driver breakaway right now, as you can see, Pettit, Calderon, and Gutierrez. Now, are we going to see these drivers work together like we saw with Massimino and Ramos, or are they all going to battle it out? Are we going to see big dive bomb moves into the inside of these corners, or do we settle in and try to stretch away, make it a 3-driver battle? And even if you're Calderon, potentially try to drop Gutierrez off the tail of the group. If you start racing, Schneegenberg, Samet, Katowski, John McClellan, they're all going to come in to be part of the fight.
No doubt about it. Fastest lap of the race there, clocked in by the 7:32 of Ruben Gutierrez. Equally as they run right now here in the pre-drop standings, Pettit's lead would increase to 94 markers all the way back to Woon, and then Tristan Murphy in third. Murphy, by the way, having a less than ideal start to his Saturday, qualifying down in that 12th position. There he is in the live standings as they trade up the second spot. Gutierrez wants it, can't get it. Calderon hangs on.
Here's the answer to your question there right now. Look at 4th and 5th closing in. Schniegenberg and Samet trying to take full advantage of this right now. Schniegenberg sets the pace. Samet, if he's able to sit there, they may be able to close. Another move to the inside of turn number 2. Indeed, Gutierrez to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll take over second spot, and this is going to allow Pettit to stretch away. Yeah, more than happy to run away as they battle for second.
You can see all the movers right now. Nathan Golseth, biggest mover, up 6, a little ways back in the 13th spot. But this great battle here from second back to 5th is certainly not anywhere close to being done as we watch them roll into the S's. Gutierrez to Calderon to Samet to Schniegenberg, and then it's a little gap back to Nico Katowski, who last time by did a 57.130. Might be tracking for a good lap this time to try and take fast time honors from Samet as he goes on Calderon. Let's see if this 13 move sticks. It does, and the difference there is he really let his hands open up out of 13 to take out even that thought for Mateo to go back in on him in 14.
And Pettit has not been able to stretch away. Gutierrez, very impressive back across the line, 57.
Oh, Calderon, Schniegenberg in front of the field. Mateo Calderon's the next driver, unfortunately, that bites the divot that is continuing to get even more gnarly on the outside of turn number 1, and with nowhere to go, Colton Schniegenberg loops it as well. And we go from 5 down to 3, but the fighting is on. The BJR duo now 2-on-1, and Gutierrez goes back to third. Samet to P2.
Yeah, Pettit and Samet. Brady Jarsa Crack Racing 1-2, but that little drop off coming on the outside of turn 1 bites another. Here's the replay on it. You can see the car just get away. Schniegenberg nowhere to go. Actually, no contact for Schniegenberg. Just had to put so much wheel into it to try to see if he could avoid the contact. Another shot at it here. Xander, watch this drop of a wheel, and away we go.
Yeah, you could see at the moment that he even got onto the curb with load on the car, it lifted that inside tire some more once it hit the divot, and then he went all the way into the dirt, and then he was a passenger. So you see even Gutierrez there a little bit onto that exit curb. I think that curb, honestly, is way too inviting, and once you get onto it, if you have any extra input on the wheel and that right side starts to drop, you're going the rest of the way into the dirt and probably for a full run in the spin cycle.
So there you go. 3 drivers left out front, Pettit, Samet, and Gutierrez. Then it's the gap back to Nico Katowski. It is about 1.2 seconds from Gutierrez to Katowski. We'll look at lap times. So right now, it's a 3-driver breakaway. Katowski by himself, P4. McClellan's worked his way up to 5th. How about Ashton Woon back up into the 6th spot? Remember, after the wide run through turn 12, he fell all the way back into the 10th position. Woon now back up to 6th. Now he got a couple from the incident with Calderon and Schniegenberg, but he did get a couple of spots to work his way back up to P6.
How about the new kid that just set the fastest time of the race? As Ashton Woon and Tristan Murphy roll on by, making up spots for them. Now Murphy to the inside of Woon. Again, Tristan Murphy just a couple laps ago was down in 11th, and now setting the fast time himself. The lap before, that fast time honor went to last weekend's winner, Maxwell Macha, in the Sunday Rotax America's Trophy Junior Max Final. He's clawed up a couple of spots himself. He's gone by Nathan Golseth. And now the Parolin wants another one on Grayson Walcott, and he'll make that one stick in 7.
And listen, Tristan Murphy's time, 56.829, fast lap. It was almost over 0.3 of a second quicker than the leader, Travis Pettit. Murphy back by 2.8 seconds. He's up on the wheel right now. I love to see this.
Yeah, Tristan Murphy definitely needs it here because Travis Pettit, with his wingman here in Marco Samet, has had a very comfortable last couple of laps out front. Marco's been happy to push him along and try to keep the gap or build the gap back to Gutierrez and Katowski. They'll do the same with another lap down, 7 complete.
And Xander Murphy, 3rd place in the points coming in, and 105 back with Pettit running out front. He needs to claw back as many as he can. You don't really think championship every time you're on the racetrack. We're still not even to the halfway point. That'll be the end of the day. But for Murphy, clawing back every point he possibly can is going to be big in this championship fight.
That's right. That one pass he made right there on Ashton Woon took him from 155 back coming out of this session down to 150, and that point total will continue to shrink if he can get up to the likes of John McClellan, who just flurried by there in that blue and chrome Nash Motorsports machine. But he's going to have an uphill battle to get to Nico Katowski, who once again has reset fast time. 56.71 for the kid in fourth there in the red and white machine. And Maxwell Macha now in this group further back has gotten the better of Aston Wyatt. So another spot gained for the 774 Parallel and move him to P8 as we go to 2 laps to go. Here's McClellan in the 5th spot with Murphy and Woon a little bit faster than him, tracking him down. Gutierrez just trying to get about a half car length more, and then he can challenge. Right now he's just putting on pressure. And then, of course, Nico Katowski lurking in the distance. Fastest car on the circuit so far.
Big run here right now for Brandon Jartz of Crack Racing. 1-2 with Pettit and Samet. Gutierrez has been there for majority of this run since they've settled in here. Looking for Katowski. We talked about the fact that he turned the fast lap of the race. He is less than 7/10 behind Gutierrez. Still a couple laps to go. Let's see whether or not they're not doing any racing, Xander, up front until now. Here we go.
We just had to talk about him again. We had to say they weren't racing, and then they would.
We sprinkle a little fuel on the fire there.
Ruben Gutierrez now up to second, coming to the white flag, but that one move was all Nico Katowski was waiting on. He's now officially there to make it 4 deep up front. The downside is that pass cost them time to the leader as Katowski sends it on Marco Samet.
How nice was that? Taking over the apex of turn 2, coming out with P3. Now he'll go on the defense. This 3rd spot, this extra position, kind of a gift. I don't know that it would have happened had Gutierrez not made the move. So right now Katowski going to cover the inside of turn number 6 and 7. Trying to hold that spot. Good round of the corner though for Samet. How about 2 wide through 8 and 9? Book it. Samet comes back over to 11.
Nicely done, Marco Samet. Now a little wide at 11 is going to leave him vulnerable up the hill. Equally, Gutierrez is tracking close to Pettit for the race lead and the win here on this final run. Here comes McClellan there on the Nash machine. The leaders out of 14. They should be safe to the end. And closing in at the very end as the party ends, Tristan Murphy, Ashton Woon. Travis Pettit, though, to the line. Can he hang on? It'll be close, but it'll go the way of the 729 by a couple of hundredths over Ruben Gutierrez. Marco Samet ends up in 3rd there at the end over Katowski. McClellan.
34 thousandths of a second, the gap between Pettit and Gutierrez at the line. Tristan Murphy wanted one more. You know that when they were racing, you could see them as he was rolling the center at turn 12, like, guys, just battle one more. Do a little bit more. Not quite enough, but still a good run for Tristan Murphy, getting himself back up there. +6 on the race. Started 12th, finished 6th. Championship-wise, Xander gave you the point, total 1 point, a 5-position move to get himself back up there. So a solid run for Tristan Murphy. Fast lap at 1 point in the race. But Pettit, Gutierrez, P1, P2, Samet back around Katowski on the last lap. Great battle for P3 as well. And kind of a sleeper throughout the race, John McClellan. Up 4, started 9th, ends up P5.
Yeah, got a good start, made the most of it. Probably needs a little bit more speed to be able to fight for the lead and the win. He ends up about 2/10 off the best time of the race by Katowski. But again, if they fight as much as they did there in the closing couple laps at any point in that main event, but for a little bit more than what we just saw, they will certainly have an opportunity for McClellan to play spoiler. And like you said, Tristan Murphy, one more lap he would have got there, but more importantly, he knows he's got the speed to go forward. He'll have a better starting spot to fight come that main event later on today. Heartbreaker for Jack Cushman out. Troy Ferguson and Connor Lipka. Connor Lipka, we heard also as an update, he did get transported to a nearby medical center for a further evaluation. Want to wish the best here for Connor Lipka after that scary moment in X30 Junior qualifying earlier today. Biggest heartbreak out of this probably was Colton Schniegenberg down 13 spots. I'm not sure exactly how it all went awry, but regardless, the racing rolls on. We'll find out more about that with one of the best in the business on the ground. Let's go down to Caleb Vieska for a little update.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. One of the best tracks in the business is the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And I'm up here at the viewing deck with all the members here of MCC, the drivers from Trinity Karting Group as well. One of the best seats in the house. I think I'm going to stick around up here and probably watch some more of the racing from up here. Back to you guys.
All right, well, you heard him, folks. Anyone that's hanging out in the MCC clubhouse, if you see Caleb Vieska, tell him that he's not getting paid today if he doesn't get back to work. But don't get me wrong.
I watched a lot of practice from up there. It's a great vantage point for sure.
That is a beautiful, beautiful place to take in all the action here of the SKUSA Spring Nationals. And Caleb's been busy. I'll give him some credit. He was walking all the way around the outside of the track. This is one of the coolest parts, I think, of this facility of what Sean Bailiff, Greg Heyman, and their phenomenal team have done is there is a full trail around the entire layout here. But in fact, this camera angle with our guy Kaysen over at turn number 11 actually has a walkway and some picnic tables over there that you can continue to make your way around the entire racetrack. So again, if you see this camera spot over here, don't yell too loud, but also if Kaysen's not working hard enough, make sure to whack him upside the head and throw some rocks at him or something. But no, in all seriousness, beautiful place. We love coming here. The hospitality is always great from this track, as it is almost everywhere we go. And for the SKUSA Pro Tour Spring Nationals, the third year, it's starting to really feel like it's home for this event coming here. This is, and we've got some more cool stuff to talk about later on in the weekend when it comes to the event overall. But when it comes to the MCC Kartplex here, the finishes on the front stretch, like what you just saw in X30 Junior, 34 thousandths there. Yeah. Drop the horsepower down for this class coming up, Rob, with Mini Swift. We might see a swap in position in that drag race to the line.
And it's after a very technical, the technical complex, 12, 13, 14, getting out of there. You got to place the kart in the right spot. You can get checked up a little bit. I'd like to see some drag races to the line. Maybe not in pre-finals. Let's see it in main events. I want to see the main events come down to maybe a few thousandths of a second.
It certainly could. It's all about getting that good exit out of the slowest part of the circuit. Well, apparently Caleb's gotten back to work. Oh, no, he's not gotten back to work. Caleb, what are you doing down there?
So myself and Homer, you're going to have to get that. Homer Heeman and myself are having a little match here of ping pong inside of the clubhouse. That's 1-1. We're all square right now. Kart Chase blue paddle. Homer is sporting the TKG. Oh, that was a spin on that. He's sporting the TKG. Guys, I'm tired in here. Kart Chaser blue paddle. I just lost to Homer Heeman. Back to you guys.
All right, well, we've got our first L on the day, Rob.
So many talents, though, for Caleb Viesca.
Oh, I don't know if you count it talent losing 2-1.
Well, you're trying to do two things at once?
I guess, yeah.
It's not usually our strength.
He did handicap it a little bit. Did handicap himself a little bit. Here we go. Let's get back to the on-track action, folks. Mini Swift engines have fired, and they are rolling out of the grid now. We'll get ready to bring you through the lineup here for the Mini Swift class in a couple of moments. Looks like all good this time getting out onto that access road as they begin to form up for the pre-final. It'll be a shorter one for the Swift classes, only 8 laps the distance. Mason Brody and Jaden Francisco and all Ryan Perry Motorsport front row here ahead of Dutch Westbrook and Hudson Howard.
Forrest Blair making the move over to Parolin USA. He starts 5th alongside Marcello Flores in the number 112. Brody Stoffel and Jake Manalio on row number 4. Aiden Go alongside Brody Stoffel on row 4.
Then back through the rest of the field here, Santana and Martinez and Albenic, row 6. Liam Astalis, Lachlan Postel back on row number 10. And we've got a few more beyond them as well for the Mini Swift class, just shy of 26. Liam Francisco will be one to watch there from the tail end of the field in the 141, starting 25th. Grayson Knifick, 22nd, alongside Maddox Carlucci, Axel Gomez, and Samia Altarchite Sanchez on row number 12. So 25 deep here, ready to go for another one. 2 more pre-finals, and then it's going to be time for main event action for round 3 of the Spring Nats, minus the Pro Shifters. Their big-time main will come tomorrow with some extra surprises as well. Here we go, though, for group number 7. This class always finds a way to keep things interesting. What do we have in store over this 8-lap sprint to set the grid for the main event in Mini Swift, presented by Mega Power Engines? On the right there is Mason Brody in the 109, the red and white RPM colors all across the front row to the Nitro Kart. And Francisco, as they get towards the start box, we get ready, and now we're green here from Cincinnati.
Clean through turn number 1, the opening lap underway. Drivers on the inside of the racetrack, those on the outside setting up course for the inside at turn number 3. Good start to this one here. Mason Brody in the 109 will take the lead down into turn number 4. Big outside run though for the 133. Dutch Westbrook, the Bennett driver, goes to P2.
Yellow flags waving there. We got a couple together back at the exit at turn number 5, but overall the brunt of the field is cleaning away here as they roll towards the back section of the racetrack. Mason Brody to Westbrook into 2nd, Francisco 3rd, And there is the 110 of Forrest Blair off a great start in the Paralympic. P4 for him. Marcelo Flores, his teammate, up to 5th. And we'll try and see if we have a look as well to figure out what went wrong for the couple that got tripped up in that second major hairpin off the start there in turn number 4. But this will bring us to the end of lap 1. All good through the back sector. You can see the damage to one of the GFC machines for sure as they roll down the front straightaway.
Opening 3-4 corners, we'll see some 2-wide action, but by the time they get back to start-finish, it is single file, and then you figure out who you're racing with, who is in the pack, and who you can start to go to work on. You see a number of drivers looking to the inside of turn number 2, a great opportunity to pass there. Same goes for the inside of turn number 4, and then down through 6 into turn number 7. A lot of overtakes in every one of those corners, all those kind of left and right-hand hairpins, and a great start for all the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. Brody pulling a little bit of an advantage out front. That's got to be 3 or 4, maybe 5 kart lengths, as right now the 133 of Westbrook, his hands are full with Francisco.
And Jaden's going to try and make the most of that. To the inside for second. He'll take that spot away in turn number 12 and go to work on trying to eat that gap up to his teammate out front. Mason Brody has certainly gotten a handle on this place. An incredible performance last weekend. He's been on a tear here in 2026, and everywhere they can, they've been trying to get him seat time in a full-size package as well to eye up that move to junior as soon as possible. Mason Brody will lead lap 2. The gap at the line to just shy of half a second back to his teammate in Francisco, trying to go 3 national events in a row here at Cincinnati. It would be a big-time feat if he could pull it off, and he certainly looks like he's got the speed to today, Rob.
Brody rolls into the weekend as well as the point leader over Westbrook, 25-point gap, 5:45 coming out of the Winter Nationals in Tucson just 2 months ago. And it's Westbrook in second spot, all right there in the middle of the fight up front. 3 or 4 tenths of a second now the gap for Brody up front as Francisco, we saw him go by right here on that last lap. Howard and Stoffel going back and forth a little further back. You see Howard defend to the inside. More side-by-side running in front of them. Flores and Blair. Might have been Flores, Xander, I think, getting by on the inside. Indeed, goes Flores up into the 4th spot. Nice move to the inside of 13.
And Brody Stoffel got the better back on Hudson Howard, who's going to drive Aiden Go all the way to the edge of the track there coming out of turn 16. But he will stop the bleeding at 1 to go back into the 6th position. And that has certainly halted the progress a little bit for Aiden Go. Mind you, last year here, Aiden Go got his first and second career national victories at this very event. Back-to-back jacks for him, and right now that speed is once again showing, although the fastest on the circuit was his teammate Marcelo Flores last time by.
You know, Xander, I think that plays a lot into the mentality and the focus of a young driver, their motivation, their confidence coming into a weekend. So for a kid like Aiden Go, knowing that he's won here before, knows how to run up front, knows how to take full advantage of the actual characteristics of this racetrack to come away with wins. We'll see if that plays in for Aiden Go a little more. Currently running in the 8th spot, 2.5 seconds back.
Challenge for the lead up here. Francisco way high up on the curbing there, about biked the thing in turn 13. And Jaden makes it a new leader for the first time here at the halfway mark. Brody back to second, and Marcelo Flores continues to roll up to 3rd with a move just a moment ago on Dutch Westbrook. 3 car lengths back from the race lead into turn 2.
Talk about attacking the apex curbing of turn number 13. Francisco, as Xander said, almost sent you up on 2 wheels to get around the corner, was able to bring it back down to hold the spot. Here's another move to the inside for Westbrook. He gets back by Flores, so move Dutch Westbrook back into 3rd. Flores right on his rear bumper. Right behind them as well is Forrest Blair. So there's your top 5. Stoffel not that far back, then I'll tell you, it's Howard, Harrell, Go, Manalio. Chase Sanchez has worked its way up. That's 21st actually, but to work its way up, Manalio right in the top 10 as well.
New fast time all the way back in 11th as well. Lucas Tarango, the Nitro karts are quick. Let's see if these 2 up front can work together. Mason Brody now getting a chance to learn a little bit off the back of Jaden Francisco where his strengths and weaknesses compare to his teammate in real time. And if he stays in line and they push away, I would say they're kind of on the bubble right now because there's about a half second, maybe 4/10 gap to Westbrook. He doesn't have teammates behind him. They certainly seem to be a little bit antsy. Westbrook now under pressure indeed. Blair and Flores going by, and that will fully cut the gap there to separate the top 2.
Yeah, that's where the action's happening right now, isn't it? Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Just a quick look through live timing here. Not a lot of drivers making big moves like we saw in the last category. Slate Harrell +5. A little further back, Axel Gomez +6. That's pretty much the most we're seeing of drivers moving forward.
Flores and Blair were side by side in the S's there. And I think Blair gave it to Flores, but Brody Stoffel now getting around his fellow Texan in Dutch Westbrook. Moved Brody up to the sixth spot correction there in that group. He's now got himself nicely positioned for another one. He'll take Forrest Blair in turn 14, move him to fourth. And that's going to really get tight here in a moment. All this shuffling for third and fourth has brought a lot of them. Tarango into the mix now.
Yeah, essentially ninth on back or eighth on back, right? Harrell, Manalio, Tarango, Aiden goes right in there as well. Chavari in the 106. Back to the leaders, though, and they are fully leveraging this as the battle behind them has kind of put everybody's focus on trying to see if they can get to third, because the guys up front have things handled. A couple laps to go here. Xander, big move to the inside. Stoffel there making a move as well.
Yeah, it didn't quite stick. He really sent it on Westbrook, and I think he misjudged how dirty it was on the inside. And now Hudson Howard fed a wheel there, and a couple more moving past him. Slate Harrell, who is up 5, now 6 positions there. A quiet march forward for Slate on the RPM Nitro kart, but now he didn't get out of 11, and Howard will challenge him. All of this, again, a couple of seconds back from the leaders, who are still in lockstep up front. Westbrook's going to get a pretty hefty gap now as they all go 2 by 2 through 13 and 14. Flores gives a big shove there unintentionally to Brody Stoffel.
You see it kind of ended his forward progression as well. Had the big move, some forward bite coming out of the corner, got to the driver in front of him and just checked everything up. Everybody else closing up. Here comes the battle for the race win now. Francesco and Brody. Final lap. Brody looking inside. Brody looking outside. Big run out of turn number 3. He'll go outside in turn number 4, cut back to the inside, and Francesco still holding the apex of the corner.
That was a heads-up play there for a minute for Mason Brody, waiting to see if Jaden would open up just enough to have the room to send it on him. Now through 7 they go. Further back, the fight continues. Howard, go here in the mix. Jake Manolio there in the white helmet on the red Nitro kart, and Lucas Tarango. Here's your leaders through 11. 2-man dogfight to the end. The next group's kind of separated a bit, and then it's that fight at the end of the top 10 with about 7th through 11th or so in the mix. Final 2 hairpins to go. Francisco trying to park the bus. Let's see how much is his momentum going to break here, Rob, as Brody opens up, sets up for that crossover, and they're getting ready to drag race down the main straightaway.
I love the move there by Mason Brody, and I think he's going to get the run to the line. Well played, Brody. Over, under, just literally going everywhere where Francisco wasn't, and was able to come away with the over-under out of 14.
Big time moves. Mason Brody takes advantage of that pole qualifying spot. He'll maximize the points haul as well with a nice run to the line to cross up his teammate for the pre-final win. Dutch Westbrook to Stoffel to Forrest Blair there in 5th. Marcelo Flores ends up in the 6th spot. Slate Harrell 7th. Aiden Go, Hudson Howard, and Jake Manolio, the top 10. Samuel Chavarri, another driver that joined the mix there at the very end.
Really good run for Slate Harrell, +6. Everybody else essentially the top 10, either kind of finishing where they started, up a couple of spots here and there. But +6 for Harrell. Started 13th, working his way up to 7th. Inside row 4 start for the main. I like that for the MPG Motorsports driver.
Yeah, I need to correct myself. The newly MPG Motorsports driver made his debut with that team back at the Miami Grands at the end of May, end of April into May. And they have had already a lot of speed together. Harrell going to be in a great spot to fight in that main event for the boys with the Kart Republic chassis. And, well, they've got one of their KRs starting pretty here in the next race that'll be headed our way in a few moments. Pro X30's Pre-Finals, the only one that's going to be left. So Mini Swift all wrapped up here in terms of the on-track action to set their main event grid. With them out of the way, only one more class to get set for main event action. The Pro X30 division presented by Nash Motorsports. A 10-lap pre-final coming your way next here from Cincinnati.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Pro X30 onto the racetrack, folks. A tie in qualifying. First time in a while we have had this in this division specifically. Went down to the second best lap. Paulie Massimino had that edge over Joe Turney. Gus Lawrence won here last year. He starts alongside Diego Ramos, and then it's Dono Bonilla and Blake Nash on row 3.
Yeah, Finnegan Bailiff, good qualifying effort for him. He'll go 7th alongside Jake Drew, and Hector Turiaga and Franco Escoto will be on row number 5.
They'll be back on, sorry, we went a little quick on you there, Rob. They'll be back in 1920th. It's automated. We got to get our timing down.
Man.
Turiaga and Escoto back at the end of the 20 of the first 10 rows. Oliver Hodgson and Macy Williams to keep an eye on. Equally, Chico Brown had a big moment in qualifying. He went off at 11. Didn't really get a good lap in. Caden McQueen to the rear along with Eric Doan.
Wow.
Doan had that hub come off, and McQueen didn't get to the grid on time. 3 drivers that easily could have pace to run in, fight inside the top 5, top 10, starting 22nd, 23rd, and 24th.
Can I do row 5?
Oh, no, they took it away
he
from
says
you again.
Vasquez Jr. alongside Keegan Kaminsky. That's what I was looking for.
Hey, you got it.
We're
ready. Pro X30 pre-final action here for Saturday. Massimino and Turney with the field at hand. We're green.
Turney trying to hold that line and behind Massimino. I think he's going to potentially be able to come out with a very tough on the outside for Joe Turney, able to get that spot. He actually tucked in behind very quickly. It's Gus Lawrence who's trying to go around the outside. Lawrence is going to get the spot as well. Right in there is Diego Ramos. So some interesting inside outs coming through turn number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Tough to be able to come away with it from the outside, but a great job for Paulie Massimino. Once again, capitalizes and turns P1 in qualifying into P1 in the opening lap.
But he's got Lawrence right there and ready. I mean, Gus Lawrence didn't miss a beat there, especially through 11. Huge head of steam for the 307. In fact, he's got enough room. He's able to openly arc it into 12. Gets right onto the bumper of Paulie as they go into 13. Ramos still holding on and protecting a bit for third as Vasquez picks the pocket of Finn Bailiff in 14. So Jesus Vasquez Jr. up 1 to the line here at the end of the opening lap, and Massimino can feel the pressure from Gus Lawrence with 1 down and 9 to go.
Turney able to go to P4. Here comes Lawrence to the inside. Going to go right to the lead. Book it. The RPG driver goes up front. Lawrence leads. Massimino into second, and Turney, as I said, from the outside ends up falling back into the 4th position. Ramos able to take that from him a lap ago in this corner. So, indeed, opening lap settling in. Vasquez Jr. up into the 5th spot. Right there as well as the 359 Hodgson. He started 11th, so call it +5 or +5 for Hodgson, Xander, on the opening lap and a half.
Considering how good last year was for Gus Lawrence, it's incredible to say that he has not yet won in 2026, and now he looks really good as they go side by side behind him, shuffling the pole sitter backwards. Massimino going to go all the way behind Buddy Vasquez Jr., and that'll put 2 down, 8 to go. But this race a year ago was the end of a tryout period for Lawrence. As we take a look, this was a moment ago, James Overbeck fed off at 1, and it looked like he was fighting with, I believe, Kaminsky in the GFC machine. So that was just at the edge of the screen. Here's another look, hanging on the outside, wheel to wheel, and paid the price.
Was he just on the outside? How much contact was there?
I mean, they were nose to toes by the time they get into that frame, so hard to say if it was a last-second dive. I would be surprised if it was, but either way, Kaminsky hangs on, and down goes Overbeck on the leaderboard
Hodgson back, or not back, but in front now of Massimino. So Massimino slide from the front to 5th, ends up going back to 6th as he presses the reset button now. Right behind him, he's going to have Nash, Williams, and Moya. So up front right now, Gus Lawrence setting the pace right now. It's been Massimino all day long. What a great move to the inside of 13 for Turney past Ramos.
That was late, very late for JT, and Diego certainly cut him a break there, not trying to chop the nose off. And that allows Turney to move up to 2nd without too much time lost to the race leader, Gus Lawrence.
Used a bunch of the curb, too.
He did. But he made that decision about as late as you possibly can, and he made it work, certainly. Buddy J now closing in on Ramos, along with Hodgson and Massimino, who has reset himself back in that 6th position, and now looking to go back up the board. Pass for 5th and done. Pauly into the top 5 once again.
Let's see if Massimino can begin a march back forward. Remember, these aren't long races, so 10-lapper here in these pre-finals to get yourself back to where you need to be if you've had some issues early. We're not even quite to the halfway point. Working lap number 4. Massimino back by Hodgson. Led early, but Gus Lawrence very aggressive in taking that spot away from him. And Lawrence has leveraged it to get a little bit of a gap right now outside the top 10, though. The racing pretty aggressive with Williams, Macy Williams in that 10th spot. 11th right now is Kaminsky, 12th Doan. Those guys working their way up. Doan was up 12th, lost another spot, but he's up to 13th. Good job for Eric Doan. Started deep in the field.
Yeah, Eric Doan is making quick work of what he needed to. Equally, Chico Brown up 7 on his Pro X30 debut with GFC. He's only had a couple of race weekends on that package, and I don't believe he's driven a X30 package in nearly 2 years as Doan gets pushed off. Williams goes off. Eric Doan, all that hard work thrown out the window as he was battling there with the likes of Jake Drew and Caden McQueen, and equally the RPG machine at the front of it all, the 318 of Donovan Bonilla. And now Chico's going to get a move done. Turner Brown, the rookie, moving forward on that Jim Soda GFC, and Macy Williams gets one back with a move on Jose Halfin and brings McQueen with her.
Yeah, Macy Williams, that couple corners ago, we saw that action. They did a deep dive into 7.
Halfin, Overback, no! James Overback, nowhere to go, into the wall. And wow, is that unfortunately all too reminiscent of the end of a K senior main here a couple of years ago. James Overback once again gets the short end of the stick right after the finish line. Just in an odd spot the way they ran down the front straightaway, but
was running 17th, Sander.
Yeah, he had already gotten shuffled off the track once there in turn 1, and then that time, just as the pack kind of merges back out from the left to the right, everyone forgot where he was and kind of got 2 drivers that both moved up at the same time. But Diego Ramos, by the way, has slid backwards now 2 more spots. Vasquez and Massimino have gone by him, and be mindful of the gap out front. Gus Lawrence, 7/10 to Turney last time by. This time by, it will come down by a matter of hundreds as JT tries to march forward. And here, that midfield that saw Overback get sent into the wall now has spread out a little bit here with the likes of McQueen, Roberts, and Jake Drew all in the mix.
McQueen trying to work his way forward, +8 so far. It started in the 23rd spot. He's up to 15th, so here's that replay.
Halfin and Drew, and I mean, again, Halfin, I think, barely got clear of Overback at the last second. Drew was kind of following him, and he had, I don't even know if he was focused at all on the fact he had James on his right.
I don't think so. I think he was trying to transition through, finish the pass, lock Drew down, and it looked like he may have just kind of, grazed the front of Overbeck's bumper there, the front bumper, and that just, of course, you're trying to get the car to set, turn it in, and at that point, outside of the racetrack, no rubber, one for the ride.
Interesting note of the fast lap driver. We'll see if he loses that fast lap on or no. He'll reset it again. Another fast lap for the Spanish Salmon down in 7th. Ruben Moya, purple. Actually, he'll get popped for it all the way back by Macy Williams in 13th. So she'll go even quicker now with some clear racetrack finally for the young lady out of Littleton, Colorado. But Macy Williams on the SCR machine back in 13th. Ruben Moya well up the board. Here's what happened. Donovan Bonilla, doing what was his teammate last time, fed a bumper into Williams trying to follow her through. And Dono got hammered with a number of penalties for moments just like this in Tucson. And That's probably going to get him another one.
Yeah, Macy Williams made a nice move to the inside, and then
you could see right at the moment that she was the impact happened. But back up front, Moya has caught Ramos, but he has not gotten it done yet. He's going to try again here down the front stretch with help. Nash and Bailiff going to freight train on by the PSL driver.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of help there as all three of those drivers lining up.
Blake Nash, heave and a half on Ruben Moya in turn number 2, Rob. We'll have to watch that one again. That was a Superman-level send from Blake on Moya. And Moya, I don't think, had any idea it was happening until well too late in the corner. And they both just gave those spots right back to Bailiff, for one, to get through both of them, and to Ramos.
Indeed, they had the spots made after that good run down into turn number 1, but giving them up with that dive bomb moving into 2.
We'll take a look at that here in a moment as here we go. Look at Nash right here. Last second, Moya was starting to cover, and Blake made the decision. And again, they both were locking the rears, going as deep as they could, and instantly they rinse right out to the outside lane. Look at this here. There's a white flag waves on the right there. Joe Turney continuing to close on Gus Lawrence, but a close call inside the top 10 for further back.
Didn't work for either of them, that's for sure. Final lap, as we said, is Gus Lawrence leading the way.
Turney went purple last time by in classic Joe Turney fashion, having that last 5% that he pulls out of the hat like a magician, a 55-51. That's 2/10 clear of everybody else's best time so far. He's trying to pull it out here at the very end. All the stops gone here for Turney. You see him sending it over the curbs in the S's.
Talk about perfect tire pressure set for this one. Car just coming in here on lap 9 and lap 10, closing right back up. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, from here. Les is going to throw an epic send to the inside of 13. He does not. Closes nicely. Not going to happen in 14. Enough of a run for Lawrence coming out of 14 through 15, 16. He'll come across the line, and Lawrence will get that victory. Good run for Gus Lawrence, coming away with the win. A lot of action, though, Xander, on that one. Solid run for Paulie Massimino. Was back to, I think, 6th at one point.
Look at this scrum to the line as well. Ramos ended up all in the thick of things there, coming to the checkers. A wild one further back, and Diego slides all the way down to 10th at the timing loop. Tough day here in the pre-final for Pro X30 for Diego off the back of that great K senior performance. But Gus Lawrence reigns supreme here, gets to the lead early, stays in the lead to the end. And it is a snapshot back to a year ago here where he did the exact same thing in the pre-final. And the only difference was from Saturday to Sunday. Saturday, the last few laps of that main, he just didn't have the same level of speed that his teammate at the time, Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, had. He went to work. He was looking at the data station probably for about 3 hours. When we were one of the last ones leaving, he was one of the last ones leaving too. It paid off. He won on Sunday. He knows how to manage this race. As good as Joe looked there at the end, I guarantee you Gus thought he hit the pressure on the money, and he'll have something different for the final later on.
Yeah, they'll be working on that for sure. I'll tell you, Joe Turney started on the outside of the front row. Xander fell back to 4th, getting shuffled to the outside of 1 and 2. But in typical Turney fashion, put his head down, worked his way back to P2. Will be an outside front row starting spot once again for the main event.
Well, while the Pro X30s begin to get ready to roll through the scale line, this day will be going fast and furious from here to the finish, folks. We'd like to ask that all of you in attendance here that are able to, please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem by our good friend of the broadcast team, Mandy Goldman, with her rendition.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for action here in a matter of moments from the MCC Kartplex for main events from Batavia, Ohio. Round 3 main events coming up along with the second heat for the Pro Shifters at the 2026 edition of the Superkarts USA Spring Nationals. Pro X30 Pre-Final just wrapped up here on the circuit. Of course, we'll be waiting on those official results to flood on in momentarily. For now, though, as the unofficial results came across, a great run for Gus Lawrence, a fast lap for Joe Turney, both of them looking very strong as we track closer and closer towards the end of the weekend and a better read at the championship. We do have a look at least what that session has done to the pre-drop standings, assuming all of the results will hold. Joe Turney up by a good chunk, 700 points still with the string of consistency he had over those opening 2 days. But again, this is as they run. It'll be the best 5 out of 6. So that margin, it's coming down, and it will certainly come down more, especially when we get to the end of the year or the end of this weekend, and we can start to really begin to factor in the drops. 105 back for Gus Lawrence off the back of that pre-final win. Paulie Massimino third. Sean Butcher, unfortunately unable to be on the grid with us this weekend. He is here helping coach and get the RPG contingent fast. And then Oliver Hodgson, the current top 5, only by a couple markers over Jake Drew.
It's going to be a close battle for sure, and indeed not that far behind Hodgson as Jake Drew, as you had said. So I think, yeah, the 6 drivers right there, Blake Nash as well, all in the middle of the fight for this one. A long, long way to go. You got to factor in drops. Too early to really start doing the mental math on that because there is a long way to go, as we know. Still round 4 tomorrow, which could be a little bit different in terms of conditions. And then, of course, the annual run to the Summer Nationals at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Long way to go to see who are going to be the champions. But still, you got to come out of the gate strong, and Joe Turney already has done that, Xander, after that great weekend in Tucson.
Yeah, he was about as consistent as you could be, and then on top of that, he swept both mains. He's starting on the outside as things finish there for their main. John May starting on the pole here. Mario Barrios got slapped with not one but 2 penalties there for the start infractions of the pre-final. We'll see if everything looks good here for this run to the flag for the KA Masters. We'll crank it up. Josh Sarche, Phil DeLeo, Junaid Din, and the rest of them ready to go. Sarche's got to be careful about the tram lines, but we're green regardless. Into 1.
Good start as they work their way now through the corner. Barrios is going to get a couple positions early. He'll go to P4. But pretty easy to see that Sarche had the left side tires inside the tram line. They'll definitely have a look at the video on that. Instead of watching over, you got to keep your car to the inside or keep inside those tram lines. I know it feels like it's tough, but it's not. You got to be there first. That's the first and foremost. Stay there. Sarche right there, and I believe into the second spot. But I'm telling you, we'll be looking at that for sure.
Yeah, they've got as good of a view as we do. They've got a Marshall right next to our Camera One station as well, looking down the front stretch, and equally a camera head on down the straight, along with that side shot for the finishes. I mean, we've got a number of angles to bring you folks at home, but the Superkarts USA officials and race control team, they have plenty more to catch that. So hopefully Josh Sarche is able to either outrun it, or we still get to see the fastest driver, if it's not him, end up crossing the line and having the win stick. And right now, with lap 1 in the books, John May leads the field out of turns 2 and 3, and in the run over to 4. And Mario Barrios has already gotten his way up to 4th, making quick work of having to go from the tail. Phil DeLeo right there in 3rd, leading the points, of course, coming out of that great weekend in Tucson. And now as Barrios goes to the inside for 3rd and gets that job done, his teammate, Gus Lawrence, hot off the back of that Pro X30 Pre-Final win, standing by with Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Gus, we're back at a place that's treated you very well in years past, last year specifically, right? You got your first win here stateside at MCC, and you just kind of backed it up in the pre-final with a win. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a good way to start the day, I think. Obviously, qualifying was third. It was extremely close between us three. I think I could have maybe pole qualifying and made a small error on my best lap, or the last lap. So, no, it was a good way to start there, confident. We're extremely fast at the start and obviously tapered off a little bit at the end, but that's fine. You can fine-tune that. So.
And again, the gaps seem very close up at the front, right? You have Paulie, you have Joe, and then Jesus Vasquez getting himself in there. What is it going to take later on today to stay up front?
Well, the final's 20-odd laps, so consistency over that period and making sure the equipment is dialed in to go for that duration, like tyre pressures and stuff, so and sprocket. So we just need to have a good think now for the final. Obviously, it's going to get hotter and more humid, so just to make sure it's right. We'll see.
How do you feel about that hotter and humid later on today?
It's horrible. When you arrive at the track in the morning, it's nice, and then it just gets terrible. Like as the day goes on, you get out of the car and you feel lightheaded and horrible, not nice.
Wish you were back in England?
I'm not used to this. This is new to me. So I experienced it last year for the first time at Newcastle. That was awful, but yeah, it's a new climate to get used to.
We'll go ahead and cool off, Gus. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you guys have it from Gus Lawrence.
Certainly a hot one here at the MCC Kartplex, and it's heating up front here quite a bit. Mario Barrios already getting through to the lead now over Josh Sarche and John May, and Phil DeLeo is going to shuffle his teammate Sarche back to that fourth position now, and Barrios' lead will begin to open up just a little ways here over the field. A lengthy one on tap for the K100 Masters. It'll be 22 laps in total if we've got this properly for you. So right now we're working the end or halfway through of lap number 4, and Barrios' lead, well, last time by had the fastest lap of the race. The gap was only half a second. It looks like it's already opened up quite a bit more than that. Back to Jay May there in second, and Phil DeLeo now into third. The back of the field's gotten a little bit closer compared to the pre-final. Junaid Din is looking a little bit stronger back there in that fifth spot. Jose Eduardo Garza Elizondo right ahead of Christian Smith on the PSL Beryl Art machine. We'll come to the line to see 4 complete this time. 16 laps to go if it's on the 20, if not the full 22 distance here for KM Masters. But look at the gap. I mean, that just went up another 0.6 of a second for Mario Barrios back to John May. And this 3-car group here for May, he's not even the fastest of it. Phil DeLeo looks to be a little bit stronger as he's gone on by, of course, Sarche a lap ago, and now is all over the back of May here for second. So rolling through turn number 7. The gap now, Caleb, is up to about 1.5 seconds for the lead. It's nice to see you come into the booth here and do some work for a change.
I mean, it's nice and cool in here, right? So I know you and Rob have been enjoying the AC here in the KC.
That's it.
That's what it is,
it's
man.
Like that.
It's pretty hot and humid. Gus was complaining about it. I've been complaining about it. Hunter, who's with me, my camera guy down there, he's complaining about it. And, of course, our hardworking camera crews out there, kicking some butt. They've been, it's not easy to go out there and do what they do. And for a lot of these drivers, definitely not easy as well to keep it on the racetrack at a track that's as physical as MCC, Xander.
This place is tough. It's only going to get worse here as the day goes on, really as we get to tomorrow. But certainly the KM Masters are not pulling any punches right now or trying to make it a marathon with that pass there for Phil DeLeo to go to second. And when we look at the lap times here, especially when you just first go ahead and lay out Mario Barrios over the last couple of laps has simply been unreal over the field. Another purple lap time out of him, by the way, a 60.294. And his rolling average is nearly 0.6 quicker than everybody else. So while right now we're watching DeLeo, now May under pressure a bit from Sarche, these guys are in the 1-minute ones. Barrios in the last 4 laps has already been in the 1-minute bracket, and he has been getting quicker by the circuit. We'll see it get probably even better this time by when he puts 6 laps in the books as they continue to roll on behind him. Mario Barrios, a 1:29. Last time tucking his head to add on to the gap, try and make up some more points on Phil DeLeo. Won't be purple. But to Mario's credit there, that was only 200ths off of his best. That's a pace right now that nobody is remotely close to here in KM Master.
And that's exactly what it takes to go out there and win races like Mario Barrios has done time and time again in this K100 Masters division. You got to be consistent. You got to put in a lap, and more often than not, that's usually the driver that's able to come out on top, right? Myself and Henry Baudet were talking about it a little bit last week. For the young drivers, it takes consistency to go out there and hit your marks every single lap. And again, speaking of even our pro division drivers, throughout this section right here, the S's and down in a turn 11, you're almost kind of holding your breath, you're grunting, trying to get through. because his place really throws you around in the seat. It's bumpy, it's tight, it's twisty. I was down there in turn 11 as well when the whole Ashton Wood incident happened, and again, very bumpy in the middle of that corner. This section right here, you see it in the grooves. Definitely, I'm glad I'm not out there in the seat. I don't think I'd be anywhere close to the front by any means, but I'm glad I'm not in that situation really.
This is a tough weekend for sure. I don't know where we've gotten to yet on the track temperature, but with 60% humidity from what we saw in the morning, and now as Junaid Dean makes the move stick here on the 457 to Sarche, this is a vastly different racetrack for the KA Masters from earlier in the day, right? When they ran their pre-final, they were right on the back of qualifying. We're talking 10:45, 10:50 in the morning to about 11:05 or 11 or so. We're now right in the heat of the afternoon, 3 hours later. They've obviously had the pro shifters lay down another batch of rubber and grip on the racetrack. More importantly, heat the surface up some more. And then the sun's been baking this place for the last 4 hours, really kind of peaked out around 10 a.m. So the temps rising, like you said. We're doing okay in here. Rob and I have definitely had the AC cranking, and so are the production boys in the back, and they need it because there is a lot that we have to keep up with. And right now, trying to keep up with the different parts of this race for only 7 drivers on track, there's a lot going on. And Sarche now, I think he has a mechanical. I thought he was waving by Christian Smith because he kind of had a weird moment with him, but no, we got a problem as De La Garza, Elizondo, and Smith go at it a little bit here. They got tripped up and lost some time, but there is a mechanical issue for Josh Sarche, and it very well could be a cracked reed by the way it looked there. It seemed like the pace just continued to fade on him, and then eventually ultimately went out there as he pulled across the grass and into the scale line. So down to 6 here with the gap now up to 3 seconds for Mario Barrios.
Yeah, whenever we look back to last week, right, you were kind of mentioning the temperature a whole lot. This morning it was at 89 degrees Fahrenheit, thereabout, and then as the day went on, as we got to kind of this stage of the day, it went all the way up to 125 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're going to be just right about there throughout the day, and you see it there on our weather here in Batavia, Ohio. 119 degrees Fahrenheit, very slight winds, very sunny, and 41% humidity. That's very high, and you can definitely feel it while you're out here.
Well, and again, the last track temp reading you probably did was just a little bit ago, and even still, shades at Tucson where it's a near 40-degree swing from the air temps out there. As we get to the halfway point, it's only going to get worse here, especially for that pro shifter second heat race. Those guys were talking about tire management, how they've got to manage that set longer than everybody else here this weekend, right? Everybody across the board gets a fresh set of Iveco tires for Sunday. The shifters technically do, but they're all going to try and save it for that 25-lap main. And so with that in mind, they're going one session further. Everybody else here gets the single quali and then goes through the pre-final, goes to the final, then bolts on a new set of boots for Sunday morning qualifying to do it all over again. And for those guys with their second heat race coming up, they're going to be really trying to manage it the best they can. And that's such a tough place here, Rob, as you join back in and Caleb goes back out to get us some more notes. We were talking about is how both physically demanding this place is, but equally with the temps rising the way they are, that for the pro shifters coming up with Heat 2 in a couple of classes, the fact they've got to make those last for the pre-final and be good, but if you're in the position of Kyle Wick, Jay Irwin, Andrew Boydeshow, Ethan Boer, even Jacob Gulick with the spin that put him down the board, and now Danny Formal with that penalty that pushed him to 20th, you're in a weird spot where you need to push, but you've got to leave yourself some life left in the Iveco rubber to have something to fight with tomorrow morning.
Do you think anything about the fact that there's potential for the wet stuff tomorrow too, right? That's one thing I've been kind of looking at that's, 60%, 70% chance of rain at the start of the day. Will we have some wet weather sessions tomorrow as well, or a wet weather session tomorrow heading into the main? I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's another thing to keep in mind, right, is the fact that maybe that will go out the window and all of a sudden we'll go to the wet tires. Looking here on the dry tire lap breakdown for John May, the last couple laps he's been trying to rebound a bit. He has lost now that third spot to Junaid Din, and he just has had a relatively consistent pace here, albeit 1 or 2 laps where there's been some battling that's thrown off that average, but in the high 1 minute range. Phil DeLeo up the road has started to pick up the pace, but he's going to need a lengthy bit of pace improvement, both consistently and drastically in terms of the delta to Mario Barrios, who just simply has been shot out of a cannon from the moment we went green. He didn't even have a single lap in the 1 minute one bracket. DeLeo has started to get close to the rolling pace of Barrios up front, but it's far from it. There's a look at Phil, all in no man's land right now in second. This would still obviously be great in terms of the championship for DeLeo. Right now it would still stop the bleeding at just a 20-point benefit for Barrios. But when we look at those standings, of course, that's pre-drop, and yet still Barrios inches closer in the top 3 of the point standings with this fast lap of the race that he currently has, taking another 20 points out of the gap. He moves ahead of Josh Sarche, who, while you were away for a moment, had a mechanical, and it looked to me like it could have been Reed or in general carburation related, because it wasn't an instant failure like what we saw at Kyle Wick earlier. It was just a slow bleed of the speed until eventually he was down to 5th, about to get past for that and for 6th at the same time, and bailed for the scale line.
Yeah, 94-point lead for DeLeo coming in after his successes out in Tucson at the Winter Nationals. So a little bit of breathing room, considering the fact that the driver finished second, who challenged him throughout the weekend out on the West Coast, Bailey Murphy, did not make the trek here to Cincinnati. So effectively, the gap was actually 73 points back to his teammate Sarche, 94 back for Barrios. Scott Falcone ran at the Winter Nats. He's not here this weekend. He was 120 back. So it comes down to a battle really between DeLeo, Sarche, and Barrios, with Barrios out front, like you said, cutting into that gap a little bit. Overall, how the weekend's going to play.
And it goes back to what you were saying in that pre-final, too, about the start. And Mario Barrios, you know, he like Phil DeLeo, has a pedigree of a lot of experience. He doesn't get that penalty and give up all those points in the pre-final from what would have been a 95 gap coming down. He's only managed at this point as they run to come out of Saturday 99 back, with that graphic that we had as well showing the current live standings as they roll on the circuit. And here, this duo together, John May, to his credit, he hasn't given up. His first national race back. I mean, again, now we've got 2 drivers, because DeLeo was in the field as well in that event back at Tucson. Again, you were there. I wasn't. I was
2013?
Yeah, I was messing around at a club track in Clone Junior.
Yeah.
But that would go all the way back to those 2. So now 2 drivers returning to the Pro Tour in the season that the championship made a return to a track from over a decade from the history books.
No kidding.
Let's go down to Caleb here with 5.5 to go. Caleb.
Yeah, Xander, well, I left you from the booth, and I came here to do a whole lot of nothing. With the Spirit of the World Cup going on, myself and Dutch Westbrook are getting ready for a penalty shootout. Dutch is getting ready to shoot one on me. I'm a retired goalkeeper back in the day, played soccer my whole life, and Dutch is a soccer enthusiast. Let's go, Dutch. One shot, game winner, on the line. Team Bennick, Team Kart Chaser. And I saved that. Look at that. Back to you guys.
All right, that's it. That's it. Caleb is off the rails today. Now he's just picking on children. This is terrible. This day has all gone awry. K.A. Masters bringing out the delirium in us.
Listen, if boxing is next, we can't do that.
No, we can't broadcast
you can't
that.
Fight cadet kids, Caleb.
No. Well, I mean, that said, though, Dutch, if you think he moved off that line before you kicked it, you have more than my permission to go and throw a haymaker at him. Regardless, we stay green here in the fight for third. Junaid Din, John May, and Christian Smith, who has turned up the wick a little bit late in the going on that Birol Art machine. While these two have kind of been just riding at each other's pace for third and fourth, that red go-kart behind them has closed a little. And all of this, again, more than 10 seconds back from Mario Barrios out in front. 4 seconds to Phil DeLeo. And here, ascend, wow, late, last second, John May and contact as they exit the corner, trying to fight for that last spot on the box.
We're not done yet, though. Christian Smith coming up here, like you said. We got a little battle here for the final spot on the podium. Mario's well out front, but come on.
Yeah, we were marking up the graphics kit, too, here for P3. There's a Pro Tour podium on the line here. In John May's return, Junaid Din, it'd be the first for him in a little while. Here's a big deep send in 14. That'll make it easier. No contact this time. And John May goes back up to third, coming to the line. 4 to go for him as Barrios continues to lead the way. Jose De La Garza Elizondo further back. And now a bit of defending here as we take a look at Junaid's times here. He started to fade over the last few laps. Christian Smith, on the other hand, marching forward. Closing the margin to these two. Now on the bumper for a 3-way fight for third. Again, Phil DeLeo safe and away out in front. Coming this time to 4 laps to go, but a great shot here of the action on the racetrack in the fight for third. There's DeLeo crossing the hill to the back section. 4 seconds back. He was making a little bit of progress towards Mario Barrios, and then I think over the last few laps, I don't know if he's stabilized or Barrios got a sign from the fences, because Mario has added some more. He picked up put on 4 more tenths last time by the timing loop. And it should be 3 laps to go this time by if our timing's correct on here. And I want to make sure that we're right on that. Looking at the Race Select app live as well as got the timer show at 22 laps. But here's your split screen coverage. There's your leader, top of the screen, and Mario Barrios. And here is the battle for P3 down at the bottom. John May, Junaid Din, and Christian Smith going through turn number 2. Great bit of coordination here with our team. Again, we've got our variety of angles around the racetrack. But we want to make sure that we get to both certainly give Mario Barrios his due. I mean, this is a dominant performance. Certainly putting an exclamation point on after the start line infraction that dropped him down the leaderboard. But nonetheless, out in front over 4.5, now almost 5, and probably will be 5 seconds this time by to Phil DeLeo for Mario Barrios. And it looks like he's coming to the double sticks. Indeed, it'll be a 20-lapper. So we weren't sure on that, but officially here now, we know it for a fact. It'll be 2 laps to go this time by in the fight for third and fourth. And 2 more laps around for Mario Barrios to put an exclamation point on this clinic.
Xander's a quick little look, scrolling back at ekartingnews.com back to 2013. April the 14th was the second day of the Spring Nationals that year in Tucson, and Phil DeLeo finishing second in the tag senior category.
Wow.
So that was a wild year with the engine program of that particular weekend. Kind of brought on the end of tag racing in my mind and ushered in the new world for Superkarts USA of Miami competition. We had DeLeo, he and Andrew Zimmer battling it out for the race win. Another name from 13 years ago.
Yeah, there's another poll. How about that? The Masters class bringing some more names from the SKUSA Pro Tour storied history. And here, Junaid Din on the bottom, continuing to try and put some pressure on John May for that third and final spot on the box. Phil DeLeo safely in second, and Mario Barrios already across the line for the white flag. 1 lap remaining here. May pulling away a little bit as he got a really good launch out of turn 14 that time. And Christian Smith pulls up even closer to Din.
Yeah, a little bit of breathing room for John May to try to come away with that third place finish. Junaid Din, though, who had the spot for a time, puts the pressure on, up on the wheel coming through turns 2 and 3. May looks like he's still in real good shape in terms of pace, getting the car where he needs to be. Junaid Din a little bit offline coming through 2. A little correction there mid-corner of turn 4. Through 5, now 6 and 7. That's a battle third, 4th, 5th, lower part of the screen.
And your leader through turn 12 already as the fight for third is probably going to go down to the wire into this final section of the racetrack. Mario Barrios headed for home. He'll score the win in K Master while the fight for P3 continues down to 12. Mario Barrios gets the first main event checkered flag of the day with a win in K Master. Phil DeLeo second. And in the fight for third, John May, welcome back for the 497. He'll join the podium with P3 at the line, and K Master hanging on over Din and Christian Smith. And De La Garza Elizondo will round off the field, P6.
A lot of fun over the last couple laps, that battle for the final spot on the podium. Barrios well out front with a 5.48 second lead. DeLeo able to work his way back up into the second position. John May, though, outrunning Junaid Din and Christian Smith. May, a great job there. Din had the spot for a while, as I said, but good job for May to get that pass done. Back to P3. And Mario Barrios back on the top of the box for Rawlson Performance Group.
He makes up for, again, the penalties that sent him to the back of the grid following the pre-final. Puts himself top end of the field here in our first main event on the day. Mario Barrios victorious in KA100 Master. It's our first of many. Lots more racing headed your way here, folks, from Batavia, Ohio. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Superkarts USA Pro Tour. Making all the stops on and off the racetrack. We'll be right back.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Ready to go here for another main event from the MCC Kartplex, Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, Superkarts USA Spring Nationals, and a number of big names, including that young man here in KA Junior with some work to do in the main event. We had a wild one in their pre-final to set the grid. We'll get ready to take you through it here. Tristan Murphy and Valentino Santillan on the front row, Pettit and Gutierrez on row number 2.
Nathan Golseth starting P5 alongside Nico Kotowski, Colton Schniegenberg, and Ben Gleiberman on row number 4.
Row 5's got Marco Sammet and Cameron Johnson here as we get set to go further back on down the field with row 6. Mason Moses and Nicholas Orbezo, Homer Heyman and Nathan Ramirez on row number 7.
Braden Wagner starting 15th. Keep an eye out for Mateo Calderon, an issue that looped him around on the exit of turn number 1, dropped him down to 16th. Work to be done from the outside of turn number 8. Alex Chandler and Hudson Hidalgo. Row 9, Robert Lash and Oscar Goose Wunderall, and row number 10.
Now we get to the further back parts of the field with drivers that have a long road ahead. Darren Kidd, the top qualifier, all the way back in 29th. Clayton Stiles, one of 2 casualties that got collected there with Ashton Woon's scary moment. He's further back on the field, as is William Vitor, and tail end of the field. The bar to beat for Ashton Woon is 23 spots gained. That would still give him a whole lot more if he wants to try and beat Colton Schniegenberg's best. KA Junior, 36 deep. Lights out, we're green.
Great stuff through the opening couple of corners here now as they'll again 2 by 2. One driver off to the right side. Driver's right coming out of turn 2. Lost a bunch of spots out in the grass there. We'll pick that up when we can. 4-driver breakaway right now as they slot in behind the 822. Good start there up front. Murphy leads the way. Looks to be like Santillan into the second spot. Might be Pettit actually up into second. Indeed, Pettit goes to second.
Oh, well, the 816 is off. One of the Nash Motorsports machines a little further back in the field. Aaron Spears off the circuit here on the opening lap as Tristan Murphy takes us into 12. Travis Pettit, Nathan Golseth, and Colton Schniegenberg in tow. And Pettit goes to the lead, and Schniegenberg, as mentioned in that X30 Junior Pre-Final, he got to start third there. Unfortunately, fell back a little bit, obviously, with that big spin in front of him that put him way down the board. But now in KA Junior, coming up a number of spots. Sadly, Clayton Stiles' day just continues to get worse. He and one more together in turn 13 as Schniegenberg gets up to third. Through turn 2, Pettit leads to Murphy. Now Schniegenberg and Nathan Golseth.
Yes, Clayton Stiles and Lila Beck, the 2 drivers involved in that incident.
That's Valentino Santillan well off in the grass. Turn 2 into 3.
Yeah, tough one from the outside of that corner there. Tried to run the rim of the turn 2 corner and just wasn't able to hold on to it. 4-driver breakaway right now. Not surprised to see Travis Pettit aggressively work his way to the front. But, Xander, do the rest of these drivers in this front-running foursome, do they work together right now? There's an opportunity. Again, 20-lap distance here on a main event. Just sit in these spots, pull away. The answer to my question, a hard no. Tristan Murphy goes to the lead. These 4 drivers going to keep fighting it out. 5th, 6th, and 7th. More than happy to watch them scrap it out front.
And I think part of that was because Tristan Murphy looked back and saw a go-kart that looked just like his teammate in Colton Schniegenberg as the meatball flag comes out. One driver, front straightaway, not sure who. Someone about midway through the pack going to be flagged off the circuit, but Schniegenberg now being the wingman for Tristan Murphy. Let's see if he sticks with him. No, he'll go to the lead or try to. Side by side, mark it complete there at the end of 5. Took a little minute to get her done. Colton Schniegenberg goes by. And I will say here, as we have a side note going back to that moment with Santillan, we almost picked the inside of turn 3 as our ground cam shot. I'm glad we didn't. And our director, Riley Can, he would have had, along with a number of our team, the likes of Hunter Bolton, who giving you all the mobile camera shots, would have had a lot of work to do tonight if that would have gotten mollywopped. So thankfully, we've got another angle for you we'll show you later on. For now, all good up front for the first spot, change for third. Back goes Pettit to P4.
Just so you know, quick check-in, plus 11 over the first couple laps for Ashton Woon, already up into the 25th position. Trying to pick up.
Oh, that is Orbezo. Nico Orbezo into the scale line. Bumper bolts of some kind, it looks like. He started reaching back, trying to push it down on the outlap, and then it must have fully gone at some point.
I hate to see them do that, reach back like that with the wheels spinning. I've seen guys get their wrists broken.
Yeah, it's
the hand in there. I know you want to fix it, but darn, that's risking some pretty serious injury.
Yeah, live to fight another day. The drop in the championship can make up for it, but you can't really take advantage of being out for tomorrow's action as well.
That's it.
Nonetheless, Katowski now has reeled in the top 4 since they've been fighting, and he's made it 5 deep up front. Nico with the fast lap of the race last time and keeping tabs on our big movers here. They're a little further back, and we'll get to them when we can. Golseth now behind Pettit as they roll on the straightaway, but wanting to get past him. Looking with help inside, easily clear by 1.
Yeah, indeed. Golseth thought about the inside of 15, but thought better of it. Right back in. Look at this battle going back. Katowski right there. He'll go to the lead of that group, P3 for Katowski. Pettit back to the inside of Goldsmith, not quite enough. They'll roll around the outside. Pettit's going to have to settle and hold on to P5, but welcome back to the fight here. Marco Samet and Ruben Gutierrez, those drivers running 6th and 7th, right up there as well. The Ashton Woon watch, plus 15, Woon up to 21st.
Yeah, this is steady and solid progress here for Ashton Woon as he tries to make up on the points bracket here to Travis Pettit, but more importantly now really to Tristan Murphy, who's having a great getaway here with Colton Schneegenberg. Pettit fighting back and forth with Golseth. He gets that spot back now to 4th, but Katowski a little gap in 3rd, and the top 2, well, they were about to get away. Murphy back to the lead in 1.
Yeah, Xander, you were setting it up, weren't you? The 2 RPM drivers working together this week? No, they're not.
Yeah, every time you think that we're going to end up with that, we end up not. So now back we go. Katowski continuing to just let the battling happen in front, find a way to get there, and we'll see if they make it as easy on him as the pairing of Golseth and Pettit did, because the 2 of them were so focused on each other and trying to just selfishly fight back for one spot or another. They've allowed Katowski to break away and hook himself onto the back of the top 2.
Katowski running for TKG Birol Art, as we know, the home of Trinity Karting Group here at MCC. What a big win that would be for the crew, for Katowski to come away with a victory here. Strong Q1 on the season for both Katowskis, Nico and Jack. It'll be a big victory here, but a long way to go. Only working lap number 6. Long time coming still before we see even the halfway mark. Longer races, so different in terms of setup from the shorter sprint heat races, the pre-final.
Yeah, and you see it in the on-track action as well, how much tamer it is up front through the field. I mean, at this point in the pre-final, we'd already had 3 race-deciding incidents that took out contenders. And at the moment, again, knock on wood, literally and figuratively, we are hanging on with all of the major stars that have started up front, staying in position to fight for the win later on. Here's a look at Tristan Murphy. A couple laps ago hitting his best, starting to hit his stride now here out front of the pack. But Nico Katowski catching up and making quick work of his teammate Colton Schneegenberg now for 2nd. That pass will bring Pettit and Golseth a little bit closer. That'll connect the 2 of them and Marco Samet and Ruben Gutierrez. Don't forget them. And how about Valentino Santillan? We mentioned we thought he crashed. He was off in the grass in the start. He's back to 8th. He's a 2.5 seconds away. And with this many up front, as much as they fight like this here with Golseth now going back around Pettit for what feels like probably the 6th time those 2 have traded a spot, it will take no time at all for Valentino to get into the drafting range.
Some big movers here early on in the run as well. Let's give out some highlights. That Dominic Gaddis up 10 spots, started 24th, he's into 14th. Darren Kidd, who qualified on the pole but got shuffled back in the pre-final, started 29th, he's up 14 to 15th spot, and they're getting closed in on by Ashton Woon. He's up 18 now. He's already split the difference. Started 36th, up 18 spots to 18th. Woon on a run. What'd you say it was, 23? Was that our biggest move so far?
23.
Ashton Woon has done this in 8 laps. Now, he is turning good lap time still, 59.1 last time by. Much quicker than Mason Moses, than Mateo Calderon, than Derek Kidd. So there's still room for Ashton Woon to potentially get himself up into a top 15 finish, maybe even more.
Yeah, a lot of time left here for Woon to be able to get there. And again, there's too many go-karts, I feel like, up front for this race to be anything but wild for the remainder here. We've still got Golseth and Pettit as close as they have gotten. They have not yet cracked the top 3 since they've caught up to the pack. They have just passed each other back and forth. Now, Golseth looks like he's starting to hit his stride a bit. Last time by, personal best lap, only about a half-tenth off the best of the race that was set by Katowski earlier on. And Nico, he's waited a good ways. It looks like he's content to ride, but I don't think that'll stay much longer because he felt the pressure from Schneegenberg, and now he's going to regret waiting. Colton, Nathan, both of them on by, move Nico back to 4th.
You know what? I can't help but go back to a conversation I had with Ryan Norber a number of years ago, and I asked him what the strategy was when you're in a group like this. I think I was talking a little bit about me and the racing I'd been doing when I was starting to do the CKNA stuff, and he said, Rob, it's pass or be pass. Like, if you're in the group, especially the level that he runs at, that we run at, he had said at that point, it's pass or be pass. That's what happened with Nico Katowski. Make the move, go by. Because if you don't do it, the guy behind you is going to do it, especially in that 13-14 combination out of turn 12. Just waited, hesitated a little bit, now he's back to P4 when he could be P1.
And the reason for that is at this point here, all 7 of these drivers are equal enough on pace that the draft is going to make a bigger difference. Therefore, they're all going to stay together. So it's just track position. Yeah. At that point, they're basically equal. But if you're 3rd, you're at the mercy of what happens for 2nd and 1st. If 2nd botches that pass and then you can't get by him, then you're going to lose the leader. And so much so further on back, it multiplies. 4th, 5th here with Pettit, 6th with Gutierrez, 7th with Samet. They're at the mercy. Their race right now, whether or not they're going to get a shot at the podium or the main event, is not solely in their control. The only driver in control is the race leader when the pack's that big. Now, when there's 2 of them, the story's a little bit different. You're almost more in control in 2nd, but with 7 of them up front, the only driver safe is the one leading.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. A one-on-one battle, you, P2, kind of control things a little bit. You can even, if you have to, you can use the Chrome Horn, get a little bump and run if you need to, but for the most part, you're going to be able to do an over-under somewhere. When you're in the middle of a pack like this, like you said, just really at the mercy of those up front. Key there on the 891, moving his way forward as well. Valentino Santian continues to dig his way forward after an off-track excursion on the opening lap coming out of turn number 2 and 3. And he has fought his way back in, and a big gap behind Santian as well. We're talking 2 seconds to Cameron Johnson, so really no pressure from behind for Santian either, Xander. So really, keep digging. You know they're going to fight up front, and the minute he gets into that draft right behind Katowski, Katowski, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the gap difference at the line from last lap to this lap. If we throw that up as well for you guys to see, last time by was a 1.1 second gap from Valentino Santian in 7th all the way up to, in 8th all the way up to Nico Katowski. It's now down to half a second. So the delta continues to close. He's hitting it at the right time. And most importantly, right, his tires are going to be clean because he's not been trading the spot. I mean, the other factor that's really been notable when it comes down to that argument of whether you want to wait in line or not is just the fact that every time you go into that second lane because you're getting past, you're getting all that dirt, debris, and the marble bits, the piece of the tire that just chunk off and end up a lane and a half off the groove, you have a lap of almost vulnerability. And so as Santian goes by, essentially if there was another car right behind Nico Katowski, he'd be vulnerable for that driver to go past him in turn number 1. And so you have, essentially negative momentum or kind of a small window where you're in trouble. And then eventually it'll clear back off in a half lap to a full lap. But when you're packed up like this, get passed in one corner, then passed in the next, and it's like the bleeding never stops. So best to be, honestly, as safe as the lead is, right now Valentino Santian's in a great spot because he's only going forward. He's got a ton of positive momentum, and every driver he passes, they haven't been passed by him yet, so they're going to believe in him at least early in the race here to think, all right, well, I'll give this one to him because he seems like he's got speed if I haven't seen him yet.
That's right.
Because he's caught up to us.
Yeah, where'd this guy come from? Okay, I may need to tag onto the rear of him as he works his way forward. Indeed, Santian now up into 7th. Let me get back to this one too. We have a new mark in terms of how far drivers come from deep in the field, plus 24. Ashton Woon up into 12th position right now. 58.887 his lap last time by. That was quicker than Murphy. It was quicker than Goldsmith, Gutierrez, Pettit. Essentially everybody but Santian in that lead group. He was quicker then. So you'll catch him here. There it is right there.
And this will be the big test, right? Now he's got a big gap in front. How much speed is left? How high did they go on the pressures, anticipating he was going to need to be strong in the early going? Did they overshoot it, or does he still have a lot of life in the tank to try and march towards this pack?
And it's Darren Kidd right behind him, the driver qualified on the pole, so the speed is there. If Kidd and he can hook up and work forward, there's an opportunity that they may be able to get a couple more spots here. Still a long way to go. We're past the halfway point, working lap 14, so essentially 6 laps still remain here, but I think once you get within 5, Xander, here in the lead group, you got to start thinking about where you want to be over the last couple laps. 7th isn't going to get the job done, neither is 6th. You got to get yourself up into the top 3, maybe top 4, if you want a shot at the race win at all.
No doubt about that, Rob. And we've seen a few changes here while we were kind of painting that picture for you all at home. Nathan Golseth has gone to the lead for the first time today. It'll officially count here as he crosses the loop. And in this lap, when he went to the lead, unfortunately, Colton Schneekenberg went all the way to the tail of the pack here. And again, that was a perfect example of what we were touching on, that he got passed once, passed twice, passed 3 times, and now he's got offline corners back to back to back that have really made it tough for him to manage. And you can see that he is a little bit off the back of 7th in Gutierrez. So watch them when they go through here in the infield section. Schneekenberg's now got to make up all this time on probably the worst and dirtiest tires of that lead group. So he's got to be picture perfect right now. No mistakes to not only just get himself to not lose any more time, but to close back up and to mount a charge again late in the going. And the good news for the drivers further back is he's probably not the last one this is going to happen to. Right now, they're stacking up again behind the race leader. It's just a matter of who goes first when they get down to turn number 2 if they're this tight, because this will be a huge draft for everyone. And Golseth knows it, so he's going to protect to the bottom. Murphy will follow. That's going to bring things really tight here to 2. Let's see what happens here. Santian, the one to make the late move for 4th.
5 laps remaining, 8 drivers in the lead group. Santian works his way to 4th. He methodically got himself back to the tail of the group and has just been systematically picking them off one at a time. He's going to get another one here. That's a big move to the inside. Will he be able to hold it? Does he have to run the outside here as 7? Not sure if that'll stick. No, he's going to go back. He's actually going to lose 1, 2. There you go. Outside of that lane, picking up a bunch of rubber. He just lost a couple of spots there. He worked so hard to claw back.
And now you can see he's under pressure through 11. That split the pack up. Gutierrez and Schneekenberg got tripped up trying to get past him, and I think something happened when they went by him, because now he's off. Santian off in the S's. We saw a little bit of that as up front. The leaders are duking it out now. We're going to 4 to go. They know it's go time, and unfortunately we've lost 1 already. So out goes Santian after that valiant effort to come back and catch the leaders from getting pushed in the dirt on the opening lap. Valentino is gone, and it is Murphy protecting for the lead from Golseth and Marco Samet there in the 875.
Xander said it exactly right. It is go time, and the drivers all know it. Here's that replay again. Look at it. Oh, there's contact there. Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, so Santian just was not pointed in a good way over this left-hand curb. Watch this. He's trying to stop the bleeding. He hits the curb, and then he goes straight with the way he lands, pops the left rear of Gutierrez, and out he goes.
Listen, lucky for Gutierrez that he's still running here right now. That seemed like pretty hard contact. Big move to the inside there. Golseth back to the bottom of the racetrack on Murphy. How about 3 wide? Here comes Samet. Down to the inside, slider, book it. He's through. Samet, your new leader.
All kinds of contact between the top 3, banging tires, putting some rubber marks on those sticker kits. Travis Pettit, Colton Schneekenberg now going to take advantage, and Katowski as well, but he will not have the momentum because they're going to swing to the inside. The draft will go to Golseth as they fight for that toe on the straightaway. Katowski gets it, and here comes Cameron Johnson, new player up front. And Murphy, trying the hero move to the outside, pays the price.
Yeah, Samet had to get that thing righted as he got through. He's kind of sideways, almost counter-turned into the corner. It's the 2 BJR drivers running up front right now. Samet and Pettit, 1, 2. Pettit somehow back onto the scene up into 2nd. So many drivers trying to get back into the fight here now. Murphy trying to stop the bleeding as well. Here comes Woon and his entire group. Woon right there now. He's up into Braden Wagner. Woon to the top 10.
There has not been yet, and in a long time, a driver to win from truly last on the grid on the SKUSA Pro Tour. Ashton Woon still has a lot of go-karts to get there, but there's a lot of them packed up. Right now, the 3-pack up front is 2 teammates. Travis Pettit in a spot to repay the favor that Marco Sammet did to stay as his wingman the last time they were on track together at the Stars race in Newcastle a couple weeks ago. 2 to go at the line. BJR 1-2, Sammet and Pettit, and further back, Woon's got himself 1, if not 2 more. Pettit to the lead, trying it almost.
I think Woon tried to get a little greedy coming out of 15 or 14 rather than try to tuck to the inside of Goldfuss. I believe the other 2 drivers we had just passed went around the outside of him as well. So I think he's going back to 11. The deed he has. Woon thought about it, but not quite enough.
And so it's Braden Wagner to 12th, and it was Darren Kidd that got back around Woon. And Travis Pettit, he tried that move. He cut Sammet a break. Sammet crowded him a bit. And to Travis's credit, it was a little late, not crazy late in 2. But now Travis, unfortunately, he pays the price for being a little nice there. He could have absolutely let off the brake and drove into the side of his teammate. He didn't. And now he's going back to 6 for it. Schneegenberg on the back bumper of Marco Sammet, almost completely crashing out there in turn 13.
Going to give Sam a little breathing room coming out of turn number 14. Another driver dropping a wheel.
Cameron Johnson in the Nash machine, up and into the dirt. White flag, 1 to go, Rob, down the front stretch.
Final lap. Does Marco Sammet come away with a big victory here? Schneegenberg putting everything at him. He'll cover to the bottom of turn number 2. Not surprising. Katowski way to the outside. He's going to drop a wheel. He'll lose 4 or 5 spots as well as Katowski shot his shot.
Oh, big contact further back as well, out of 3. Woon, I think, and 2 more. Woon still running. 1 or 2 went out because of it. Nathan Golseth into the wall there, coming out of turn 3. Katowski, Darren Kidd. Wow. Golseth still going, but it's Darren Kidd and Nico Katowski in the barriers. Sammet leads here on the final lap to Schneegenberg and Murphy. 2 teammates, 2nd and 3rd. Then his teammate, Travis Pettit, in 4th. And then Golseth back in 5th, trying to close back up.
Sammet's trying to make it more than 55 inches wide at the bottom to see if he can't hold these guys back. Watch for some contact coming through. Right there is Schneegenberg. Move to the inside, no. Almost done here for Sammet. Can he rotate it through 14? Big move to the bottom for Pettit. It's not going to be Katowski or Murphy. Here comes Marco Sammet. He is going to run him to the line. It is definitely BJR, and it's Marco Sammet winning in KA 100 Junior.
Marco Sammet, victorious in Cincinnati, 43,000th of a second. Schneegenberg tried to time the run the best he could to the line. And Darren Kidd waving at someone there on the run down into turn number 4. Here's a look at what happened. Katowski, we saw him off on the side. Woon on the outside of him. And again, Nico had dirt on the tires, and then boom. I just honestly, an innocent bystander there, Darren Kidd. And again, Nico Katowski, we saw him all the way in the marbles in 2. He was fully out of control, just trying to hang on for lost time. And so the unofficial results, Marco Sammet victorious in KA Junior with Brandon Jarsercrack Racing. Schneegenberg, Murphy, Golseth able to pip Travis Pettit at the very end. Pettit tried that move to get onto the podium on Murphy, ends up losing 1 spot because of it. And Ashton Woon's valiant efforts, even being a part of a second or a last lap crash, ends up in 9th.
Plus 27.
A net gain, new high on the day. And that one may not be topped here in this 36-driver KA Junior main event. What a race there for our second main on the day.
Hey, pass or be passed, that's what it came down to. And for Marco Sammet, able to get out front, covered enough at the bottom of the racetrack, got pressured hard by Colton Schneegenberg. Let's take this in. Big win for Marco Sammet. Congratulations all around. Helmut will be off here momentarily.
Marco Samet putting on a good number of results. Marco, just going to steal you here. What a drive. What a last couple of weeks for you. And the win kind of finally coming true for Marco. Austin Miles giving him a big hug, his driver coach. And again, hug from the rest of the family members. Marco, he's taking everything off here. And Paulie as well, celebrating with him. Marco, tell me about the win here. How special is this one?
It feels great. I mean, I told my dad on his birthday I would try to get 4 podiums, so I guess we already have 1, but it just feels great. I mean, second ever win that hopefully should count, so yeah.
Who would you like to thank for this victory, Marco?
My dad, BJR, OTK, BBS, my grandpa for supporting me here, all my family. That's really it, I think.
I'm sure you'll get used. Marco, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
There you guys have it. Marco Samet, victorious in K8 Junior. Back to you guys.
And while we wait for the next main event to roll here, we do have the live unofficial standings as they finished. Boy, has it gotten close in the pre-drop standings for KA100 Junior. Wow. Travis Pettit off the back of that P5 results here, and Colton Stegenberg's valiant efforts only 8 points out of the lead. Ashton Woon, that run right there is what championships are built off of, from last all the way up and into the top 10. He slides only a couple of marks back there to third. Tristan Murphy closes the gap. Nathan Golseth, Cameron Johnson keeping things close and tidy as well there in 5th and 6th, Rob.
You know, I think for Ashton Woon, you look at the 9th place finish and the points he was able to get on the day, and you say, man, you know what? If that's going to be potentially the drop, that could be the save, right? It wasn't a 25th. It wasn't a 30th. It could be a 9th, and that's going to keep him in it. Travis Pettit, of course, tremendous run as well, as they were right in the middle of the fight. And again, I love seeing guys get big wins like that. Marco Samet definitely earned that one. He was pressured. He was really put under a ton of pressure, let's be real, throughout those last couple of laps. Held station and kept his cool and came away with a well-deserved victory. Very impressive.
Super impressive out of Marco Samet, and the BJR crew definitely deserved to celebrate that one. An awesome drive to pull the win off here in only our second main event on the day. More still continues to roll here from this phenomenal facility at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Next up, getting ready to roll here are the Micro Swift division, slated to go just about any moment for their 20-lap main. Pro Shifter Heat 2 will follow along with K Senior, X30 Junior, Mini Swift, and to cap off the on-track activity from our live coverage for day 1 of 2 at the SKUSA Spring Nationals, the Pro X30 22-lap main. Micro Swift now gridded up here, moments away from going green. There's a whole lot of cleanup from K Junior. It gives us time to catch our breaths a bit after all of that. And equally, as we talk about the championship, reminding all of you at home watching along, well, we're showing both, for one, unofficial based on the results that we see on screen, and equally that we're going to really begin to start to look at what the true championship picture can tell us at the end of tomorrow. It'll be the best 5 of 6 race days for 7 of the 8 divisions you're seeing racing here this weekend, including these Micro Swift drivers and including the KA Junior class that just wrapped up. So they get to drop their lowest score, but again, this is only the halfway point, truly exactly the halfway point for the KA Juniors here at the end of round 3, with round 4 on tap tomorrow. And round 3's main yet to be written here for these Micro Swift drivers. Bo Wyatt getting ready to lead them to green. He had about as eventful of a pre-final as anyone, and he ended up winning the thing. He was off the racetrack at one point, he was purple at one point, and he ended up with the checkered flag by the most important point, the final lap of the session here, Rob. But he far from stood above the rest of the field. There's a number of contenders ready and hungry to try and challenge him.
Yeah, when we think about an extended run through a main event as well, the longer drive, the gap that's the group that's going to develop super early. Do we get a breakaway group? Do the race all the way to the beginning, from the beginning to the end? I think you never really know how a race is going to play out for any drivers until the first couple of laps settle in. We haven't seen anybody, at least in that last race, nobody wanted to work together early. And it could have been maybe a 3-driver breakaway. Did not happen. They went to work, battled each other over the first couple of laps, brought everybody back into it. For us, a far more exciting and entertaining race, but we'll see whether or not these micros can leverage that optimal strategy and potentially pull away.
There's a look again at the unofficial estimated time stamps here for the sessions to go as the Micro Swifts begin to roll up and onto the circuit for what will be our next main event, our third on the day, and then we'll switch gears to bang some gears with Pro Shifter, but go back into heat racing action. We'll rack them up and cover that when they get up to the grid. But for the Grupo Santana Vega Micro Swift Division, now with the grid released, we get to take you through how they'll fully stack up. As we mentioned, Bo Wyatt starting on the pole off that pre-final win alongside Tristan Francisco's Chrome RPM Nitro kart. Liam Compatiello, Dusty Strayer, Trey Sanders, and Cohen Scott, the first three.
Carson Bishop starting alongside Andres Pena on row number 4, Sebastian Kim and Baron Chen on row number 5.
And the grid will continue, of course, with your top 10 starters there. Benjamin Monroy and Kip Knaus back on row number 6. Dan Dukalescu and Chase Zolman back on row number 7.
Lucas Freitas Melo starting 15th alongside Enzo Vizquiano and Wiley Lee. Emma Dalton, row 9. JJ DeShong and Michael Dean capping off your top 20.
Final few starters as they roll across the screen. Liam Lofton and Shep Sullivan. Shep with some work to do from the back of the field. Jack Katowski had a DQ from the pre-final for tools on the grid while he crossed the line in a great spot. 0 points scored, and now he'll have to try and match or improve that feat that Ashton Woon did. Granted, he's 10 spots higher on the leaderboard than Woon was. 36 for Ashton, 26 on the grid for Jack Katowski. He's won a ton already this year, but he's got a long road and a lot of go-karts ahead. As he took a look over his shoulder there, no one behind him. They're all in front of him. It's Bo Wyatt on the right in the blue and white for Team Bennick, the chrome and red RPM colors for Tristan Francisco. The Grupo Santana Vega Micro Swift main event is green from Cincinnati.
Couple big lane changes further back as drivers try to get back to the inside, that you don't want to get shuffled on the outside at turn number 2. Out of 3. Everything underway cleanly now as they'll work their way through turn 4 or 5. Almost single file for a majority of the group. A little further back, they start doubling up coming into turn number 4, but indeed underway with a solid lead here. A little bit further back, they're battling back and forth. A little bit of a breakaway right now as well.
Yeah, it's Bo Wyatt under pressure for second with a big heads-up play and it almost stuck for him. Cohen Scott there in the black and orange Kart Republic for the Kid X USA group. Now he's under pressure from Liam Compatiello in the red and yellow machine. He'll get that spot for 4th and bring Trey Sanders along with him into 5th. So it's a good start.
Is that Dusty Strayer out front?
He's in the Nash machine. That is Tristan Francisco.
Francisco.
And then Wyatt and then Strayer. Good start for Dusty. Great start for Francisco.
Wow.
In fact, 4 car lengths to boot. Maybe 5 here at the line as Compatiello challenges Dusty for 3rd and by.
So some good racing in the first couple of laps here as they're getting right at it.
And all of them still rolling. How'd that opening lap go for Jack Katowski? Pretty well. He's already up to 18th from the back of the field, so marching towards the front.
Shep Sullivan, 12th.
Huge opening lap there.
Fantastic start for Shep Sullivan.
Yeah, Shep Sullivan way up the leaderboard there with that opening circuit after the bummer ending to the pre-final for Shep. And now, as they roll through the infield section here, looking at this into turn number 11. We watched Trey Sanders go forward early on the opening lap to get past Dusty Strayer. Dusty's looking like he wants that spot back. Cohen Scott starting to reset as well in that black and gold. And you can see right now how much the kids are struggling early on with the low air pressure. All of them kind of washed out wide in 12, and Cohen's going to end up getting the better of Dusty for it.
What do you think about Tristan Francisco out to almost a full second lead? What is it here at the line? Is he pulling away from Bo Wyatt, or is the gap
We're going to find
shrinking?
out.
No,
2
more.
off.
Yeah, but it's 1.1 seconds as well. We'll find out who's off the racetrack. But the bottom line there is that the leader stretching away a little bit looks to me like Sebastian Kim and maybe Oliver Smith or Benjamin Monroy as well, Xander. Two drivers off here on lap 2.
Certainly appears that way. Sebastian Kim, Benjamin Monroy on that Croc promotion entry. Sebastian Kim out. And that drops us down to only 22, still in the running back to Oliver Smith and Liam Lofton. This lap looks like it's starting to track back in the right direction here for Bo Wyatt. Last time by, Tristan Francisco, like you said, took it from 9/10 up to 1.1, but visually Bo has really closed that gap. My goodness, Bo Wyatt on a heater right now in the 251.
Yeah, big lap. That was 1.109, the gap between first and second last time by, but just visually, you can see that it's going to be down within a couple tenths. More drivers off, Bishop being one.
Kip Knaus, Carson Bishop collected out in turn number 12. That was the fight for P9. They were right on the edge of kind of getting towards that next group, and now they're going to both drop all the way down the leaderboard.
Going to bounce Katowski up into 9th and Sullivan up into 10th. So those drivers who started deep in the field getting not only advantage of them moving forward and making overtakes, but also a number of drivers having issues in front of them. So Katowski now up into the 9th spot. Sullivan goes up into 10th. Katowski overall 5.8 seconds back from Francisco, but this lead is gone. That 1.1 second lead down to essentially less than 3/10 when they came across the line. As you can see, nose to tail now as Bo Wyatt has reeled in Francisco. He's asking for some help. He's pointing forward because he knows that Liam Compatiello and Trey Sanders running together in 3rd and 4th. Going to make this a 4-driver battle up front. Yeah, Compatiello looks good, Xander.
He does. Liam Compatiello with help here with Trey Sanders trying to reel in the 2 leaders, and they just need the big moment to happen for the top spot. But Bo Wyatt's not going to give him the chance right now. He took a look over his shoulder right as he got to the bumper of Tristan Francisco and thought better of it. Decided to wait a little bit longer to make his play for the lead, maybe try to push with Tristan, knowing that they've got a lot of time in the bank to be able to just push and work away from the rest of the field. They don't need to fight for the lead just yet. So I think Bo will probably ride it here for a lap or 2, Rob, if I'm honest, and then if there's no gap change in the distance from 2nd to 3rd, you see he monitored it again, took another look back there. He'll probably just, at that point, make the play to go forward. Here's Jack Katowski, speaking of going forward. Already up and knocking on the top 8, up to 9th. As of last time by the timing loop, closing the gap to Andres Marcelo Pena. Challenge for the lead now. Bo Wyatt gave it only half a lap and then decided to pull the trigger.
Katowski also running the same lap times as the leaders already. He's going to love this battling up front.
This is great stuff for him. We'll watch it unfold as we do. We'll get set for some pro shifter action. How about hearing from one young man all the way from down under that we haven't gotten to speak with yet? Lachlan Tomlinson's had a phenomenal weekend thus far. He's with Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Lachlan. First of all, let's talk about the moment here going into turn number 2. A full 360, you keep it pinned, and you keep going. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was fun, I guess, but scary at the same time. I tried to go a little bit faster because there's someone behind me, so I wanted to try to get clear before turn 2. But yeah, just went in a little bit too deep and slid and then dropped the wheel and yeah, went around.
Well, you know, no harm, no foul. You're still within a good starting spot and good points haul for you as well. What's kind of clicked for you this weekend? What's changed in comparison to Tucson? Because the speed this weekend has been unreal for you.
Yeah, the whole package was really good this weekend. In Tucson, we struggled a little bit as it was my second KZ race, I think. And yeah, we've just gotten a lot better than practicing a lot. So yeah.
Well, we've talked a lot to Jay Irwin, and we've heard his experience here stateside. How's yours been up to this point?
Yeah, it's been really good. Everyone's really nice. The track's really good and everything's really fast. And yeah, Jay's really nice. He's helped me out a lot. So, yeah.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Lachlan. Best luck later on today.
Thank you.
Great to hear from another young man making a trip halfway around the world here to compete at the SKUSA Pro Tour and performing.
Well, 14 years of age, so his second ever KZ race was at Tucson. Been able to practice over the last couple of months, and you can see how much that practice has helped him. Package, yeah, he's saying is even better. It's great here this weekend. But as a young driver with not a lot of experience, you can be guaranteed that seat time is paying off here this weekend.
No doubt about it. It's just a matter of reps here, and again, when they're that young, you know, your development is at a rapid rate because you're learning so much all at the same time. You know, you're developing the mental capacity to race around all these superstars. Again, Danny Formal, a factory GT driver, factory karting driver for over a decade, and Lachlan was on his heels that entirety of that session, not to mention the rest of the top 10 whose accolades all speak for themselves and have been racing shifters longer than Lachlan's probably got behind the wheel of a go-kart.
And I often say that when you jump out of another kart into a shifter, there's so much stuff that happens that doesn't happen in a single speed. And it takes some time for your memory bank to put, to make that rote, to make that something you understand and just do automatically, right? You don't have to think about shifting. You don't have to think about a lot of it. Guys that have been doing it forever, Danny Formal, Morgado, you name it, everything's automatic. When you can do that, you can give a lot of your focus on trying to be fast, hitting the right marks, getting back on throttle, and the racecraft side of it. When you're just kind of holding on, trying to remember how to drive these things, there's not a lot of bandwidth to be able to do anything else.
I can tell you one driver that certainly is making it look easy and probably has a lot of bandwidth to think about the overall complexion of the race. That's the young man in the red and white. Jack Katowski now officially has clawed his way to the top 5 from 26th on the grid. Now, the last bit will be the hardest bit to get to. He's more than 5.5 seconds away from the leading quartet of Francisco Compitiello, Bo Wyatt, and Trey Sanders. Now, we just saw the positions change there. Wyatt go up to second, Compitiello back to third. But again, Jack, at a track like this, in a restricted 9-horsepower machine, you know, there is a lot the driver can do. At the same point, that main straightaway can feel like an eternity when you're by yourself and you're watching 2 cars, or in this case 4, push and get further and further up the road and away from you. So in this case here, for Jack Katowski, this is going to be big time if he can really begin to unleash the speed of that TKG Bureau Lart. We've seen it already here with a great lap there at a 103.1. Like you said, he was as fast as the leaders. He'll need to be faster here, even with the passing, until things really get hairy, because right now the passes they're making are either behind the leaders, so it's not really affecting the overall delta. They're kind of closing back up in the draft after the positions change, or they're doing it in a way or in a place where they're not really giving up more than a tenth or two, and that tenth or two they're picking back up against Jack by pushing on the big straight, where you can see him here. He's all by his lonesome.
Well, the good thing for Katowski, he was able to get by Cohen Scott. Scott, it would have been an opportunity for him to kind of stay with Katowski to try to pull ahead with them, but Sanders Dusty Strayer got in there, kind of shook things up a little bit. So that's giving Katowski that breathing room he needs. He's got a half a second on the driver behind him, not so much worried about what they're going to do. Maybe he'll be able to pull Dusty Strayer along with him, but the open racetrack now for Katowski, he can just keep hitting his marks. Watch them coming through here right now. Yeah, look how much room he's got. Even it's going to help Strayer and Scott, but we'll be able to look at the gaps. We'll be able to look at fast times. Last time by a 103.7 for Katowski, about 0.3 off of that of Trey Sanders. So, like you said, Xander, that extra draft that those guys are getting in that lead up front running together, that may be too much for Katowski to overcome if they don't keep racing.
And we'll get a look at it here in a few moments. How about Shep Sullivan as well? We touched on his forward progress here. And Shep right now into the top 10, up to 9th, having made that move this time by on Andres Marcelo Pena's CRG. Both of them really have been rolling from the back of the field forward in this main event, and now they're into the top 10, and they're trying to get to the next one, which will be Baron Chen. Pena fell back early. Sullivan started at the back, and now Shep is up 13 positions, and it would be the Hard Charger Award had it not been for the DQ for the tools on the grid that sent Jack Katowski to the back of the field. Here's your leading quartet. Once again, though, Tristan Francisco to Wyatt. Back to third with Liam Compitiello, and to fourth with Trey Sanders through the S's and rolling strong here through turn number 11. Working lap number 11. It'll be just a matter of 7 laps to go when we get back around to the timing loop. And out of all the shuffling that's happened early on, things have really kind of calmed back down. I mean, this order has stayed pretty stagnant the last couple of laps, and it probably will for a couple more, which is, again, bad news, unfortunately, if you're rooting for Jack Katowski, 6.5 seconds back to get there.
Yeah, and still not running the lap times he needs to either. Leaders are 103.3s, 103.5s. Katowski 103.8 last time by. So indeed the battle up front is essentially everybody getting a feel for each other. Let's put it that way. Where do I need to be? Where am I quicker? Big move to the inside. Bo Wyatt says, I want to be in the lead. That's where I want to be. Francisco on the outside. Look at the move to come into the inside as well. He tucks back in. Bo Wyatt leads. Kind of a little surprised that Compitiello didn't make a move to the inside or force the issue there to try to get himself into second. He's been third for so much time here, and the opportunity to get to second I think would have been big. Trey Sanders still watching it from behind. It wasn't that much of a loss in terms of pace. Coming through the pass through turn 3 and 4. It's a slower part of the racetrack. But big move down the inside again, Xander.
Yeah, but it kicked off the battling here. It kind of woke everybody back up. Tristan Francisco, we saw on the side-by-side angle there. That was his father motioning along, positioned right on the edge of the fence at the top of the grid on the run to turn number 2, saying, keep your head forward and keep going. And now Bo Wyatt wanting second back, but not having the draft to pull it off. Compitiello holds. And let's see what this lap, what the damage was. That was a 103.88 for the pack. It was only a 103.68 for Jack Katowski. Again, he made up a little, but he needs a mountain of...
he's 6.5 back.
Yeah, he's a ways back here from the leaders. So it won't be all too much, unfortunately, at the rate that they're going for the moment. Coming this time by, it'll be 13 complete, 5 to go. Tristan Francisco's won before. Bo Wyatt has as well, but Liam Compatiello is looking for a big-time win. This would be a huge statement against 3 drivers who have already won in very recent memory over the last couple of months on the national tour of events. And right now, he is under pressure from one of them. Bo Wyatt back to the inside for second. He'll stick it through 13 and 14. To the line we go. 5 laps remaining and a little bit more with Caleb down on the grid.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, myself and Danny, we spoke just after Super Bowl, and then a 4th place, a penalty. Then it's, again, taken back, right? So you are reinstated in 4th. Just kind of tell me about that first heat race.
Actually, good heat race. Pace is still not there. It's not that we magically found the pace that we had yesterday in the warm-up. Just clean race. Obviously, really feel extremely bad for my teammate Kyle and also Jacob. They were doing a fantastic race, and things out of circumstances they could control. Took them out of contention. So did Hunter. So it was a bad heat for all GFCs, but I just did a good start and worked my way up. Still missing about 2 tenths, but at least got a good heat race, good chunk of points. Weather's looking spicy for tomorrow. Marin beat me in the rain in Costa Rica last week, and I want my rematch. So, yeah, it's looking like it's another good heat. We have to get a decent position here and see what we can start in the pre-final.
Why are you looking ahead to tomorrow already? You know, we're still not even done with Saturday with Heat 2, just moments away from getting started.
No, because obviously this would be my first shifter race in the rain in years. I think my last one was in Ocala, I think 2023 or 2022. So it's been a very long time. I love the rain. Anyone that knows me knows that. So yeah, I'm obviously looking forward to tomorrow for the rain, if it does come. And if it doesn't come, I'm looking forward to the dry. I think GFC's proved that we are the go-kart to beat with Kyle this weekend. The Sweet Tech Racing engines have been second to none. So yeah, just really proud of the program. We're still in the championship hunt, right? Mateos obviously beat us there, but unfortunately, Jay had a DNF, which kind of helps me. But anyways, a lot to go for the championship. Start thinking about that stuff. I don't really think about that, but yeah, again, another good heat. Hopefully, get a good start, and hopefully the rain gods help us with some rain tomorrow.
There you go. Best of luck, Danny.
Thank you.
Well, back we are here as the leaders head down the front stretch. You saw a little bit of movement between the two of them, and again, the rain, it would affect everybody, but it wouldn't change anything in the mindset from today to tomorrow. The shifters, and a great point there from Danny and Caleb, they have the days combined into one overall weekend, so Saturday does really translate to tomorrow. But the good news, for whatever moves these kids are thinking up in store, when they wake up Sunday, none of it will cross over and set their Sunday up whatsoever. They'll get a fresh start, and right now, Bo Wyatt, Tristan Francisco, Trey Sanders, Liam Compatiello trying to tee up for maybe a move to go into Sunday with a good day in the bank.
This thing is starting to settle itself down into potentially a 2-driver battle, but it's only going to take one more pass here. Bo Wyatt trying to go by Francisco to bring Trey Sanders back in. Sanders had been running in the 4th position for the last 6, 7, 8 laps, had not tried to make a move on Compatiello, and now finds himself into 3rd. Sometimes it's a great place to be. Right now, though, look at this little bit of a gap for Francisco. 2 to go this time by. Last time it was just 600ths of a second, hundredths of a second. Now it's a bit more of a gap for Francisco. Is it going to be enough? Call it a car length coming out of turn number 2 over to 3. That draft playing the role here for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. Trey Sanders right up there as well.
He's closed that gap up nicely here over the last lap. Trey Sanders starting to hit his stride here right when it matters most. It's close enough he could throw a diver here into turn number 7, but he doesn't. Hangs on, just latches to the back of Bo Wyatt. Liam Compatiello, his teammate, a little further away, but not totally out of the running. And again, his teammate up front leading the pack. Tristan Francisco, Bo Wyatt outnumbered by the RPM Nitro Karts 3-1. It won't matter because he'll try to lead them all with this move in turn 12. New leader, Bo Wyatt taking over, and now they're duking it out. Compatiello to the inside of Sanders.
Yeah, tough one there. As Sanders in the 231 gets shuffled back again. Bo Wyatt out front. He's got himself a bit of a gap. All that action, that move to the inside of 12, has given him a couple of kart lengths. You can see Francisco going to the inside as well. Is that enough of a gap for Bo Wyatt to put Bennick back on top. Compatiello to the inside of Francisco. That could be enough.
Oh, man, here comes Trey Sanders now. The teammates all duking it out. Second, third, and fourth. Trey to the inside in turn 4. There's still a lot of racing left. A long lap here at the MCC Kartplex. And yet, this is a huge, huge deficit for them to make up to the leader. Oh, no! Contact in the infield. Turn 7. Compatiello trying to go back on Sanders and jumps over the side pod.
How was there no damage to that machine right there as he went over top of him as he worked his way through turn number 7? All of this contact, all of this action has handed the lead to Bo Wyatt.
Oh, this is a huge lead now for Bo, and they have already, at this point, if you hadn't conceded it now, they have certainly conceded that they're going to be fighting for second. Wyatt, long gone out of 14. The battle for P2 will go all the way to the wire, and for third as well as Compatiello goes to the grass. But Bo Wyatt reigns supreme in Cincinnati. He wins round 3 in micro. And beyond him, to Francisco in second. Compatiello hangs on over Sanders. Gets the win there with that, or the win in that battle in the crossover to the line. Bo Wyatt taking a look over his shoulder and realizing now it's a big gap he ended up with, nearly 3 seconds worth.
I had some cushion, he said. And listen, that's big in the championship as well. He rolled in here on the weekend, 81 points behind Tristan Francisco. Big opportunity to get top points in this main event. Trey Sanders was in the fight as well. He was only 35 points back. Just the way they all finished on the road there, the top 3 drivers locking things down. Big stuff for all 3 of those guys. Wyatt's win, 2.5 seconds, surprising considering the fact they were on top of each other for at least 10 laps there. Francisco and Compatiello finally finishing up in second and third. Sanders fourth. Katowski all by himself in fifth, but you cannot take away from his performance coming from deep in the field.
And again, it'll make a big impact in the pre-drop championship standings here for Jack Katowski to have that kind of recovery. It certainly hurts giving up all the points he did in the pre-final, but that valiant effort puts him back in the conversation. So for Jack Katowski coming out of this one, still close, but still a little ways away in the pre-drop standings. It's Tristan Francisco that'll end up leading those provisional standings coming out of round number 3, but Bo Wyatt will close that gap to just 21 markers by our unofficial tally.
Another one for Shep Sullivan. We talked about him at the start. 7th place for Shep. 2 drivers coming deep, from deep all the way into the top of the field. Very nicely done.
Big-time performances there in Micro Swift. Big-time performances are going to be on tap and needed for some pro shifters. Second heat race on the weekend. We return from the MCC Kartplex.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Pro Shifter, heat number 2, released from the grid, getting ready to go at it once again. Top qualifier, Kyle Wick for GFC Karting, getting ready to try and win the whole shot this time fully by the time you get out of turn number 2. He had a good enough launch going down the run into turn number 1 back at the opening heat race, Rob, but got so caught up and so focused on holding the likes of Mateus Morgado back. Well, he didn't realize Marian Kremers had picked both of them apart on the exit of 1 and got the lead away into 2.
Yeah, I think Marian, as he told us in the interview, pretty much had that scenario played out. If it happened, he was going to do the over-under, made it work, and came away with the race lead. Again, Wick and Morgado in the front row. Kremers will, maybe have a different idea this time around. He'll start alongside Lachlan Tomlinson. Billy Musgrave and Gage Korn on row 3. Jay Irwin alongside Jacob Gulick on row 4. Both those drivers looking for better results in this second heat race. Hunter Pickett and Massimo Valiente capping off your top 10.
A number of drivers further back that need some big runs. Andrew Boydeshow, one of them. Teo Blinn with a rough go in the opening heat race, and he was far from alone. Jay Irwin with the engine failure. Kyle Wick with the same. They need a massive, massive second heat to put themselves in a good spot to fight tomorrow in that pre-final. As Danny mentioned in his interview as well, we are expecting the chance of some rain, but who knows what that'll bring when we wake up tomorrow morning. What we do know right now, the sun is shining. It is hot here at the MCC Kartplex in Cincinnati, and we are ready for one more start here for the Pro Shifter Division presented by PSL Karting. We'll take you on the full run through here as the SKUSA officials get this 34-driver grid lined up.
Fantastic group of drivers here in this category for the weekend. 15 of the top 20 in the EKN driver rankings presented by Stilo USA. All part of this action. One of them not here. Xander, Adrian Renaudin, the number 1 ranked driver in the rankings, not here. We'll see him at the Summer Nationals at Newcastle Motorsports Park, joining Carpos Racing Engines on the Sodi kart. But this field is stacked and packed. So much talent. Getting ready to go. Wick on the inside, Morgado on the outside.
Looking for the lights to go out here, and out we go. Heat 2 underway. Another good start. Marian Kremers, but a better one for Kyle Wick. He'll control the field through turn 2 as they fight amongst themselves in the opening couple hairpins.
Yeah, Xander, good start for Wick to climb the curbing on the inside of turn 1 to make sure he was to the inside of the racetrack. Was not going to allow that over-under to happen again. Looks like contact further back.
There was something wild that just went down out of the exit of turn number 3. One driver up and over. Ethan Boer is out. AJ Myers involved. The officials are scrambling to go and check to it as Kyle Wick gets away. Morgado to second, Musgrave to third, and Kremers has been swallowed by the pack. Jacob Gulick up to the 4th spot. We'll see if this one stays green right now as we try to get IDs and information there. Morgado under pressure.
Billy Musgrave putting all this pressure right now on Morgado. Again, always tough running with the low tire pressures here on the opening circuit. The car does not do what you want it to do. More yellow flags flying down here on the entry to 12. Like we should have some contact on the outside of that corner as well. So Xander potentially a couple of incidents on track as another move comes as Morgado's got some open room. As Gulick able to work his way by Musgrave.
Irwin and Kremers now wheel to wheel through turn number 3 as Gage Korn looks on. And indeed, the drivers involved, Hunter Pickett, Ethan Boer. Look at this here. Boer on the top of Pickett, and up and over he goes. Oh, man, that is a wild, wild moment for Ethan Boer. Hunter Pickett with his young teammate up and on his right rear shoulder. AJ Myers off, and Lachlan Tomlinson also having to go for a wild ride in the grass, too.
Xander, some of the times when you get a driver going over like that and it gets jettisoned out of the seat, you want to see him clear the kart, right? Not get caught up in it, potentially get a limb locked in there. And for Boer, landing on the head and being able to roll away from the kart, being told by our spotters that both drivers able to get up and get away.
You can see Gage Corn is under pressure. Massimo Valiente, Danny Formal looking at him here as they go through turn number 1. Kremers on Morgado or on Musgrave trying to go back forward after a sluggish start here, but this time he wasn't able to hold the lead and protect for it. Looking again on Billy, can't get it done. Myers now going purple, buried back in 26th. And Gage Corn all out of shape, out of turn 4 and 5. He'll bring a ton of grass onto the racetrack as he blends in line inside of Noah Stark there in the CRG. But a rough go here for the 34 machine that had a solid effort in qualifying.
He was battling with Valiente and Formal for 7th, 8th, and 9th. The issue going off the racetrack there, so Corn going to drop a bunch of spots, and that's going to move Valiente up into 8th and Formal up into 9th.
The driver you see off in the flickering through this back section was Anthony Fries. The BRL driver was our only other DNF and casualty on the opening lap as Jacob Gulick, high, low, inside. He gets the job done on Mateus Morgado for second, and it takes it to a GFC 1-2. Jacob Gulick on the charge here. Mind you, again, he had that spin in heat number 1, so both he and Kyle Wick are desperately fighting to make up for points. Here's a look at Valiente. He's got the whole field behind him, and Corn just barely misjudged where the grass curb and divot all kind of came together, and it got him out of shape, hanging on the outside with, they were all lined up. He had no gap to get in line.
Now they were coming by him, steamrolling through. Not a chance for him to get back in. Had to go to the outside of the corner. I'll tell you this, though. What a run right now for Jacob Gulick. First able, as we know, put the pressure on Musgrave, got by Musgrave, then reeled in Morgado and was able to get by him as well. And as Xander mentioned, it's a GFC 1-2. We'll complete it on the tower, the timing tower here as they come back around. There is Wick, again, trying to get the vengeance after that spark plug failure in race number 1, heat race number 1. They run 1-2 with Gulick in second. Morgado, Musgrave, Kremers, Irwin. Everybody's right there.
This is big-time implications here when it comes to the points and the heat points for tomorrow as well. A lot going on and a lot going down here in Pro Shifter at the moment as Kremers continues to fend off the charge from Jay Irwin, who, like Gulick, like Wick, needs a big-time performance here in heat number 2 to catapult himself back up the leaderboard.
Xander, we just saw the update on the weather coming in here. The forecast I looked at was a high of 82 degrees. We're being shown 88.8. Wow. A lot warmer, I think, than most people thought coming into the day. Not sure whether we have that overcast we talked about or whether it will arrive on the scene, but it is a warm day here. We were hoping for maybe a little bit cooler temps. 131 track temp, challenging these drivers 100%. Not as hot as it was in Tucson, but still an unbelievable physical challenge on this racetrack.
Certainly, this is a blistering and very humid heat here, and again, the surface temp skyrocketing as we approach halfway. Battles all around right now. The biggest one that we're kind of focused on here is between the likes of Kremers and Irwin, the top 2 drivers in the point standings as things run, and equally Danny Formal lurking on behind him with that penalty overturned from the heat race. He can cruise a little bit easier here through heat 2, and as you heard in his interview, he still doesn't feel confident about the speed of that number 37, like it's not nearly as strong as he was yesterday, and nonetheless hanging tough inside the top 10. And Mateus Morgado, just as he was in heat number 1, but the gap much larger this time, starting to really turn things up. This lap's probably going to be a really good one as we hit halfway for the number 5. Wick goes purple. Morgado might have been able to nip him for the fast lap that time by as Irwin, big time send into Kremers, and around he goes. Jay Irwin keeps it running and continues. He and the 94 are going to fall way down the pylon, and it has destroyed the front end of Marian's car.
Man, you think about that, where they were running on track, 5th, 6th, kind of bring it home. Kremers, of course, just wanted to stack up another solid point run to be able to sure he had a good start in the pre-final tomorrow. Instead, all going awry. A flat tire, we're being told, for Marian Kremers. Contact right at the apex coming through turn number 2. We'll have a look at it here, Xander.
Yeah, this'll change things up big time. Here's a pass further back, alive as well, but Jay Irwin, he was committed to it. Marian had protected for a number of laps. You can only hold someone back so long before they start really trying to up the aggression. Jay went for it. He locked the fronts just probably a hair too long as Marian eventually was going to give him the spot, but Jay just went straight, just a foot too deep.
Couldn't get it to rotate either at all.
Yeah, I think, again, trying to adjust the ballast very quickly down the front stretch while they're going up the gears to anticipate he's going to hit the brakes harder and give him some front braking power. As another one is off in turn 2, and it's A.J. Myers. And this 2026 season has been anything but kind to the Magic Man, and sadly it will continue here in Heat 2 from Cincinnati. Both heat races brutal for the number 2 plate.
Xander, think of how many top guns in this program have had issues here over a couple of heat races, right? We're talking about Irwin, Wick, Gulick, now Myers as well. So much has happened to the top guns here, but there is some consistency through. Morgado's been consistent. Musgrave, Formal to a certain extent. Valiante's got a couple of top 10s lined up. How will it all play out when we line things up with the points for tomorrow? There's still such a long way to see where we line up for the main event, but for Martin Kremers coming off a Heat 1 victory to then finish now at the tail of the field is going to be very likely classified in 29th position. Gutting for the driver in that Maranello.
One thing we do know is the live as they run unofficial heat points right now, and right now Mateus Morgado, part of why he has kind of stabilized and not really opened up the throttle in front of Jacob Gulick. He knows that he's got the pole for tomorrow's pre-final well in hand as they run. This is, as we can tell you, Morgado alongside Billy Musgrave provisionally for the pole in tomorrow's pre-final. Danny Formal would line up right behind him in that 3rd spot, and Massimo Valiente and Josh Conker, with all the up and down movement at the moment, would line up in 4th and 5th. Kyle Wick 6th, and Kremers down in 7th. Jay Irwin is going to be buried in the field in tomorrow's pre-final off the back of that mechanical issue in Heat 1 and now a crash in Heat number 2. 2.5 to go for Kyle Wick, and Jay Irwin is standing by with Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Jay just talking about the incident over there in turn 2.
Yeah, you know, I tried to make a pass, and yeah, I don't know. Just, yeah.
Thank you, Jay.
Tough one for Jay Irwin here in the number 6 plate, coming into the weekend leading the points, and of course this will hurt. Billy Musgrave now with 2 laps to go, putting the heat on Jacob Gulick. Heat point wise for tomorrow, this won't really change much. He's too far back from Mateus Morgado, but in terms of the championship, every position counts here. He's going to look for it probably sooner rather than later. So as they go through turns 4 and 5, Danny Formal closing in as well, keeping his nose clean here on the day, has really paid off for the big guy. Looking at 3rd in the heat points, and here with a lap and a half to go, Marin Kremers now with Caleb.
We just spoke to Jay there. Just your side of things of the incident over in turn 2, Marin.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, I haven't spoken to Jay. I don't know how he sees things, because I didn't hear him talking to you about it. But he went for a dive late. I tried to turn out of it, but he overshot the corner and went straight over the front of me. It's unfortunate. I mean, we had a good weekend going. Makes it a lot harder now with a DNF, but still, the wind should put us somewhere towards the front end of the midfield, and we'll go again tomorrow. Hopefully it rains. We'll be able to make some more positions more easily. It's hard here around this place in the dry to overtake people, especially when you have the same pace as the guy in front of you. It's really hard to get around them, and then unfortunately things like this happen. A little bit of desperation from some people seeking in as well, I think. With some bad results in the first one, they really want to make up for it in this one, and the racing was very hard out there. Yeah, unfortunate to be sitting this one out at the end, but we'll go again tomorrow.
Thank you for your time, Mark.
No problem.
All good, though. Kyle Wick will score an easy end here to heat number 2 with the win. Mateus Morgado 2nd, close at the line there for 4th. Jacob Gulick hangs on to 3rd. Billy Musgrave 4th over Formal by about half a tenth there at the line, Rob.
2nd heat race win of the year for Pro Tour as well for Kyle Wick, and a victory in Tucson. So he'll take that to bounce back, and the victories are going to be key because of so much attrition we've seen so far. You already talked about the fact that Martin Kremers could still be somewhere in the top 6, top 7 for the pre-final starting grid. Wick with the win by 1.2 seconds over Mateus Morgado. The consistency for Morgado is going to put him on the pole for tomorrow's race, the pre-final. Jacob Gulick had a great run early, not able to hold off Morgado in the end, 2 seconds back. Billy Musgrave consistent as well. P4, Danny Formal into the 5th spot. 6 goes to Conker, 7th Valiente. Both those drivers will leverage those results for good pre-final starting spots. Gavin Bailiff up 5, back into the 8th position. Justin White up 12, getting himself from 21st up to 9th. And a +8 for Andrew Budashow as well. He goes into the top 10.
And then you get into the DNFs here. A.J. Myers, Marin Kremers, Jay Irwin, all big-time players that need some big-time plays come Sunday. Hunter Pickett, Ethan Boer with that scary incident early on here in heat number 2. Anthony Freeze out as well. And here's a look at the heat points here. It's got this man, top of the pylon, the number 5 of Mateus Morgado, off the back of 2 very consistent runs here in the heat races thus far today. Will easily have himself the pole award for tomorrow's pre-final if all the results hold as they finished on track. Danny Formal will end up in the 3rd spot as they will get to line the grid tomorrow. Then it will be Massimo Valiente, Josh Conker, Kyle Wick, Lachlan Tombleson, even after the big moment there on the first lap. Kremer's still by our math right now, holding in the 8th spot off that heat race win with all the other attrition that went down. Gavin Bailiff and then Jacob Gulick in the top 10. And then, of course, when you talk about the championship standings as well here, that's the other big storyline of how close that has been over the years, and it is still relatively close. But off the back of that heat race, the gap up front has opened just a bit. Mateus Morgado, his lead now up to 42.5 markers over Danny Formal, adding a few more points on the docket right there with that heat race P2 run. And then beyond him here, you can see how much it's shifted again. Jay Irwin loses a bit more, but he's not the only one losing out. Musgrave 4th, Kremers 5th, Kyle Wick 6th, Reneden, Valiente, Pickett, Justin White, the provisional top 10.
Xander, a little information from David Cole saying for A.J. Myers, engine problems for Myers in the Magic Kart number 2. So a number of drivers have had some issues. No issues in this one here, though. After trouble in heat race number 1, Kyle Wick coming away with the victory. He stands by with Caleb.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, Kyle, just bittersweet end to the day, right? A DNF in the first one with half a lap to go, and then a pretty dominant victory in the second one. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was good. I knew if I got away on the first lap, it'd be hard to catch back up. I saw it like a halfway point the gap, and I figured I'd make sure it doesn't blow up this time. Disappointing end to this first heat, obviously. Half a lap from the end. Yeah.
And again, I see it was a hot end to that heat race as well. The seat just a little bit too low, kind of dragging. Tell me about that as well, just managing that throughout the entirety of that race.
Yeah, I made some move the seat for that one, and I was like getting hot. I was getting hot. I moved my butt forward, try to sit up on the front, but yeah.
Now with everything kind of going into tomorrow as well, right? There's rain in the in talks by your teammates like Danny and a couple of others. How are you feeling going into Sunday?
I'd rather have it just be dry and see if our pace works our way through, but if it's wet, and we'll figure it out.
Thank you, Cal.
Thank you.
So Pro Shifter gets to pack it up for the day. A lot of cleanup and a wild one over at turn number 3 early on. Scary moment. Happy to hear, of course, Ethan Boer and Hunter Pickett are okay from that gnarly incident. And the main events will continue as we pick them back up here. On the other side of this break will be time to go racing once again. K100 Senior, we return.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Well, if you thought that one had a wild opening lap, I beg you to keep seated here for the next bit. K100 Senior and a full house, biggest class on the grid here for the 2026 running of the Superkarts USA Spring Nationals. The final lap of their pre-final was something to behold. A whole lot of fun watching two vets, two greats of the sport, Paulie Massimino and Diego Ramos, duke it out, and they're getting ready to do the same here from the front row in this main event. Chase Hand going to join them back behind in row number 2 along with Eli Warren. Then it'll be Isaac Malcutt and Colin Lloyd on the Nash Motorsports machine in row 3.
Edgar Rodriguez starting alongside Finnegan Bailiff on row 4. Ruben Moya, that big run up from the deep in the field, he'll start 9th alongside Chris Harrower.
Row number 6 as we continue to work our way back through the field has Caleb Gaffera on the inside of Jose Alejandro Halfin. James Overbeck made up a number of spots from the back along with Moya in that pre-final to get him to 13th on the grid for the main with his teammate Jackson Gibson. And as we take you through the rest of the field here, keep an eye on Caden McQueen. He's had a rough go of things here at round 3, but he led the points coming into the weekend. He needs a big one here so he doesn't have to burn a drop this early in the championship. 30 plus, ready to go, KA Senior style from the MCC Kartplex. Once again, Massimino on the right, Ramos on the left. 22 laps of action for K100 Senior as we go to the lanes, and we're green.
Looking good coming through turn 1 and 2. Oh, way off to the outside goes the 907.
Eli Warren with a big-time moment there. I don't know if he misjudged it. He certainly looked like he got a little help, and equally Colin Lloyd a little wide into 4, trying to hold about 10 carts back as they're pushing and shoving. But they've all made it into turn number 6 here. Chase Hand safely into 3rd. Side-by-side action further back. There's Warren just inside the top 10.
You think 10th, 12th maybe for Warren?
Right around there. He's just in front of the likes of Overbeck and Bailiff around them.
Just no way to get back on the power coming out of turn 2 when you're that far out. If anything, just trying to keep yourself on the pavement and not down into the grass.
Again, you think of, as we see the move by Malcutt, how much load is on the tires through that second hairpin and how many rubber chunks just fly off and how little that outside area is used. It is a minefield if you end up that far wide. And again, Eli is just trying to hang on. You can see the gap opened up for him to the next group here at the end of the opening circuit. So it's Ramos to Massimino to Hand to Malcutt with a great opening lap, and equally for Finnegan Bailiff. Solid start here for the home track kid. Finn Bailiff up with a couple of car lengths to Colin Lloyd as they fight in front of him. Chase Hand on the move.
Yeah, how long until these drivers up front maybe try to work together? You can see that right now. Little raise of the hand there for Paulie Massimino. I think, hey, asking for a little bit of help here. I know you guys want to battle me, but come on. I've already come away with a couple of good results here. Just let's work together. Let's get out front, get stretch away. I always talk about those first couple of laps being when you can stretch away. The field really extends, and you can settle yourself in to a good group. If you're somewhere in the top 10 and you allow the field and the race to kind of settle in, you're very likely going to finish there as well. So just let it all happen. Start pulling away and then go to work. Ramos right there. Here's a replay on the outside. Yeah, just missed the turn in a little bit.
Yeah, he sent it deep, trying to both probably drag race the Paulie Massimino machine on the inside and equally try to not run over Ramos, I think. I think Diego backed up the corner more than Eli anticipated. He hit the brakes harder. Once you lock the brakes fully, I mean, you're instantly sliding.
Agreed.
And then it slid him right into the marbles, and then from there the sliding was never going to stop. So Eli Warren having to fight from a little ways back here, 9th at the last time by the loop. And Massimino now from 3rd last time by up to 2nd, making that pass back around Chase Hand right as they arrived on the scene to Diego Ramos. And it's a 4-driver party up front in the early going here in KA Senior. Finn Bailiff in 5th has company on the way as well. That Spanish Salmon is fast. He showed it in the pre-final as the leaders change hands for the first time. Hand following Massimino. Up the inside in 13 on Diego. And Ruben Moya is Larkin. He's gone up past Colin Lloyd now, moved the 909 up to P6, and he's within the drafting range of Finn Bailiff, who's all by his lonesome there in 5th. Eli Warren further back's caught up to Gaffera, the teammates, 8th and 9th trying to close back up.
Yeah, Gaffera able to get by Warren on the last lap with the 2 Hodes driver development pilots working together potentially here to get themselves forward. Next up for them, a half a second behind Colin Lloyd. Up front, that move for Hand to follow Massimino through was very demanding. He decided he wanted to go through, and I'm coming through to push by the apex a little bit. Good way to command the corner like that early on. No need to go side by side and have some issues when you're following a driver through. And Ramos obviously used his experience to kind of check up a little bit there. Big roll over the curbing there for Colin Lloyd. You watch him come through turn 11 using all the curb on the inside, trying to close up on Moya. There goes Malkit up into 3rd. This is the best we've seen at Isaac Malkit so far, down to P3, as he's able to get by Ramos as well. It's Massimino, Hand, Malkit, Ramos, and Bailiff. And look at the next 5 coming still too. Top 10 drivers not separated by much coming across the line. Maybe 2.5 seconds as you go to Moya, Lloyd, Gaffera, Warren, and James Overbeck.
Yeah, Overbeck now takes the fast time honors away from Moya with a big toe lap getting onto the back of the top 9. And if he can pick them apart as quickly as he's been able to catch them, as we see 2 together towards the back, the 917 of Nicholas Vermila and potentially Marcus Batsown collected down at turn 13 or 14. And we've actually been able to really keep everybody else pretty clean up to this point. Michael Maker, last one across the loop now as those 2 get back going. So three kind of definitive packs right here in view. You have the top 4 that are. Now you have 5th on back, led by Moya to Bailiff, and that will split up as Lloyd goes by on Finn. Caleb tries to follow, a little bit up onto the dirt there. Truly riding the cushion there was Bailiff. He's actually going to end up better off for it as they drag race into 1. Ramos versus Malka laying it out.
Well, Malka had taken the lead down or that position, P2, down in turn number 12. I thought he was going to be able to roll out with it, but no. Ramos right back at him. And a little note there on Caleb Gaffera. We have not seen many drivers that have been able to get that run to the inside of turn number 15. You think you have a more forward bite, more momentum coming out of the corner, but as you pinch out of that corner to get to the inside, everyone else kind of runs the rim for you. And he's got pushed back quite a bit. Gaffera trying to stop the bleeding right now with the 949 right in front of him. That's Finnegan Bailiff with the TKG Bureau. But yeah, it just did not work. We've seen a couple drivers do it, and you end up losing a couple of spots. You're better to let it go wide, stick with the drivers that are coming through, because you're not going to get passed on the inside there.
Last year here, Ruben Moya really began to start to let his presence be known as they began the double duty foray for the FDM driver after only running in the Pro X30 class at the opening round, and he was a front runner at both days. And here in K Senior, we've talked about it a lot of his championship run, that it's going to have to be mistake-free. Well, the speed is continuing. He's already gone by Malkit there, as we saw, with Ike slipping backwards off of that attempt for second and then eventually losing out to the likes of Hand and Ramos. Now he's locked in behind, arguably the fastest, if not the second fastest car at the moment in Ruben Moya. The only other drivers that really have a candle to the speed of the Pantano are probably the 2 PJR machines of Overbeck and Paulie Massimino. Massimino by himself, that lead, nearly 8 full tenths of a second back to Diego.
Did a 58.688 last time by, was about 4 tenths quicker than Ramos, as Ramos, of course, battling it up front there. So indeed, Massimino trying to stretch away right now just to keep it rolling here in KA 100 Senior.
So far, Paulie Massimino and Diego Ramos have headlined the day. Now Ramos is making some headway. Let's see, what does the gap drop down to? From 7.5 tenths down to probably 4. Yep, 3 tenths. Knocked off the gap that time by for Diego Ramos. It's not like Massimino was horribly inconsistent. It's just that lap was that much better, with Diego and Chase really showing that 2 karts can be faster than one when you work together. And then look at the difference here. Paulie's averaging in the high 58s. Overback clocking in with a bit of a toe lap and some raw speed at a 58 flat. So now down to less than half a second between Massimino and Diego Ramos. That gap is continuing to close. Look how much the closing rate will be through the S's alone, as Diego is really shortening the lap and pushing just to get back up into the drafting window. The same goes for 4th and 5th that are just barely in frame in Moya and Malka.
Yeah, it went 3 tenths faster than the leader on that last lap. Did Diego Ramos, the Barrel Art, stepping things up right now. thinking just an overall view of the championship as well. Your point leader coming into the weekend, Cade McQueen, +7, Xander, now up into the 10th spot for Velocity Racing on that Sodi card. Not that he is right at the very back of the screen, starting to work his way forward. Again, came into the weekend with, I think, a 50-point lead.
And as they run right now,
25-point lead.
Well back here in the pre-drop standings with how good of a day it has been for Paulie Massimino and equally for Chase Hand.
Exactly.
Massimino right now, if he could bring this one all the way to the finish as they run, would have 130 before you factor in drops over the rest of the K Senior field. Huge statement made here for Paulie if he could pull this one through. But again, company's on the way. It is just a matter of time here at this point. Diego Ramos now down to a car length and a half back from the race leader. Moya, Malka trying to close. They've lost a little bit to second and third as they've gotten into the toe of Massimino. But the moment that they fight at all up front will give fourth on back new life. And Overbeck would love nothing more than that. James Overbeck starting the day really not even without a start, if you will. Fuel in the airbox, an issue in the carburetor, and then got out on track only to end up having to pull in, got no laps in quali. So he's got a couple laps less on the tires, maximize that in the pre-final to go through the pack, and now he's up into the top 6.
And we're not even to the halfway point here, still working, really only working lap number 10 right now. They'll see the halfway flags, cross flags, when they come back around from Aaron Likens. Right now, long way to go still. James Overbeck trying to reel in Isaac Malkett, and the predicted catch time, 1 lap, so he'll be right there, as you can see, within maybe a length here. How about 1 corner or 2 or 3 corners? Because he is right there now. Overbeck up on it. So that make that a 4th, 5th, 6th, 3-cart battle. Couple of battles, couple of 3 running up front. A trio for the lead, trio for the chase. Good stuff here right now in KA100 Senior.
And a lot of it about to unfold here. Malkett making the move on Moya for 4th, and Overbeck trying to follow. He couldn't. We've got one driver that sounds like the exhaust just came off as the halfway comes out. Caleb, what do you have for us down on pit lane?
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, this is about Chase Hand. This weekend's been a lot different for Chase. He's having a wrench on his own stuff pretty much for the entirety of the weekend. He was in tech, taking his cart apart with Joey Hand, his dad, suffering an injury at the Pro Kart Challenge over at Sonoma just a couple of weeks ago. So Chase has been wrenching on his own stuff, making the calls, and Joey's, again, after speaking with him, he's really proud of his boy.
No doubt. When you're taking care of everything, love to see that. I remember back in the day, one of the guys you see in the Superkarts USA tech room right now, Mikey Geeson, his dad used to have him breaking apart Yamahas and 80cc Juniors as well. And anytime you can see a driver in tech working on their engines and tearing them apart for tech, I love seeing that, because that means you know the ins and outs of the program. Here's a big move here for Overbeck. He's going to get by Moya. So move Overbeck by. Moya had a look to the inside of Malkett, couldn't get it done. And indeed, Overbeck quickly to take advantage of that to go to P5.
And so now Ruben will have to reset as Overbeck with a late lunge on Ike there in 1, and equally in turn 2. Malkett off the racetrack in 1. Change for second as Chase Hand moves by on Ramos. 2 big-time plays here happening at the exact same moment. Chase Hand up a spot now as he continues to try to march into the fight here. He's been up with Ramos and Paulie all day in the pre-final. The 2 of them were able to get away from Chase. Here's a look here in a moment of what transpired down at turn number 1. We'll take a look at it here. This is Malkett. Overbeck catching him off guard, and Ike just didn't have enough time to react. And once he got out onto the marbles there, he was on for a ride.
Yeah, there's just no grip on the outside. We've seen a number of drivers, and Overbeck being one of the drivers that got hit a couple of laps or a couple of races ago. There's the big pass there for Hand. Beautiful move to the inside of turn number 2. Remember, Overbeck got hung out to dry on the outside there. Some contact moved him off the racetrack. And then once he hit the grass, you're essentially just trying to keep yourself out of the wall. Overbeck was not able to do it. The entry angle for Malkett allowed him to keep the thing moving forward.
Certainly. Isaac Malkett now way back and out of contention for the moment here with 7.5 to go. Ruben Moya trying to reset back in that 5th spot. A lot of speed early, not as much at the moment. And then behind him, only a second and some change away, finds Eli Warren, Caleb Gaffera, and there is Malkett, Colin Lloyd, and there's Caden McQueen, who, as you mentioned, Rob, led the championship standings coming into today, but he's going to lose quite a bit in the non-drop standings, the unofficial full tally of these first 3 rounds, if nothing changes. Chase Hand having a major, major performance here in Cincinnati, trying to close that gap now. 2 more car lengths between himself and the race leader as we watch the gap from Overbeck back to Ramos. 7.5 tenths. Ramos looking at the fence for some signals. Let's see. It'll take a moment to update, but when it does, what that gap will change to for Overbeck to Diego. That lap didn't really help all too much. James ultimately only able to maintain as the second and third duo were pushing down that whole straightaway, but James by himself matching them stride for stride.
You keep watching those fast lap times, and what's going to happen if they keep battling it out? Is James Overbeck potentially going to come away with a race win here once they start fighting? 13 laps in the books, 7 to go, working 14. Long time here. Just a quick look over the shoulder for Ramos. Realizes he's still pretty clean up front. Hand has not put the pressure yet on Paulie Massimino. But again, we're talking about 3 drivers up front here who have been doing this for a lot of years. Hand, the youngest of the group, but he's got a ton of experience, has won a lot of races, a ton of podiums. You got Massimino and Ramos, who Xander talked about at the top of this particular race broadcast, the show, who are 2 of the best, absolute best of the generation, and are now right there with Hand. So I love it when we get battles like this. These are epic battles that we know are featuring some of the best drivers we have here in this particular generation of karting.
There you can see Diego Ramos and James Overbeck now down to only 2 laps away from the gap estimator at the rolling speed. And truth is, it might come sooner if Chase Hand can get to the bumper of Paulie Massimino and make a bid for the lead, make a play for it. 5.5 to go. Paulie has led the majority of the way in this K main event, but now Ramos to the inside of Hand right as they get close enough, and the gap opens back a half car length. And Paulie has simply been inch perfect in this main event. They cannot afford to give him a single bit of real estate because they're going to spend multiple laps tracking him back down. They're still relatively close, but they still need to get closer to Paulie to make that chance, that bid for the top spot work, as Hand now has a bit of trouble there through 2, and here comes Overbeck looking to take advantage into 4, looking. Oh, just at the last second he thought better of it.
How's it going to play out here, folks? Laps coming in, 5 to go. Paulie Massimino has not put a wheel wrong as of yet. That kart perfect out front. But does he have enough to bring it home? Does Ramos, Hand, or Overbeck have a little extra? They're going to need to close on Massimino before they do anything. They keep racing behind him. He's going to be fine. It's a couple of car lengths coming through turn 12 to 13. Massimino still leads, but Ramos within a kart length, maybe a length and a half. Overbeck, Xander, has caught them, but can he do anything with them?
He's going to need some help from them as Ramos looking. I think he was looking for the lap count across the line. He threw up like a number 3, and it's actually 4 to go, trying to get the read before the double sticks come out to know where he wants to be and where he needs to be able to win this one. He already tried one move. It didn't work out for him in that pre-final earlier today. Now, what does he have in store to try and do something different to get that lead away from Paulie? As we take a look to the fence line, that's Joey Hand, Chase's father, buddy Jay Jesus Vasquez Jr. looking on as the 927 is oh so close to a big-time win against a Pro Tour champ, last year's Pro Tour champion Ramos, and a Supernats champ in the category in Paulie Massimino, who also, of course, all 3 of them running well in the Pro X30 ranks quite a bit over the course of this 2026 year, including the likes, especially of your top 2.
Xander, how about the chassis as well? Lando Norris for OTK, Birol Art, and GFC. Then the bookended Lando Norris karts as you've got Overbeck there as well. Here comes the first move for the lead. Book it to the inside. Ramos goes to P1. Ramos takes the lead.
And you can see the battling heating up as well, back for 5th. 2 big-time moments happening there. Moya's group with Malkat and Warren all going at it as Diego, for the first time in a long time, now shows the way here in Cincinnati in the roll to turn number 6. Massimino, for the first time in a while, and now has to go back on offense and try to get creative. Here's Malkat's group. Gaffera, Warren, Moya, and Caden McQueen has arrived. He's gone by his former teammate in Colin Lloyd to get the 9th spot, making up some valuable championship points here. And equally, he is rooting for anyone in this front pack besides the 940 machine as they stack up behind Ramos.
Carb adjustment there for Chase Hand, looking for just a little bit more out of the KA. The senior category battling it out here. A couple more laps to go. 2 to go when they come across the line. There's the 2 to go from Aaron Likens. Overbeck thinks about the inside of 1. Tucks back in.
James Overbeck won his first race here at his home racetrack from fourth. Now all the way alongside Paulie in turn 2. Just trying to get by Chase. Ended up almost into the side of his teammate. Massimino not happy about it as they reset themselves and try to go back to work to keep Ramos in play. And kudos there to not just Overbeck of sticking in line, but Hand as well, because if they would have gone at it right there for second or even for third, they would have handed the race win away. Instead, it is still very much up for grabs. A good run to the S's here will bring Paulie close enough to challenge, and Ramos is going to hear him and be ready for him here when they crest over the hill. There he goes with a long look over the shoulder, and down he goes to the inside to defend.
Already a big win so far for Brandon Jarsa Crack Racing with Marco Samet in the junior category. How's it going to play out here? Hand tries to get the bite out to the outside. Remember, Overbeck started outside the top 10, 14th. He is now up into third spot. He wants to make this thing happen. Here we go. The BJR drivers lining things up. Big cover to the bottom for Ramos. Final lap here. They'll work their way through. Way to the outside goes Chase Hand trying to run the rim. He may go to third. He'll get to the inside to turn 3. Side-by-side contact between he and Overbeck. He goes to third.
He got the spot there. Now he's going to try and set it up again, this time on Massimino for second. It'll be a tough one here because there's not going to be another go-kart in front to back him up. Ramos continues to defend. Hand into the back of Massimino, just barely into the brake zone. Knocks them all out of shape. Spaces them out. Here comes little sizzle. Isaac Malcutt into frame now, back in the fifth spot as they roll to 11 for the final time. Ramos trying to hang on. Massimino's got a decent run. Overbeck does as well. He's got a nose down low for third.
Yeah, I think Overbeck's going to get to the inside. A Hand coming through, no doubt about that. Massimino trying to line up Diego. Ramos is going to pinch to the bottom of the racetrack. Not too much time here for the over-under. Ramos looks really good. A lot of forward bite coming out of the corner. I don't think Massimino's got enough. It'll be the Red Army up front coming across the line. The winner in KA100 Senior, very close at the line, is going to be Diego Ramos. How about 18 thousandths of a second at the line?
Oh, man, you can't cut it much closer than that. This track once again delivers with a photo finish. KA Senior, the 2025 champ, is back on top. Diego Ramos victorious at round number 3.
Wow.
And a tip of the hat here to Caden McQueen, picking up the pieces on the final few laps. He salvages a 7th at the very last possible second, and that is huge in his championship contention after leading the points coming into this weekend here, Rob.
Yeah, a couple drivers up top, up 10 spots, one of them being Caden McQueen, the other being James Overbeck. Overbeck puts himself and his teammate Paulie Massimino on the podium. P3 for Overbeck, P7 for Caden McQueen, getting by Gaffera on that final circuit to help him out in the championship fight. Anytime you have a battle like this, Ramos, Massimino, Overbeck, Hand, hardly any contact at all. A little bit of a bump there from Hand on the back of Massimino just to kind of shake him up. I think it was right after Massimino looked over his shoulder and said, oh, darn, that's not James anymore. That's Chase. I got to think about what I'm doing. A little tap to remind him that you're there. But you know what? Ramos didn't put a wheel wrong, didn't leave it open, covered to the bottom of turn number 12. And at that point, unless you're going to try to run around the outside, you're going to hold on for second.
Did all he could, but Paulie, unfortunately, unable to get that last 200ths to dethrone Diego Ramos at the start-finish line. So the Brazilian on top here in KA100 Senior, and a valuable swing in the championship to both get him back into the conversation a bit and equally to lighten the load that the rest of the field's going to have to try and take on Paulie Massimino, because as we go through the last bit of our race results here, the pre-drop standings as well we do have for you, and we'll show those equally. Paulie to McQueen to Chase Hand here. Diego Ramos' win today certainly brings his championship hopes back into conversation, and the PSL Karting Bureau Art driver standing by already off that win with Caleb.
Well, Diego, that wasn't an easy one, right? You had to hold off Paulie for the majority of it after passing him. Just tell me about those last couple laps.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy race. I told you it was going to be tight. But I think in the front we did a pretty good job, like working together, and definitely in the end, I was looking at Lucas, who was telling me how many laps to go, and then I knew that I need to go for the 2 last laps, you know, like it was what I did. I think Paulie also respected me when I was blocking. Was a fun race, clean race, and yeah, really good to win again. Really proud with the Switch guys and all the team. They are working really hard so we get there. And yeah, we still have one more in X30, but it's starting in the back now. But I think we are in the right direction.
Look, after Tucson, how important was this result for you?
I mean, a lot. You know, like I didn't race Sunday because we had some problems. It was I needed to do like a really good job this week and tomorrow as well because I already dropped one. You know, like and I think is what we're doing. We need to put ourselves there so we can still fight for the championship.
There you go, Diego. Congrats.
Thank you.
Not much time for Diego to enjoy the win. He's getting ready to go again in Pro X30. A couple of races to go.
We do have just enough time to be able to paint that picture for you, though, that we were alluding to as well. With Diego Ramos scoring the win in this one, it certainly brings that championship a little bit easier for the KA100 seniors to head into tomorrow. Solid run for Diego at that, of course, that brings it well into our frame of mind. And we'll bring that up here for you guys to be able to see as well. Overall, good, clean end to that KA Senior main event. Here's a look at how they ended up with Massimino, 91 up on McQueen, 120 up on Hand, and that win brings Diego a whole lot closer. When the drops get factored in, he'll certainly be in the conversation. Caleb Gaffara's consistency throughout the day also brings him up the board into the top 5.
Yeah, Ramos was third in round number 1 out of Tucson, so you think about the potential drop now for round number 2 after the issues he talked about. A lot of opportunities still. We've got a long way to go, but indeed some big results for especially Diego Ramos to put himself where he needs to be.
So now here we go, ready for action with X30 Junior, and we're ready to set the stage for you. Travis Pettit on the pole here alongside Ruben Gutierrez. Marco Samet's already got a win to his name today. He starts behind his teammate in row 2, Katowski. John McClellan, Tristan Murphy back on row 3.
Yeah, Ashton Moon, that great recovery to get himself up into the 7th position. He'll start alongside Maxwell Macha. Then we got Grayson Walcott as well alongside Aston Wyatt to cap off your top 10.
We'll continue through the rest of the field as they begin to form on up down the front straightaway. Ready for action. X30 Junior style presented by Rollison Performance Group. Looking in the tram lanes here. Pettit on the right. Gutierrez on the left. Tuning up for the start of this 22-lapper for X30 Junior as they enter the box. Round 3 from Cincinnati is green.
Big run down into 1, cover down the bottom as well. As we got a bit of a defensive run further back into the 3rd position. They're 3 wide coming out of turn number 2 over to turn 3 into 4. Everybody fighting elbows up on this one. You can see how wide they are. At least 2, maybe 3 wide coming down into turn number 4. Further back, the front half of the field, single filing it a lot quicker than the back of the field. Finally, when they're rolling up here into turn number 6 and 7, you got to go single file through the S as well, through 10 back to 11. And a great start for everybody kind of running up front. No one having any issues there. We didn't see drivers off the racetrack. No one climbing on top of each other. A lot of fighting for position early, but for the most part, a good opening lap here so far.
Certainly, we've got them all cleanly through. Mind you again here, folks, this is only the second event that the Pro X30 and X30 Juniors are running without the pushback bumper system because, of course, so many of the times that bumper had been deployed in years past that we had seen the penalty called, and there might be one that happened just right there on the front straightaway. We'll take a look at it in a moment, but with the first lap underway, all clean here for the X30 Juniors and equally clean in that Pro X30 Pre-Final as Gutierrez sends it on Marco Samet for second.
Yeah, breaking up the BJR duo as Pettit and Samet were running 1-2. Samet already with the confidence of that first victory in KA100 Junior. He slots back into 3rd. Gutierrez wanting to break things up a little bit. Katowski right up there into 4th. Tristan Murphy again up on the wheel.
Here's a look at the front stretch. Look top corner, Maxwell Macha. Okay, I stand mistaken there, and I want to correct myself a little bit. I don't think he realized Vitor was looking to the left until he was already there, and then when he was, he gave him room. So kudos to Maxwell and to Vitor for, one, keeping the wheels back on the racetrack as quick as they could, but I don't think that should be anything that caught anyone off guard. So nice work there for the boys. And as they roll down to turn 1, there's your top 2, Pettit, Gutierrez, and a little gap now back to Tristan Murphy.
Biggest movers here in the opening couple of laps. Mateo Calderon up 4, Asher Pavan up 4, Clayton Stiles up 4. So number of drivers getting a handful of spots as here we go. Gutierrez went first after Marco Samet. Now he goes after Travis Pettit, new leader. And it's the RPG driver goes to the lead, but Pettit right back at him to the inside of turn number 7.
Yeah, if there's one team right now, Travis Pettit probably would love to make sure he's got behind him. It's the team that he just parted ways with, all on great terms, of course, but nonetheless, the drivers on the circuit, as young as they are, they want to make sure that they win, and they're known that they're the best under their camp, and that every other camp would want them in it. And right now, the BJR driver, the new BJR driver, and Travis Pettit, keeps the lead off the back of that, and Ruben Gutierrez finds himself sliding all the way back and just trying to hang on to P4.
Ashton Woon up there in the third as well, taking full advantage of the chaos that's happening right now. He's got Katowski in it there. Gutierrez goes back to 5th, but Ashton Woon now up into the 3rd position. So it's Pettit, Murphy running 2nd. Yeah, Pettit, Murphy, Woon, Katowski, and Gutierrez. In fact, a bit of a gap from Woon back to Katowski. They were jabbering at each other coming on the front straightaway. I think Katowski just asking Gutierrez, listen, I got the inside line, just run with me right now. He is able to go back up front, though. Gutierrez goes back to 4th, Katowski back into 5th. I think that's John McClellan in the 6th position.
A little bit of side-by-side contact there in this second group here. That was the likes of Grayson Walcott, Marco Salmon, and Aston Wyatt, and there's a frenzy of them all going at it. This is Enzo Di Gennaro now leading the cavalry. Mateo Calderon, who started in the front of the pack after qualifying phenomenally well, and of course had that woe in the pre-final, trying to charge back forward with all the speed aboard his SCR machine. Nathan Golseth the same. Colton Schneegenberg there also, the innocent bystander in the incident in the pre-final.
You know, Xander, if you don't get through turn number 11 well, and you get hung out to dry on the outside and they get a freight train on you, man, because you're hung on the outside of 12 all the way through over to 13. I've watched a couple of drivers who were in good positions lose 2, 3, maybe even 4 spots. You really have to handle that 10-11 combination, that, you know, crisscross back down the hill, get through 11 cleanly, and ideally with enough forward bite that you're not worried about having the rest of the field streamlining you. Here comes Woon, though. Tried to make a move by Murphy there, some contact at the exit. Gutierrez has found another gear as well. He's right back up on Woon. This is giving Pettit a chance to pull away, but here comes Woon to the inside. Book it. He'll take the spot to the inside. Gutierrez trying to fill the gap. Not quite enough, but Woon gets the car to rotate mid-corner. Move the Speed Concepts Racing driver now up into 2nd. Woon, another run where he's trying to work his way forward. +5 so far.
Nico Katowski looking on John McClellan, ultimately tucking back in line there. They're 5th and 6th in the running. Katowski now to the inside, but that one got a little dicey there in turn number 2, and he ends up not coming away with the spot, but losing a little more time to the top 4, who are dicing it up themselves. Gutierrez pointed forward, sent one on Tristan Murphy for 3rd.
He likes turn 4.
He does. And he has certainly got the speed to prove all the aggression in 4. We've seen that move, like you said, enough to know that it seems to be a comfortable spot for him to make passes, because Ruben Gutierrez has been a rocket ship here so far at round number 3. Big step up in that young man's development, joining the likes now, surrounded in full, both 2 in front and 2 behind, of the most recent winners in the X30 Junior category here in 2026. He's the only one of them that hasn't yet gotten one to his name, but he's got a big run on the 703. Coming down the front straightaway, this could be for 2nd. I think he won't have enough steam because of the rev limiter and with Woon getting the toe off the back of Travis Pettit, but he's there. Certainly could go if he wants it, and Woon knows it, so he'll go. Instead, new leader, Ashton Woon in the number 3 plate.
Yeah, am I going back to Tucson right now? These two drivers going back and forth, both at the Rotex weekend and at the SKUSA weekend. Both those drivers coming away with multiple wins, and Woon back to the front right now in the SCR machine, the number 703. Pettit, Gutierrez, Murphy. How far back to Katowski? You got, let's say, 5-6 kart lengths now for Katowski. John McClellan right with him. They've got some opportunities. A couple of drivers together, yep. Schotthauer.
Yeah, Schlotthauer, and equally it looked like it would have been.
Was it Styles?
I'm not sure. We'll have to wait a moment here and get a better look. Thought I had it for a second, but we'll undoubtedly have the replay here. Our phenomenal production and camera team have been working and hanging in there through the elements. It's a hot one here, and here's a look. Instantly. That was the 750 and the 754. That was Asher Pavan on the Speed Concepts Racing machine along with Schlotthauer. So those two stuck together on the run into turn number 6. And up front, back we go. Pettit and Woon once again find themselves fighting for the race win here in X30 Junior, and Tristan Murphy trying to play spoiler. Of the 3 of them, the 2 in front of the 711 have gotten the lion's share of the first place hardware this year, and Tristan would love to change that. He has been exceptionally quick and super consistent. That's put him well in the championship standings, and unfortunately one driver that is probably going to be out of the conversation to that here in X30 Junior specifically is Marco Salmon. He's into the scale lines now, and he already had a really rough go of things in Tucson. Made up for that a little bit in the overall SKUSA Pro Tour feeling, if you will, with that big-time win in K Junior moments earlier today, but his X30 Junior luck not the same.
And you know, when you step back and you look at these young drivers and what kind of mental focus it takes over a 20-lap race, you're especially, you know, if you're out front and you've got some room and you're banging out laps for 20, you know, you're hitting your marks, you're hitting your entries, your apexes, and your exits. You know, I think you can get into a nice groove, right? You can get into that kind of automatic pilot kind of thing. But man, in this type of a race, when you are getting passed, you're passing back, it's just, this is non-stop. And you wonder why it's exhausting. People talk about the athletics and the physicality you need, the mental side of the game here to run at this level where you're not in that draft pack. You're not just running together out front trying to pull away when you're in the middle of an absolute dogfight like this. I've got so much respect for these young drivers and what they're able to do. I don't care whether it's the micro all the way through to pro shifter. The mental side of the game is just so massive in having to understand where you are, the package you have, what abilities you have, where your kart's better than the guy in front of you. This is just great stuff right now because we're seeing passes in so many corners. 2, 4, down in 12, over in 7, down in 12. It's just been amazing. Again, my first time to this racetrack, so I'm soaking in the racecraft and how the track actually races.
And it has produced so many good finishes already today. This one is going to go down to the wire. If there's anything the middle of the race is telling us right now. Now, that being said, the top 6 have just quickly, as much as they were joined by 7th through 9th and more, have kind of broken back away. Now this will hurt. Nico Katowski with a big off-track moment. This will help a little bit to mitigate that as Pettit and Gutierrez continue to trade the lead, but that's a great point, Rob, about the mentality. I mean, being out there in a group like this, especially when you start in the front, it's very easy to stay in the zone if you're constantly moving forward, even if you have 1 or 2 times where you get passed back. But when you start in the front, you're just kind of yo-yoing back and forth here. Gutierrez up to the lead, now back to 3rd. Pettit back into the lead. Murphy back up to 2nd. Can kind of almost snap you out of the zone, or you can get into an extreme mental spot where you're frustrated or kind of in frenzy mode, and you can lose sight of the big picture. We've seen that plenty of times here. Maybe this is one of those moments. Murphy, little help from Gutierrez, a little too much help into the braking zone, just sent him way wide into the marbles, and now Travis Pettit gets a gift and a half, and back goes Gutierrez. And right now, this is a tough spot to not just be Gutierrez, but to be Tristan Murphy, to calm yourself back down, not lose focus, but also not lose any motivation and give up, because you just saw the leader for the last 5 laps be within arm's distance, and now he's well away as Maxwell Macha now sends Woon back. 1, 2, all stacked up, and Woon's going to lose maybe 10 spots. Oh, man.
Well, listen, and I know for Woon, not even so much for Woon, for Macha, the leader's getting away, and I know he wanted to make the move there, but the minute he made the move down on Macha, I want to say that this thing probably blew up into probably a 2-driver battle right now. To give it away like that, the front 2 drivers stretching away, Murphy's going to have to dig in to get Pettit right now, but that move to 12, had you not maybe made that move and tried to get clearer through, there's a chance for a race win. I know we're still a long way to the end, but to stack everybody up in turn number 12 like that just allowed Pettit and Murphy to gap massively. It's a 1.3-second gap from Macha all the way up to the leader, Pettit.
Well, and something weird just went down here in turn number 7, Rob. Maxwell Macha was initially defending through 1. Gutierrez was trying to tell him to focus forward. Max didn't trust him. He defended in 2 and then in 4. And then into 6 and into 7, it looked like he was going to be okay. And then he just got a little bit of love from the front bumper of Gutierrez. It moved him up enough, and he ended up going back 2 spots. And still, it was about 2 turns too late for that kind of extra bit of chrome horn pressure to not lose touch with the top 2, because Murphy is gone from these drivers now. 3rd on back, over a second lost on that 1 lap. Yeah. The one good bit of news here for those watching the race, Tristan Murphy has time and time again been one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. He hasn't always been the one to outmuscle the others for a race win, but he has had a rocket ship underneath him, and I would not be surprised to see him begin to make some inroads towards Travis Pettit. Last time by, he did lose a little bit, but again, this time, now he's got full clean air, no pressure. Let's see what it can do here. He's just on the outside edge of the draft, and you can see he's digging 9/10 back. And mind you, again, we talk about it a lot. I don't feel like I've mentioned it yet today, but we've touched on the marbles offline, the dirtiness of the racetrack, how easy it is to go off. The next driver to get to the circuit and kind of clear a path for that really clean inside groove is usually the leader. That's Travis Pettit's spot. It's really tough to pull away at a track like this where all the runoff, all the exits have drivers consistently going over the limit and dragging all of the rocks and dirt and grass back onto the circuit. And you saw it right there in full display. Murphy just picked up 3/10 on the race leader. He just clocked in at a 56.96. Travis Pettit a 57.2. 3/10 burn on what was a 9/10 gap down to 6.
Brandon Jarsacrack Racing looking to sweep the junior main events here today. Marco Samet scoring the win in the KA junior category. Now Travis Pettit, their newly signed driver, leading the way here. 0.6 of a second last time by. Let's see how it plays out here. Tristan Murphy keeps digging last time by. Quicker by a couple of tenths of a second. Murphy's not done. He's up on the wheel.
Neither is Gutierrez. He went purple last time. He's rolling. Katowski is kind of riding shotgun with him as they all try to close back up. So what was a near 9-car pack kind of split apart in a way that didn't have any major moments where any driver went off and into the wall or off and into the grass. And that has spread them out enough to force them all to hit their true marks, show their true pace. And now we're starting to really see the cream rise to the top here. This is Pettit, only 3/10 to Murphy. Murphy still bested a bit by Gutierrez the last time by, who's closing on the pair of them. Katowski rolling with him. Macha and Walcott, Grayson Walcott as well, showing good speed and closing into frame.
Ashton Moon, who got shuffled back to 10th when he got hung out to dry on the outside of turns 12 and turn 13, has been able to fight his way back into the 7th spot, able to get by Enzo Di Gennaro, and now about a second and a half behind Walcott. Last time by, 56.9 for Woon, 56.9 for Walcott, so Woon not eating it all into that gap. As right now, that's the 6th and 7th run.
And look at Murphy instantly getting up to the bumper of the lead and sending it. New leader is the 7-11. And just like that, they're stacked up. And he'll go to cover off into 4, but not enough. Pettit's going to find a gap to the inside and nearly into the side of him. Murphy gives him just enough space. Pettit the same. They keep racing here into turn number 6 now. Murphy back to try and hang on here as Katowski gets through to 3rd. Macha and Walcott now make it 6, all nose to tail. And once again, Travis Pettit opens that lead back up.
Yeah, again, Gutierrez on the outside looking in. Now he loses the spot to Macha as well. Walcott's going to slide through as well. So again, the top 6 drivers are essentially nose to tail right now. You can see Woon wanting this kind of battle because he is 7th position. Will he be able to close up at all? Woon not that far back as they're battling. It's still, though, Pettit out front. There's Woon right there in the 703, then the 799 of Calderon. Calderon up 9 spots, started at the 17th. He's into 8th right now. So as we look at 4 more laps to go, a front-running trio starting to dial in with Pettit, Murphy, Katowski. Don't count out any of the drivers behind at this point.
And Travis Pettit has had such good consistency here in the championship so far. He would have a huge lead coming out of today. You saw the contact there between Katowski and Murphy getting tripped up. That opens the gap again. 3.5 to go. Pettit still at about 3.5 car lengths as you see all the mechanics, including Travis's father, Adam, they're looking along on the fence line, hoping for a big-time win to bolster that championship. Travis Pettit was oh so close in both divisions to getting a top 3 plate, and he ended up just outside of it in X30 Junior. He wants to get that title here this year before his junior career comes to a close at Las Vegas. This time by, 3 to go. Travis Pettit leads. Tristan Murphy with a huge run of steam once again. Then Katowski and Macha and Gutierrez again find themselves trying to debate whether to stay in line or fight each other. Pettit now covering low in 2.
Yeah, all it's going to take is 1 or 2 passes here to stack people back up. 3 more laps still to go. Ashton Woon wants back in this as well. Look how close he is now to Gutierrez. Make it 7, or to Walcott rather. Make it 7 drivers potentially in the lead group.
Travis Pettit stacking them up early here at the end of this X30 Junior main. You know that's good news for someone we haven't mentioned much. Mateo Calderon back in the 8th spot. Qualified in the top couple rows. Ended up with a spin in the pre-final. He's now going to have a chance to get up here as Woon joins the party for 7 deep. Macha, second, third, into the back of the leader, and they all hang on.
Look at Woon up on the curbing on the inside. He's going to come away with fourth, maybe third. He's going to try to go to the outside, got checked up. He's going to lose a couple of spots. Katowski goes around.
4 of them. DeGennaro involved. Another involved. That's Murphy into the wall. Katowski into the wall. Calderon into the wall.
And that's going to be potential, unless they're able to clean this up, that's going to be yellow down in that corner there. 4 drivers involved in that one. Pettit leads. We are working our way through here. Macha's up to second. Gutierrez third. Walcott fourth. Woon, Goldsmith, McClellan, Wyatt, Vitor, and Wagner. Your current top 10.
Maxwell Macha now, pressure on for the Parolin driver. He hasn't really trusted Ruben Gutierrez at all in this race. He's going to need to trust that Gutierrez won't pass him and that he can go to his normal line for this last lap and a quarter if they want any shot at Pettit, but he doesn't trust him at all. He'll cover low. Gutierrez has the black mark. He was up in the air in all of that moments ago, and now he sends it on Macha, realizing Max is not going to give up the fight here for second. Grayson Walcott now on the cusp of a podium. This will be a career best on the SKUSA Pro Tour for Grayson Walcott. Just a stone's throw down the road. The young driver out of Chicago looking for third. Woon trying to make up some points as well in the championship. He makes the 4-kart party here in the fight for P2.
And this is where Pettit puts down the lap. Everybody battling it out behind him. You try to knock out the best lap you can. Everybody else defending. Look at this. Woon way around the outside, going to try to over-under on Walcott coming out of the corner. As indeed they are stacking each other. Macha got into him. He'll defend down the bottom. Woon just trying to find a way by. Give me the opening with you guys blocking each other. Woon's going to go side by side with Walcott. Not enough. It's still Gutierrez holding on to second. Great battle here for P2. Pettit, long gone up the road, going for a race win.
Nathan Golseth as well now, out of all of that, is going to end up a ton of spots. Same with Aston Wyatt. Macha into the back of Gutierrez, fighting hard for second and third. They'll drag race to the line. Up front, it is going to be all about Travis Pettit as they fight for P3. The Hurricane strikes Cincinnati. Round 3 winner, Travis Pettit in X30 Junior. And to the line, Macha holds. In fact, Walcott drag raced him and ends up losing out on the drag race to Woon, who steals the 4th spot and a valuable extra 10 points in that championship as well to stop the bleeding of the gap that the 729 was just able to put the hurting on the field here for round 3. Travis Pettit, 4 drops factor in, would exit today with the unofficial results 130 points up on the field.
Yeah, Xander Walcott, I think, had P4 coming out of the corner, but instead of letting the car drift all the way out of turn 16 to the left side of the racetrack, he pinched it down to try to see if he could potentially, I think, get by Macha. That allowed Woon to get a big run around the outside, pipped him at the line by 19 thousandths of a second. So Woon, who fell back to 10th after that issue that saw him get shuffled well back, was able to fight his way through all of that chaos over the last couple of laps. Woon gets up into 4th, but wow, great run for Travis Pettit. Ruben Gutierrez was in the fight from 1st to 5th to 6th back, able to work his way back up into 2nd. Maxwell Macha was essentially out of it, back in 8th or 9th spot at one point. But so much chaos over the last couple of laps. That contact Xander over in the exit turn number 14. Everybody stacking it up after we saw some Macha blocking down into the inside of turn 12. I'm telling you, the block will hold the position, but sometimes it doesn't pay off for you. It did for this kid, though. Travis Pettit, a massive victory here in X30 Junior.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Welcome back, everybody, and we're standing by with Travis Pettit, X30 Junior race winner. Travis, that looked like it meant a lot to you and a lot to your dad as well. Tell me about it.
Oh yeah, man, it was nuts. I mean, it was a great race, fun race. Yeah, it was great. Kart was good, engine was good. Yeah, coming to turn 5 here. I didn't mean to get into Gutierrez there, but it's whatever. Yeah, it was great.
Who would you like to thank, Travis?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my family watching at home, Odenthal Racing Products, the whole BGR crew. They were amazing. Smiles, Eddie, and Mr. Brandon. I'd also like to thank Coach Ben from the U Movement. Helps me a lot in these conditions like this. And yeah.
There you go, Travis. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, impressive stuff there for Travis Pettit. The level of action in that particular race, we talked mid-race about what it takes for these young drivers to stay focused as they do throughout those runs. And I'm telling you, you think about how to position yourself for those last 5 laps. Mid-race, as crazy as it is, right? As the drivers all have their heads down and they're trying to figure out the way to get forward. And I'm just going to take pass here, all the setups you have to make. But then you get down to the nitty-gritty over the last couple of laps and where you place the kart and the guy you decide to work with and really how you see your vision of how you see the corner in front of you playing out, where drivers are moving, where drivers are going to go. There's just so many layers of it to be able to come away with race wins. Pettit able to get out in front of all that chaos and just watch the guys in the back do the best they could to come away with big runs. The bottom line is that was just some fantastic racing in the X30 Junior category. 2 more races on the docket here to cap off the day. Mini Swift on the racetrack right now. We'll cap it all off with what will be an equally exciting Pro X30 race. Xander Clemens joining me back here in the booth. This is going to be a big one here right now. Mini Swift never disappoints, and we've got a great field lined up and ready to go.
We do. Once again, Ryan Perry Motorsport finds themselves on the front row. Mason Brody and Jaden Francisco lining up to lead the field to green here, along with Dutch Westbrook in tow. Brody Stoffel back on that second row. Their pre-final overall pretty tame, Rob.
Yeah, Forrest Blair alongside Marcelo Flores, Leighton Harrell and Aiden Go, Hudson Howard and Jake Manalio rounding out the top 10. Field set, they're going to line themselves up in those tram lines to get things underway, waiting for the punch-off cone. Brody on the inside, Francisco on the outside. Field looks good, looking for the green flag. And we've got it. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1.
All clean and good here through that first hairpin. Good start for the Benek of Dutch Westbrook as he moves up the board to second, but instantly Jaden Francisco sends it right back down the inside in 4. And a great start for Hudson Howard in the 149 moving forward as the field kind of snakes its way out of the turn 4 and 5 complex and down to the infield. So far, so good here for the Mega Power Engines Mini Swift division. The main event underway, and the top 2 RPM Nitros trying to work together once again.
Opening lap, always interesting to watch how it plays out. How things stretch, who works together, who gets lined up and hooked up. And out front, the 2 RPM drivers. Not surprisingly, I'm sure they've gone over this a little bit, sitting down at the debrief table. Guys, it all works well and we're out front together. Push, push, push. The last thing you need to be doing is racing when you're the leader. Same goes for Westbrook. He's up on the wheel trying to close back up. Hudson Howard, as Xander mentioned, a great start for him to get himself up into the 4th position. Samuel Chavari into 6th. Forrest Blair 7th. Brody Stoffel 8th. Avila Martinez in 9th. Manalio 10th. So, indeed, opening runs underway. Howard He wants to go to P3, makes the move to the inside of 4, locks it down at a P5. He and Westbrook lock together.
And that already, look how much, I mean, just that one changeover and how good Jaden Francisco's already locked onto the bumper of Mason Brody. The gap that is opened from second back to third. I say that, and of course, right on cue, that gap's going to drop a little. Francisco to the inside, right in front of us here in turn number 12 to go to the point for the first time in the final. Long road ahead, and to Jaden's credit, I mean, Mason Brody just seemed to have a little bit of an edge on everyone in terms of speed in the pre-final. He's, of course, tracking for what could be a phenomenal performance over this 2-week stint here between the RMC Americas Trophy last weekend with a double win and a dominant performance, and then here kicking things off on the first of the 2 race days at the Spring Nationals. So keeping that in mind, as much as you want to work together, if you're fearful at all that Mason's going to be able to walk away from you, I'd put him behind me too.
Yeah, okay, those are good arguments. I've also been doing this for 30 years. It drives me insane when team owners drivers could be able to pull away and work together. Yeah, I guess if you believe the driver in front of you doesn't have the pace to be able to pull away, you can make the move. I'm so leery in doing it in the first 5 laps. If you, at the very least, try to stretch away. They had a gap going. The last thing you want to do is pack it back up to bring everybody else in. This could be easily can be an RPM 1-2. If these drivers are able to work together and stretch away.
Well, the hardest part too, right, for the drivers in the seat to visualize is, they're all trained equally in the lens of that. If you're running over somebody at the exit of a corner, or especially in the center of a corner, that you're drastically faster than them and you can go by them. But when we go to these massive racetracks for these 9-horsepower mini Swift machines, even if you are a tenth or maybe even 0.2 of a second quicker than the car in front of you, you're still better off pushing versus the time lost in the pass, or especially by yourself. And that's hard to visually see in the moment in the first-person point of view. It's easy for us to see from the bird's eye view. We've got the lap chart in front of us. We've got the laps they've ran previously. We know what the difference is, and we can see how much that impacts them. But it's hard to keep that in mind, because every bone, every muscle, every instinct in your body is saying, pass this guy, I'm faster than him. And even if you're experienced enough to know the difference between a draft closing rate and a true pace difference, it's still hard to fathom and train your brain to go, no, even though he's a little slower than me, I'll put my differences aside, just shove him forward, because we're still going to be better overall for it.
That's exactly it, especially if it's a teammate, right? You just work together, pull away. You're very likely got similar setups on the karts as well, so you're very likely not going to have glaring differences in terms of gears, and unless you know you've went in a different direction. Otherwise, if it's the same package, same gearing, same setup, you've got to expect that you're probably going to be evenly matched in terms of time. So if you're out front like this, you've been gifted this opportunity because of some racing behind you to stretch away. For the most part, if you do it right, you're going to be able to walk away. And right now, Francisco and Brody have almost 2 seconds now on the Westbrook-Howard lineup. They've got Marcelo Flores in there with them, so 3 drivers working all together, if they do indeed work together. Otherwise, Francisco and Brody, I know it's an 18-lapper, but there's an opportunity for these drivers to pull away.
Well, in terms of youthful exuberance here, there's one young man that certainly exudes it to the nth degree. That's Turner Brown. Chico Brown dominated here the last time he was in an X30 package, but it was an X30 Junior. This weekend, racing with the big dogs in Pro X30 in his return to National American Racing in nearly 2 seasons. And he's standing by with Caleb, lining up for his main event.
Thank you, Xander. And yeah, myself and Chico were just talking about that, right? 2 years since you've last been here at MCC and you were so dominant. How different is it now being back after your experience over in Europe, the start of the year in Legends cars, and now here on an X30 Senior package with GFC?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I've driven since Supernats, so it's been 6 months or 7 months, and I mean, it's been obviously really tough to come back here and, compete with all these guys. But yeah, it's been awesome, and, thank you to the GFC boys for providing me a great package.
What's been the hardest part of coming back, Chico?
Honestly, the physicality, I would say. I was a little tired after that pre-main, but, just getting back into the swing of things at go-karts and having a fun weekend off from the car stuff.
I remember 2 years ago you said that singing helped you a little bit to get through these long mains. Is that the key to victory here later on today?
Hopefully. I mean, it's going to be in full effect this main coming up, so yeah.
Still Katy Perry?
Yeah.
There you guys have it from Chico Brown. Back to you guys.
Good to see a smile on that young man's face there. Turner Brown lining up amongst many on the Pro X30 grid. and 6 laps complete here in mini, Rob.
Go-kart karaoke, baby. I love it. Whatever it takes.
Hey, man, if it works to get me or you a double Supernats pair of trophies, I'll do whatever.
Yeah, just give me the lyrics. I'm in the game.
Yeah. Now down to the inside. Oh, no! Big moment here. Marcelo Flores turned around off the front bumper of one of the RPM Nitro karts, and it looked like it was Brody Stoffel trying to pass him there, if not one other, into turn number 4, and that has just sent him down the board. Now Jake Manolio dropping back as well.
Yeah, tough one there. Obviously running at that point, 5th, 6th, 7th, trying to make a move to the inside, and just did not work out. Leaders are pulling away. Here's a potential move. Nope, they tuck back in again. Look at that gap is now 2.2 seconds. Leaders pulling away. 2.2 from Brody back to Dutch Westbrook. Textbook team play up front. And honest to God, I don't even care if they're teammates. It can be different chassis manufacturers, different teams. If this is the way you handle a 2-driver breakaway, just a fantastic way to get it done. Francisco and Brody out front, going to be knocking the laps off here. Good stuff for the start, first half of Mini Swift.
And a long way to go still, but certainly a calmness has rolled in with pairs of 2 up front and that pack there that had that moment. We'll take a look at that when we can. For now, we'll continue to get the ear of some of the Pro X30s in our final race of the day coming up. Back to you, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, we've talked a lot about Gavin Bailiff, your brother Finn. Now you're getting ready to go out for Pro X30, and one of the better weekends that you have on the package after how things ended in Tucson. Kind of walk me through your weekend at home here.
Yeah, for sure. It's been good. We started off kind of bad in the happy hour. We had the kart not great at all. And we went through data and everything last night, and now this morning it's been a rocket ship, so hopefully it stays that way.
Look, and I know you got a good view of Joe, Paulie, Diego, all kind of going back and forth. What do you need to do to get up there?
Yeah, hopefully I can just stay consistent, and hopefully I can battle it out some more, and I can just be there to actually be able to throw some moves in and get it done.
We've asked this question of Gavin a whole lot, right, week after week. What's it like kind of having everybody in your backyard here just having a good time at MCC?
Yeah, it's great. I'm glad everyone's having a good time. It's a lot of pressure for me and Gavin just because we're the home track kids, but yeah, it's been good.
There you go. Glad to see you're enjoying it, Finn. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, Xander, there's enough pressure just running at this level, let alone being at what would be your home track as opposed to your house track.
Yeah.
There's home track and there's house track.
Well, the one good part is if it's a late night, you don't have that commute, obviously, over to the hotel or into an RV. Even still, nothing's quite like home. And I know Gavin Bailiff was working on his piece pretty late in the night, Thursday evening, and I'm sure Finn is hoping he doesn't have to do anything like that here, depending how this race plays out coming up. In this Mini Swift field, we're working our way back because things have really stabilized in the front pairings, and in fact, I think we got another one forming in the form of Slate Harrell and Brody Stoffel for 5th and 6th. Slate on the MPG Kart Republic, Stoffel on the Nitro Kart. Running here behind them is Samuel Chavarese, PSL TKG Bureau Art, and he'll lose a spot there with a big diver from Forrest Blair. Fighting for 7th. Here's a look earlier with Stoffel, Flores, and I think Flores was so focused on trying to stay on the heels of Hudson Howard, he had no idea Brody Stoffel was on his inside. And again, that corner, they were taking a really wide, late apex kind of arc into it, and yeah, I mean, scary moment there getting turned. Thankfully, the momentum took him into the grass before the rest of the pack came by. And it really hurt Forrest Blair, I think, more even than Stoffel, because you can see the 110 had to go wide and lose a lot of time as his teammate ended up facing him.
Blair's asking for help from those behind him. Like, let's go. Let's work together here. Right behind him again is the 106 of Chavari. And behind them as well, the 191 of Jake Manalio. So that is 7th, 8th, and 9th. 2.7 seconds the lead for the Francisco and Brody duo here out front.
So now 10 laps complete, 8 laps to go for Jaden Francisco and Mason Brody. The fighting continues here at the back of the top 10. We go back down to you, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. I'm sitting by here with Buddy Vasquez Jr. Buddy, talk about that first, again, the pre-final, really. A top 4 finish, one of the better results on the year for you. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid result for me, I'd say, in the GFC boys. Just got mainly a good start and got away from all the craziness in the middle of the pack, and was running pretty good in the beginning, kind of catching Joe back down. But then as soon as Paulie passed me, I started kind of fading, and they started going a little better. I think the tire pressure, we went a little too high. So, we made a couple changes on the go-kart, a couple changes myself, on track, and I think we'll be pretty good.
Look, you've been walking by myself and Hunter all week, and you keep saying high risk, high reward. Is that, is that kind of the theme here? Is that what we saw in the pre-final? Is that what we're about to see in the main event?
Yeah, I'm sitting it, getting Cindy out there, so it's the only way it can be done.
There you go. Best of luck, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Calling his shots.
There you go.
You got to do it.
You got to go for something here. He wasn't as much of a factor as I'm sure he wanted to be in that pre-final. We'll see if the GFC driver can make some noise starting just outside of the spotlight spots in the Pro X30 main coming up. And the spotlight spots here in Mini Swift have again been very calm. Mason Brody has had no problem pushing Jaden Francisco around for the brunt of this main event. He's still got a long ways, honestly, before he even needs to think about having to go past him. They've put an exceptional gap on the rest of the field, even on just third and fourth. I mean, look at the distance there between the pairs.
I know we're not seeing this gloves-off battle out front, but can I say how happy this makes me that we're seeing a couple drivers actually manage the racecraft, the strategy as teammates. But the fact that they weren't battling each other all race long. I'm going to give it up for Mason Brody. He led early. Francesco went by, but Mason's the driver who said, okay, you know what? You want to lead? It's all yours. You can lead right now. But to finally see a couple of drivers not screw up an opportunity to pull away his teammates and potentially go away to the win. Like right now, again, they're going to finish first or second as they're running on the racetrack right now. They're over 3 seconds ahead. They keep pulling away. This is textbook teamwork, running up front, locking out, getting some open gap, and then not giving it up. I just think, again, we're not seeing as fans, as race fans, as those of you at home watching here on Kart Chaser, you're not seeing an epic, all-out bloodbath of a scrap, but this is just textbook 1-2 drivers. I love seeing this right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not the only happy one. I bet you the other happy man on the fence is Ryan Perry.
I think so.
He's probably got to be stoked with the way this is going, along with Cody Johnson, head of the Nitro karting arm and Nitro Motorsports karting arm all together. Now, Slate Harrell here in the MPG Kart Republic, he has slipped behind one of the Nitro karts in Brody Stoffel. We haven't really given him his true flowers yet, but we definitely have a moment to right now. He's up from the back of the grid, mind you. Slate Harrell had to charge from pretty far back, tail end of the field to march his way up the board. And
plus 12.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been quiet. I mean, he got there so quick, we kind of just honestly overlooked it, and I bet you were the same as me, Rob. I just kind of assumed he started in a pretty safe spot in the top 10, but no, Slate had to start from the back end of this main event, and he's charged all the way up into the top 6. He's happy to ride now behind Brody Stoffel. He was ahead of him for a little bit. They've swapped the roles. Now they're trying to see if this formation might go better. And equally, they've probably got better odds of getting to third and fourth than third and fourth do of getting to the leaders, because you can see Dutch Westbrook and Hudson Howard, they've kind of had a bit of separation begin to form between them, up to nearly 3/10. Now they're back close again, but certainly not as close as this pairing is. And then behind them, Jake Manolio, Lucas Tarango, they have pulled away a little from Forrest Blair. So you just got kind of 2 kart tandems here out around the MCC Kartplex. There you see the next one of Tarango. Although he's looking to go past on Manolio here, and Manolio's going to let him go.
I'll say this. Westbrook and Howard, 102.8, 102.7 respectively. Stoffel and Harrell, 102.5, 102.4 respectively. Harrell just laid out 102.447. So his best lap.
They're making inroads.
They're making 100%. They're eating up that gap, which is great to see. The drivers here running 5th and 6th. But we are seeing 3 duos of drivers working together, and right now that battle of 5th and 6th is the one that's closing up.
And again, really up to 4 now. You can see it down the front straightaway. Jake Manolio had no issue kind of letting Lucas Tarango go to make the 4th pairing fully get away from Forrest Blair and Samuel Chavery. And that's kind of been the story so far here in this mini-swift class. You can see the gaps throughout the rest of the field. A lot of separation. A lot of drivers kind of a half second to a second and a half or so spread apart from Santana through Tavi, Astalis, Kanific. And not a ton to write home about amongst the rest of them. All just a pretty humdrum main event here because things have been so calm up front. They haven't backed up, but now we're starting to see time put some pressure on him. Howard making the first play of our 3 packs here with that pass for third. There were your leaders. Here's a pass back from Westbrook. This is great news here for Brody Stoffel and Slate Harrell.
Yeah, 3 laps to go. The fight for third and fourth is starting to step up a little bit in consecutive corners. Turn 3 and turn 5, we've seen some passes.
And then here's your 2 leaders as well.
Yep.
Staying in line. I mean, I think 3rd and 4th are going to, if they pass about 2 more times, back themselves into the 1 second delta that we know is the draft window. And we'll have a 4-car pack for about 3rd, 6 to 8 seconds back from this duo up front, depending how long Mason Brody wants to wait or how long Jaden Francisco wants to wait to defend. And we won't have to wait long to find out coming to the double sticks from Aaron Likens.
A little bit of a gap there coming out this time for Francisco. Gives himself a couple of kartlings, but 2 to go this time by. Mason Brody's had an opportunity to sit there to figure out where he is potentially quicker. The other cool thing about running P2 is you're able to really gauge the driver in front of you. Where am I faster? Where can I potentially dive there? I know that I've been waiting and I've been maybe saying no to a lot of opportunities because I want to stay P2. Now's the time to potentially set things up. Francisco leads, Brody second. 2 laps remaining for Mini Swift.
And again, 2 groupings here that are close to becoming 1, it looks like, in terms of 5th and 6th trying to close that gap. I think they're all the way down to less than a second away now, so we could easily see a battle for the lead up front and a battle for 3rd further back here at any moment in this Mini Swift main. Coming to the white flag. Here's Francisco and Mason Brody rolling through that back section. Here's that next group. They've caught him. Brody, Stoffel, Slate, Harrell, Dutch Westbrook, Hudson Howard, all getting ready to do battle 4 ways for the last spot on the podium. The top spot between these 2. Mason Brody there behind in the red and chrome colors, the all red and black with a pink crash helmet. Jaden Francisco leads them out of 3.
Francisco's got a bit of a lead. Looks like he may have the handle here. Maybe a little bit of the upper hand. He's holding the spot. Little pinch coming out at turn number 5 for Brody. He closes back up. He'll get the big run when they come through here. Here's a crucial part of this racetrack. Out of turn 7, the 8, 9, 10 combo is where he's got to set him up for the run down to 12. You know that Francisco's going to cover off the bottom if you're close enough.
He tried. He certainly took a little more curve in the S's, did Mason Brody. It didn't really give him a great launch onto the back straight. Francisco still taking a full wide arc. Brody had a thought about 13. He'll have to make a really good exit out of 14 to give himself any hope. But Francisco might have just given it to him. He pinched the exit a little bit tight. Here we go. Down the front stretch. A big run for Mason Brody. Can he make it? Just shy of the line. Jaden Francisco holds. And look at this. For 3rd on back, Dutch Westbrook will join them on the box. 3 wide at the line.
Oh, Harrell almost got Howard too. That's going to be equally close. 45 thousandths of a second at the line. Jaden Francisco pipping Mason Brody for the race win. In an RPM 1-2, Bennett goes 3rd with Dutch Westbrook. MPG 4th, 5th with Howard and Harrell.
I think 4th might have to go to the start-finish line race control camera, Rob. That is a .000 delta between Hudson Howard and Slate Harrell. Look at the deltas here. You can see it.
Wow.
8.5 seconds to the 1,000th. They'll have to double-check that one between the teammates of who got the nose at the line.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
Oh, what a finish. Great run to the end there. Congratulations to Dutch Westbrook joining them on the box. Regardless of the outcome there, 5th or 4th is a heck of a run here for Slate Harrell. His first SKUSA Pro Tour with MPG Motorsports. Only, I believe, their 3rd race weekend together. And the speed is certainly showing nice.
I talked to Billy Vincent, very excited about that for sure. And listen, a big shout out as well to RPM. First, 2nd, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So a fantastic outing for RPM there. But hey, one more to come, Xander. It's Pro X30. Wrap up the day.
Big dogs are just getting ready to go here. Paulie Massimino with the top time in a tiebreaker of their own back in qualifying, but nobody was better than that man in the pre-final. Gus Lawrence ready to lead your field to green here in the Nash Motorsports Pro X30 main as he tries to back up his win of the Spring Nats from last year against the best in the business.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Pro X30 presented by Nash Motorsports, ready for action here. Gus Lawrence on the front row alongside Joe Turney. Paulie Massimino and Jesus Vasquez Jr. on row number 2. Oliver Hodgson, Finn Bailiff, Blake Nash, and Donovan Bonilla, row 4, Rob.
Yeah, Turner Brown going to start on the inside of row number 5. Macy Williams had a really good start to the season as well. She'll be on the outside of that row. Keegan Kaminsky and Jake Drew, all GFC on row number 6. Davin Roberts and Jose Alejandro Halfin on row 7. Arthur Barbe and Fionn Shi on row 8.
Row number 9, Ruben Moya and Hector Iturriaga. Franco Escoto and Remy Andriatos complete the top 20 starters here. And then off the back of some issues in the Pro X30 Pre-Final, Diego Ramos is rolling from the rear. James Overbeck and Sergey Karamseli the same, along with Caden McQueen and Eric Doan.
Stacked up at the back. No doubt about it. You could flip that grid upside down to be almost the same as some of the races we've been at before. Field set. Let's wrap things up for the day here. Round 3 of the Superkarts USA Pro Tour here at the Spring Nationals at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clements. Field set. Getting ready to roll here. Nicely done. Into the tram lines, and we are green, green, green.
Oh, big moment in front of the field. 2, 3 of them collected as Bailiff gets turned around. Jake Drew, I think, involved equally. Looked to be one of the Beryl art machines around the mess of it. Eric Doan, I think, popped up in the air, and there was one all the way off and into the wall equally, too, and I'm not sure who that was. A lot of chaos down at turn number 1 off the start, and it has really broken the field up. Blake Nash, heavy damage to the front bumper and probably the whole front end assembly as they scatter behind him now as the number 5 plate drops backwards.
Yeah, we'll get a replay of that to have a look at it as soon as we possibly can, but indeed, as they work their way through that corner, we got more action here. Here's your live start. Look at this big slide further back.
Hodgson gets turned.
Fully sideways, yeah.
And Brown sent the other way. It all begins, I think, with Finn Bailiff kind of gets sideways right here as we watch the first lap come to a close. Bailiff, Hodgson kind of gets jacked up by both the likes of Bonilla and Nash and spun in front of him. Bailiff just enough to spin in front of Nash. Big moment for Keegan Kaminsky. And equally, Turner Brown's hopes dashed in a heartbeat.
I think Hodgson potentially got into the back of Bailiff. That started that transition as well. So just a number of contact as drivers were kind of setting things on the right side of the kart, and it just sent drivers around. And when that happens, the chain reaction is going to be pretty massive. We saw a lot of action there. Those drivers who got through, though, Gus Lawrence, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Turney, Massimino, and Bonilla. Another driver's gone off.
That's Escoto, Franco Escoto into the wall here. Nash is just trying to hang on for dear life in points at this point, just holding everybody up to the best he can. It's allowed Ramos in the back of the field to get forward. Now they're all going to get tripped up. Williams into the back of Jose Halfin, sends him off. And again, she kind of got a little help going into the corner equally, but they all were just tripped up behind Nash. Now Ramos and Jake Drew able to get past. I think Nash is finally giving way. He's going to head to the scale line, but the damage has been done. Hodgson back going after getting spun on the opening lap, and he's way back. That whole group going to be 9 seconds away from the leaders. And look at this up front. Buddy J, Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the move up to second. Lawrence leads him, then Turney, then Massimino, and then Donovan Bonilla up to 5th.
Just an absolute ton of action in the opening couple of laps here in Pro X30, and indeed a lot of collateral damage further down in the next couple of laps. Drivers who had incidents, then were trying to hold up and try to cover down to hold their spots. The extra contact after that. But again, the drivers up front fully happy with the way things have shaken down so far. Lawrence, Vasquez, Turney, and Massimino pulling away a bit here. Bonilla not that far back. Dono's there, P5. Then it's the big gap back to Keegan Kaminsky. How is he running 6th if he was that driver who essentially almost launched over Nash coming out of 1?
Well, and now his teammates just gone to the lead. Jesus Vasquez Jr. to the point. Massimino up to 3rd. Things are moving fast, and yeah, Keegan Kaminsky ramped up on the side of the likes of Nash and Hodgson and Bailiff all colliding there in front of everyone. He's still going good, and Turney instantly back on Paulie.
We shouldn't be surprised right now because Vasquez said he was going to be sending McSenderson. He threw a couple down the inside. He was going to send it, and listen, he told the guys in the pit lane that. He is delivering. Vasquez put the GFC up front. Lawrence right on the bumper, though, as well, and Massimino locking himself to the rear bumper of Turney. So 5 drivers have broken away here now. The gap behind Bonilla, we're talking 2.5 seconds. So this will very likely be a 5-driver fight to the end unless Kaminsky and Davin Roberts are able to work their way back up. I don't know that they'll have the pace because, of course, these front runners here ultra quick, as we know.
But again, there's 5 of them. 5's the crowd, right? Jesus Vasquez Jr. has only a third to his name. He was able to match that performance all the way back last year at the Winter Nationals in Texas. He would love to deliver with a big-time win, but Gus Lawrence goes to the inside and takes that top spot away. It is wild to think of all the success the GFC brand has experienced since the inception in 2019, Rob, that they have not yet conquered a Pro X30 National main. And now Buddy J trying to deliver for him as he sends it right back. High risk, high reward. Lawrence to second, and here comes JT to the inside, looking for that spot with Paulie, with Bonilla even as well to send Lawrence back to 5th.
You know, Xander, I think with the level of competition we have right now here in this particular group, that's exactly the mindset that Jesus needs. He needs to say to himself, listen, I'm going to be high risk, high reward. I'm going to do everything I have to do to stay in front of these guys. I'm going to send it. I'm going to be down the inside. They need to know that if they get by me, I'm coming right back by, because you got to do that. You got to be the disruptor.
And that right there was a key moment. That was a typical Joe Turney setup for a pass, and Buddy read it perfectly. And Jesus instantly, as soon as Turney went, he was going with them just off the ear test of how close he could tell Turney was on him down the front straightaway, and that little cover forced Joe to have to bail on his thought of trying to go by for the lead. Let's see if he tries to spook him here. Nope, not quite close enough to pull the trigger in 11, and that is getting more and more of the drivers behind him impatient and ready to go. And now he's trying it, but Vasquez will not give it up. Jesus Vasquez Jr. determined to keep the cavalry at bay here early in the going.
You know what? Pull out all the tools, all the tricks. If you're going to try to hold back Turney, the most we can say, we've said this before, you got to keep Turney behind you, right? Everybody's got to keep Turney behind him. We know that when he gets out front, he's so tough to pass, and number 2, so tough to potentially not let pull away. I do love the guys. I know you're watching it. Kaminsky and Roberts are closing.
It won't take a lot for them to get there.
No.
And again, Oliver Hodgson spun, now within 7 seconds of the lead. McQueen and Ramos from the back rows up to 10th and 11th, and they're 4 and 5 seconds away. A little bit of this. We have seen it once before at this place, Rob. It was the first time we saw a Pro X30 main here. Harley Keeble white line really the entire main event, and drivers were crashing and then getting back into the lead group in the fight for the win. Jesus Vasquez Jr. trying to replicate that, but this time Turney makes it uncontestable. A good move there in 12. He'll bring Paulie with him.
Yeah, just released the brake a little more, right? Rolled it right into the corner, got it down, got it rotated, and Paulie Massimino coming with him. And again, on the outside there, you're just not going to be able to hold the outside there. Further around the corner, maybe, hold the outside. They hold the inside line into 14, but in 12, if you get hung out to dry there, better for him to cut his losses and slot back into P3. Lots of racing still to do in a 20-lap contest. It's MPG Motorsports. Joe Turney back to the front. And here we go again, Turney versus Massimino.
And now the toughest spot for any of these drivers is probably the one that Gus Lawrence finds himself in, because you've seen how aggressive Jesus Vasquez Jr. has been to hold the lead. Is he going to hold you up for third and allow the 2 fastest drivers that literally tied for the pole drive away? No, well, he's not going to have to worry about that. Paulie with a big-time move in 11. New leader. I thought the 2 were going to work together. They're not, and Turney is going backwards in a hurry.
Oh, look at this, too. Kaminsky coming into the inside. They're all trying to push Turney back. He is going to go all the way back to P6.
No love for the points later here in Cincinnati at round 3 of the championship, the halfway point, and the gloves are off, and we're not even yet to halfway in the main. Eric Doan is back in the running. Ruben Moya is closing in as well. This is all just having the makings of a time bomb here at the front of the field, Rob. At some point, all of this aggression is going to bite someone. The question is not when or if, it is who. And Kaminsky now, the next one to make a move, he goes by Bonilla.
Eric Doan up 13, McQueen up 12, Ramos up 14. Are you kidding me? They are working their way back up into the top 10 right now. Doan 8th, Moya 9th, McQueen 10th.
And Vasquez Jr. is not gone. In fact, a lap to reset, and he's got some speed. Lawrence still looks a little stronger, and he wants to get by, so Jesus will throw a little fade there into 12. He's got to be worrisome about moving too much, but Gus seeing that. He had to go there, and he does. Gus Lawrence, the round 4 winner, the pre-final winner from today. Now up to second as Turney still is trying to stop the bleeding. Going to work on Bonilla, who is parking it for P5 right now down the front straightaway. Turney looking every which way to get past Bonilla. Let's see if he can get him here. He's got a nose low. Nothing Dono can do about it. That was nicely done here by the Pro Tour champ.
How much different does this feel than the first 3 or 4 or 5 laps when it looked like we could have a 5-driver breakaway? As Andrew said, or maybe not. Maybe these guys just start racing. As we know, Vasquez so intent on getting the job done here and working his way forward. He was super good at the start, held everybody up, and has changed the complexion of this race.
Watch for the lead here. Lawrence is looking. New leader. Gus Lawrence takes over out of 11, and he instantly goes to block. Paulie frustrated with him right off the rip. Vasquez Jr. now on the heels again, and here comes Keegan Kaminsky, the Pro X30 rookie, now in contention for a podium as his teammate goes to second.
Kaminsky very impressive here right now. +7, make it +6 if he gets another, or +8 if he gets another spot, but he is +7, started 11th up to 14th. Kaminsky right on the rear bumper there now of Massimino. He's going to look to the inside of turn number 2, book it. Kaminsky through as well to P3.
Tough spot now for Paulie Massimino. I don't know if you have much of a choice but to go right back, and he's going to try and inside. Kaminsky won't give it to him, and that'll cost him even more time. Turney gets ever closer. Now in the fight between the two in the points, and Vasquez Jr. gets a whole lot of breathing room out of it with a huge gap back to his teammate.
Davin Roberts right there in the 311 on Turney. Turney getting another shot at trying to work his way up here into the top 4. Currently runs 5th. Roberts 6th, Moya 7th, Bonilla, Doan, Ramos, and McQueen. Jake Drew there in the 12th spot as well. Hodgson's back up into 13th position. So
Chico Brown is still running after getting sent into the fence in the runoff in 1, and he's up to 16th, by the way. He's still going as well. Caden McQueen now looking on Eric Doan further back in the top 10 while the front runners head down the front straightaway. Massimino back on Kaminsky. Let's see if he tries him in turn number 2 for 3rd. And I don't think he was able to get the job done there as Jake Drew closes up to McQueen. Here's the 2 that crashed earlier. Here is Chico, the worst out of the start. Back on the move, closing in towards Macy Williams.
I'm telling you, you saw Hodgson and Overbeck lined up there as well, deeper in the field. Those drivers run 13th and 14th, as it's still Lawrence, Vasquez, Kaminsky, Massimino up front.
I wonder if Paulie has gotten close enough yet here. He looked like he was itching to get by Kaminsky earlier, and then Keegan got a gap. There he goes. He got him in 11. Kaminsky now back down the board. Davin Roberts in front of Joe Turney trying to hang on. Turney able to get underneath him with a little bit of elbow grease and the curbing. Ruben Moya trying to follow Turney through, and he does.
So close for Roberts to slam in the door. Just couldn't quite get it done, getting to the inside down to the apex of 12. And Turney slotted it through. I thought he may even force the issue even more. But Turney now up into the 5th spot. Roberts saw that it could be done. Watch for Moya. He has been really good on the day.
There's the move. Massimino on Kaminsky. Gave him a couple laps, gave him the opportunity, albeit he didn't want to give it to him, but he did. And then finally, once the gap was opening up to P2, he pulls the trigger. Now, as Ramos and Roberts duke it out there, little hand wave for Diego as Davin lets him on through. Nice shine of respect there between the two. Youngest driver in the field, Davin Roberts. He still is only off a waiver for his 2nd year in senior. And unfortunately, he's going to pay the price there from another rookie.
Yeah, got to get the elbows up a bit there, Davin. I know that they're coming after you here, but you got the pace to run with these guys. Don't be so polite. Keep digging here, as he's in the middle of a fight with Eric Doan now here as well. You got Doan right there, Bonilla, got McQueen going to be up there in the middle of the fight as well. Sometimes you got to.
Now here's the big question, Rob. Hey, Gus Lawrence last time by was quicker than Vasquez Jr., who is starting to slow. Massimino was able to match him, but I don't know if he's going to have the pace to get up to Gus late in the going. Same goes for Turney back there in the 5th spot, closing in on Keegan Kaminsky. So Jesus Vasquez Jr., all the pace and fighting early on. Unfortunately, his pace right now is not strong enough to hang with the race leader. And in fact, Gus Lawrence is starting to break away. The last couple laps, he has pulled the pin. 55.80 and 8.1 last lap. Yeah. He is locked in at the moment, trying to get away in the final stage.
And 2/10 quicker than Vasquez the last couple of laps as well. So you're right, that gap is pulling away. And you know, again, like Turney, if you give Gus Lawrence an opportunity to knock it out, the RPG crew has given him a great long-run race car for sure. And we'll watch those lap times, you said, kind of stabilizing at 55.812. There's the gap across the line.
Turney looking for 4th on Kaminsky, who's equally starting to slow a little bit in the later going of this main. He gets that spot away. Vasquez Jr. there, another 56 flat as Ramos picks up another one. That's on Donovan Bonilla for the 7th spot. And here's the fight looming for P2. Jesus Vasquez Jr. has it. Paulie Massimino wants it, but Massimino still last time by was over 2/10 slower than Gus Lawrence, who is really starting to break away. Chico Brown fast lap of the race.
Nice.
And he has caught up to the back, or just about, of James Overbeck for 14.
Hey, let's give a shout out here as well to Diego Ramos, coming off the KA 100 senior win, up 17 right now in the 8th position. You talked about the fact that did he just get by Dono?
He did.
He did, yeah. So he's in the 7th now, so plus 18 for Diego Ramos. What a fantastic day for Diego and PSL karting here. And he's got more drivers in front of him. Better watch out. Moya, Kaminsky, both potentially in the hit list now for Diego Ramos.
Fight will be on for second any moment here. Massimino down to a 10th away. The fight equally on here for Ramos to work in the back of Keegan Kaminsky to get this spot. Paulie a little too far back here into 4 to make anything happen on Vasquez Jr. And we'll see the aftermath. Ramos indeed, it looked like, was able to get on Kaminsky for that position. And Diego continues the march. Next up, Ruben Moya, who equally has had a great run up the board of his own, up 12 spots to be where he's at in the top 5.
Xander Lawrence, Gus Lawrence trying to cut into that 115-point gap that he left behind Turney from the Winter Nationals. A victory here in round number 3 would be massive for Gus and the Rawlson Performance Group to close that gap. Both he and Massimino, who are 2nd and 3rd respectively in the points, coming in, both now running in front of Turney, so the gap would shrink if both these drivers finish where they are right now.
At this point in the main event last year, Gus Lawrence had a lead over Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, and his tires had been roasted, and he fell off, and they were able to reel in a 1.5-second gap on him. The next day, he turned things around. That gap opened up again, and it never came back down. And now we're seeing everything he learned from a year ago on full display. 1.7 out from Massimino, goes to work on Vasquez for that second spot. Not able to get the job done as Turney now has Ramos on his heels as Moya has given way, unfortunately, to the 304. Paulie for second on Vasquez, and he gets by.
Beautiful.
And here comes the rest of the pack into frame. Turney, he's as fast as he's been, tying for the pole. The man who started last is now pressuring Joe Turney for 4th here, and this is going to be huge in terms of, like you said, the championship standings. Coming out of the line to see 3 laps to go. Lawrence in the lead, Paulie into second. Here comes Diego to the bumper at Turney.
I'm telling you, Lawrence, obviously so impressive, potentially running away to the win, but is Diego Ramos the driver of the race right now? He has been absolutely fantastic. Book it in turn 2. He goes to P4. Plus 21 for Diego Ramos against this quality of a field. That Birol Art is on fire right now. He's already gapped Turney by a couple of kart lengths already, coming out at turn number 7. Call it 1.5. Now he's going to put the head down to see if he can't catch up to Vasquez.
He might be able to get there. You can see he's sending it as hard as he can through the S's, trying to will his way from last onto the podium. Diego Ramos putting on an unreal drive and an unreal performance here in Cincinnati. Meanwhile, out front, Lawrence leads and is headed to the double sticks. 2 laps to go for Gus Lawrence to bring it home and make a massive impact on the championship standings as they run right now. The impact would be a total hit of 65, and with that pass, it'll improve, I believe, to 70 or 55 in the Delta.
That's also 2 flips there for Turney. He lost 2 spots. Ramos got him, and then Moya is by as well. Ruben Moya now up to P5. Turney goes down into the 6th position, which further increases the gap between Lawrence and Turney in the points coming out of this main event. White flag will fly next time by 18 down. Working lap number 19, and Gus Lawrence in RPG colors out front. Mike Rawlson's crew trying to grab yet another Pro X30 victory. The fight further back continuing on. There is Bonilla and Kaminsky battling it out. That's for P7 on the order. The fight not done for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Tons of action all around the racetrack. Gus Lawrence doing a phenomenal job. He'll take him to the white flag this time. 1 lap to go. Gus Lawrence with a massive lead here at round 3 from Cincinnati. Massimino to Vasquez Jr., and it is only 4.5 tenths for Diego. Can he pull off a stunner on this final lap? He would need an unbelievable lap, but at the pace he's going, it's not totally out of the question as he closes in on 3rd place in Vasquez Jr. The fighting's on behind him as well. Moya protecting from Turney, holding him back, taking away more points from Joe Turney's lead coming into this weekend, and he's got a lot of drivers all around him. This fight far from over. Ramos sending it up and over the curbs here as they go for the final time through 11.
Such a fantastic run today here for Gus Lawrence. He'll work his way through the final couple of corners here Just 3 weeks ago, Aaron Likens gave the double checker flag to Felix Rosenquist in the Indianapolis 500. Today here in Batavia, Ohio at the Motorsports Country Club, he'll give the checker to Gus Lawrence. Rolson Performance Group victors in Pro X30. Fantastic drive. It's a 2.44 second win. Gus Lawrence wins here in round 3 of the Pro Tour. Paulie Massimino coming home for second. Jesus Vasquez Jr. delivering on his promise to make it exciting. He ends up in the 3rd spot. Ramos and Moya both by Turney in the last couple of laps. Joe in the middle of a fight for the lead ends up P6.
What a race here in Pro X30 to cap off the day. Wild stuff. Gus Lawrence victorious at the end of it all with a big-time play and a big-time performance when it mattered most. And he gets a massive haul, the lion's share of the points on the day as well with that pre-final win. Backed up here, incredible drive to get over 2 seconds on the original pole sitter, Paulie Massimino. Wow. Vasquez Jr. Ramos with an incredible drive. Kudos as well to the drivers involved in the wrecks that ended up in the top half of the field too. What a wild one to end off the afternoon.
Plus 21 for Diego Ramos up into that 4th position. Plus 12 for Ruben Moya. Plus 13 for Caden McQueen. Plus 12 for Overbeck. Eric Dome plus 8. Could have been more, but got shuffled back a little bit by the number of drivers really stepping up from the tail of the field. The chaos in the opening couple of quarters shaking things up. But this driver here coming away with a fantastic victory here again in round number 3. He was 3rd in round number 1, 3rd in round number 2, 3rd straight podium, and a fantastic run. Let's soak it in here a little bit. Gus Lawrence at the scales enjoying his victory here at the Spring Nationals.
Gus Lawrence, your last win came at the Super Nationals to cap off the 2025 season. And at a place where you won last year, you have done it again here at MCC. What does this mean to you, Gus?
Yeah, it was a bit harder than last year. Unbelievable. Honestly, I can't thank everybody. Jamie, the team, Alex, Joni, Mike, everybody involved. That was a race, and honestly, that was thank you. That was dialed in. That was like a machine. It was great. I can't fault anything.
And again, so many times this year and even throughout last year, you were left kind of scratching your head, not knowing which way to go. And this weekend, it all kind of comes together. Who's made it possible for you?
Everyone in the team I just mentioned. Honestly, without them, they all play a part. And it's been faultless today. Like, I can't moan at all. Like, win pre-final and final. Just missed out slightly in qualifying, but that was my fault. And I can't moan at all.
Seems like you and MCC are a match made in heaven. Gus, congrats.
It's gone well. Thank you. Thank you.
Guys.
Man, I'll tell you, Gus is straight up. He likes this racetrack and get the job done. And that was an absolutely fantastic run by Gus Lawrence coming away with the win. Let's head back down to pit lane.
Standing by here with Paulie Massimino. Paulie, a wild one. You were a part of a wild one here a couple of years ago. Did that kind of throw it back to the first time you were out here with a whole lot of just action, contact, everything?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a lot of action. I couldn't really understand what we were doing because it was just like the 4 of us and nobody else. So obviously everybody wants to lead, of course, but I was just trying to stay patient and, work with whoever was in front of me. And, if they made a mistake, I went past and, they just passed me right back. So at some point I saw the guys coming behind and I'm like, okay, so, I mean, if nobody wants to work together, I'm not going to work together with anybody else. So, yeah, it was a long, hard race. Led a few laps, just Gus got by me, and I left the door open, which I probably shouldn't have, and it allowed Jesus to slip on by and kind of gave them too much of a gap. I mean, Gus's pace was super strong, so I don't know if I would have had anything for him anyways. But, yeah, we'll still take a P2. Good day, good points day. obviously we're battling Gus and Joe in the championship, so we'll keep working at it, figure out what that little bit is that we need. But this BGR package was fast, just not fast enough.
Copy that. Paulie Massimino, P2 on the day. On to you, Caleb.
Yeah, I'm standing by here with Jesus Vasquez Jr. You tied your best result here at the SKUSA Pro Tour with another third. And again, you had to work hard for that one. Before the race, you said high risk, high reward, and that's exactly what we saw out there. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, I finally got to lead laps again. It feels nice to do that because I haven't done that since my first ever X30 Senior race, which was quite a bit ago. Definitely our pace in the beginning, I felt pretty strong. Once Gus got in front and had that little gap, it was hard to close down. He definitely had a little more pace. But still, overall, you know, we put in the work back home and came with a strong package, you know. Still missing a little bit. I feel like maybe a little bit in the car and a little bit of me still. So, yeah, I mean, tomorrow it's going to be hard to say it now because it's probably most likely going to rain. So it's going to be a different story. But, you know, I'm happy with third. You know, it is what it is. I've finished third 3 times now. I wish, you know, for better. But it is what it is. I'm so happy.
Thank you, buddy. And Xander will send it over to you.
Diego Ramos. Diego, you start last. You end up 4th. You're inches away at the line from a podium as well. Talk me through that wild race from your eyes.
Yeah, we know that we had a pace. Unfortunately, we had an electrical problem in the pre-final, so the chain guard broke. Yeah, it was a fun race to start in the back, but for sure I want to start more in the front because we knew we had a really good pace in the long race. And yeah, we missed a little bit to get in the podium, but I think we're really strong for tomorrow. And then the team they did an awesome job with the setup. And yeah, his speed with the engine was a rocket. Yeah, I think we're looking for tomorrow. Maybe do a better quali in my side and yeah, put myself in a better spot for the final.
There you go. Good point, Saul. Congratulations on 4th today, Diego.
Yeah, thank you.
That wraps up here with the Pro X30 drivers as the cleanup continues.
Xander, thank you so much. Indeed, great opportunity to talk to the drivers who made those impact top 4 drivers, all picked up there by Xander and Caleb. Fantastic job throughout the day by Caleb, giving us all that information from pit lane, from the scales, you name it. Awesome work there by Caleb throughout the day. And again, just a fantastic way to finish this one off, right? Anytime you have this level of talent out there going wheel to wheel and elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder, that was just some tremendous racing. And listen, it started from the very get-go. A little bit of contact there in the first transition into turn number 1. Everybody kind of side by side through each other. Fantastic stuff. And again, not surprising that we would see the action through all the way. Paulie Massimino's comments I thought were great. I think he wanted the top 4 drivers to stretch away, kind of what I talked about at the beginning of that race. But everybody wanted to keep battling. He was making passes if guys made mistakes, but they go right back by. In another opportunity, I think the top 4, top 5 might have been able to stretch away to make it a battle amongst themselves, but no, we were treated to something a little bit different. Some back and forth the entire event. Great stuff for sure. Gus Lawrence, again, up front. Fantastic victory for him. 2.447 seconds. Paulie Massimino in second. Jesus Vasquez third. That's your unofficial podium provisionally. Diego Ramos, that great run, plus 21 from 25th up to 4th. Ruben Moya in the 5th spot. Xander Clemens. Joining me again here back in the booth, and here's your look at the current standings. It's still Joe Turney. Even with a 6th place finish, a 47-point lead over Gus Lawrence.
Again, but it was a triple-digit lead coming into today, and a near-perfect score for Gus Lawrence catapults him much closer into the conversation. Tomorrow we'll get to see a little bit of the looks of what it could look like when the drops get factored in. But before the drops get counted up here, Joe Turney escapes and gets out of Saturday with a decent result, and thankfully had that huge cushion off of a dominant opening weekend, sweeping both rounds of action in the desert. Lawrence, Massimino, Jake Drew moving up the board. Oliver Hodgson, that drive there to continue, put some points in the bank for a so-so drop score. And Keegan Kaminsky as well. Standout star and on his rookie season now pre-drop safely inside the Circle of Champions fund in the top 10 with a 6th. And, of course, you heard from Diego Ramos as well. The issues in the pre-final. Rebounding like that here gives him a lot on the day to make this a salvageable and palatable drop score if he needs to. So Whole lot to break down. We'll continue with more as we get on the wait until podiums. We'll take a moment here as we swap over the feeds and prepare the coverage for you. But that brings the on-track activity to a close, of course. Been a pleasure calling all the action, and the humidity, the heat certainly ticking things up in the afternoon. Who knows what will be in store tomorrow, but we'll talk about it a little bit more when we get there. For now, we want to say thank you for watching here on the racing coverage of the day from round number 3, and we'll get set to see you on the other side here of this break as we step aside and get ready for more action here from Cincinnati tomorrow and more coverage heading into podiums tonight.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.